File 1 of Farthest North, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sharon Riskadal. Farthest North by Fridtjof Nansen, Volume 2. Contents of Volume 2. Chapter 1. We prepare for the sledge expedition. Chapter 2. The New Year, 1895. Chapter 3. We make a start. Chapter 4. We say good-bye to the Fram. Chapter 5. A hard struggle. Chapter 6. By sledge and kayak. Chapter 7. Land at last. Chapter 8. The New Year, 1896. Chapter 9. The journey southward. Appendix. Report of Captain Otto Sverdrup on the drifting of the Fram from March 14, 1895. 1. March 15 to June 22, 1895. 2. June 22 to August 15, 1895. 3. August 15 to January 1, 1896. 4. January 1 to May 17, 1896. 5. The third summer. Conclusion. End of File 1. File 2 of Farthest North, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sharon Riskadal. Farthest North by Fridtjof Nansen, Volume 2. Chapter 1. We prepare for the sledge expedition. Who are to be the two members of the expedition? Sverdrup and I have tested each other before at this sort of work, and we could manage very well. But we cannot both leave the Fram. That is perfectly clear without further argument. One of us must remain behind to take on himself the responsibility of bringing the others home in safety. But it is equally clear that one of us two must conduct the sledge expedition, as it is we who have the necessary experience. Sverdrup has a great desire to go, but I cannot think otherwise than that there is more risk in leaving the Fram than in remaining on board her. Consequently, if I were to let him go, I should be transferring to him the more dangerous task, while keeping the easier one to myself. If he perished, should I ever be able to forgive myself for letting him go, even if it was at his own desire? He is 9 years older than I am. I should certainly feel it to be a very uncomfortable responsibility. And as regards our comrades, which of us would it be most to their interest to keep on board? I think they have confidence in both of us, and I think either of us would be able to take them home in safety, whether with or without the Fram. But the ship is his especial charge, while on me rests the conduct of the whole, and especially of the scientific investigations, so that I ought to undertake the task in which important discoveries are to be made. Those who remain with the ship will be able, as aforesaid, to carry on the observations which are to be made on board. It is my duty, therefore, to go, and his to remain behind. He, too, thinks this is reasonable. I have chosen Johansen to be my companion, and he is in all respects well qualified for that work. He is an accomplished snowshoer, and few can equal his powers of endurance, a fine fellow physically and mentally. I have not yet asked him, but think of doing so soon, in order that he may be prepared betimes. Blessing and Hansen also would certainly be all eagerness to accompany me, but Hansen must remain behind to take charge of the observations, and Blessing cannot desert his post as doctor. Several of the others, too, would do quite well, and would, I doubt not, be willing enough. This expedition to the north, then, is provisionally decided on. I shall see what the winter will bring us. Light permitting, I should prefer to start in February. Sunday, November 18th. It seems as if I could not properly realize the idea that I am really to set out, and that in 3 months' time. Sometimes I delude myself with charming dreams of my return home after toil and victory, and then all is clear and bright. Then these are succeeded by thoughts of the uncertainty and deceptiveness of the future, and what may be lurking in it, and my dreams fade away like the northern lights, pale and colorless. Je naht euch wieder, schwankende Gestalten. Ugh, these everlasting cold fits of doubt! Before every decisive resolution the dice of death must be thrown. Is there too much to venture, and too little to gain? There is more to be gained, at all events, than there is here. Then is it not my duty? Besides, there is only one to whom I am responsible, and she? I shall come back, I know it. I have strength enough for the task. Be thou faithful unto death, and thou shalt inherit the crown of life. We are oddly constructed machines. At one moment all resolution, at the next all doubt. To-day our intellect, our science, all our Leben und Treiben seem but a pitiful Philistinism not worth a pipe of tobacco. Tomorrow we throw ourselves heart and soul into these very researches, consumed with a burning thirst to absorb everything into ourselves, longing to spy out fresh paths, and fretting impatiently at our inability to solve the problem fully and completely. Then down we sink again in disgust at the worthlessness of it all. As a grain of dust in the balance is the whole world, as a drop of morning dew that falls on the ground. If man has two souls, which then is the right one? It is nothing new to suffer from the fact that our knowledge can be but fragmentary, that we can never fathom what lies behind. But suppose now that we could reckon it out, that the inmost secret of it all lay as clear and plain to us as a rule of three sum, should we be any the happier? Possibly just the reverse. Is it not in the struggle to attain knowledge that happiness consists? I am very ignorant, consequently the conditions of happiness are mine. Let me fill a soothing pipe and be happy. No, the pipe is not a success. Twist tobacco is not delicate enough for airy dreams. Let me get a cigar. Oh, if one had a real Havana! As if dissatisfaction, longing, suffering were not the very basis of life. Without privation there would be no struggle, and without struggle no life. That is as certain as that 2 and 2 make 4. And now the struggle is to begin. It is looming yonder in the north. Oh, to drink delight of battle in long, deep draughts! Battle means life, and behind it victory beckons us on. I close my eyes. I hear a voice singing to me. In amongst the fragrant birch, in amongst the flowers' perfume, deep into the pine woods church. Monday, November 19th. Confounded affectation, all this Weltschmerz. You have no right to be anything but a happy man. And if you feel out of spirits, it ought to cheer you up simply to go on deck and look at these 7 puppies that come frisking and springing about you, and are ready to tear you to pieces in sheer enjoyment of life. Life is sunshine to them, though the sun has long since gone, and they live on deck beneath a tent, so that they cannot even see the stars. There is Kvik, the mother of the family, among them looking so plump and contented as she wags her tail. Have you not as much reason to be happy as they? Yet they too have their misfortunes. The afternoon of the day before yesterday, as I was sitting at work, I heard the mill going round and round, and Peter taking food to the puppies, which as usual had a bit of a fight over the meat pan, and it struck me that the axle of the mill, whirling unguarded on the deck, was an extremely dangerous affair for them. 10 minutes later I heard a dog howling, a more long-drawn, uncomfortable kind of howl than was usual when they were fighting, and at the same moment the mill slowed down. I rushed out. There I saw a puppy right in the axle, whirling round with it and howling piteously, so that it cut one to the soul. Benson was hanging on to the brake rope, hauling at it with all his might and main, but still the mill went round. My first idea was to seize an axe that was lying there to put the dog out of its misery, its cries were so heartrending, but on second thoughts I hurried on to help Benson, and we got the mill stopped. At the same moment Mogstad also came up, and while we held the mill he managed to set the puppy free. Apparently there was still some life in it, and he set to work to rub it gently and coax it. The hair of its coat had somehow or other got frozen on to the smooth steel axle, and the poor beast had been swung round and bumped on the deck at every revolution of the wheel. At last it actually raised its head and looked round in a dazed way. It had made a good many revolutions, so that it is no wonder if it found some difficulty in getting its bearings at first. Then it raised itself on its forepaws, and I took it aft to the half-deck and stroked and patted it. Soon it got on all four legs again and began shambling about, without knowing where it was going. "It is a good thing it was caught by the hair," said Bentzen. "I thought it was hanging fast by its tongue, as the other one did. Only think of being fixed by the tongue to a revolving axle! The mere notion makes one shudder. I took the poor thing down into the saloon and did all I could for it. It soon got all right again, and began playing with its companions as before. A strange life, to rummage about on deck in the dark and cold; but whenever one goes up with a lantern they come tearing round, stare at the light, and begin bounding and dancing and gambolling with each other round it, like children round a Christmas tree. This goes on day after day, and they have never seen anything else but this deck with a tarpaulin over it, not even the clear blue sky, and we men have never seen anything other than this earth. The last step over the bridge of resolution has now been taken. In the forenoon I explained the whole matter to Johansen in pretty much the same terms as I have used above, and then I expatiated on the difficulties that might occur, and laid strong emphasis on the dangers one must be prepared to encounter. It was a serious matter, a matter of life or death. This one must not conceal from oneself. He must think the thing well over before determining whether he would accompany me or not. If he was willing to come, I should be glad to have him with me, but I would rather, I said, he should take a day or two to think it well over before he gave me his answer. He did not need any time for reflection, he said; he was quite willing to go. Sverdrup had long ago mentioned the possibility of such an expedition, and he had thought it well over and made up his mind that if my choice should fall on him he would take it as a great favor to be permitted to accompany me. I don't know whether you'll be satisfied with this answer, or whether you would like me still to think it over, but I should certainly never change my mind. No, if you have already thought seriously about it, thought what risks you expose yourself to, the chance, for instance, that neither of us may ever see the face of man again, and if you have reflected that even if we get through safe and sound, we must necessarily face a great deal of hardship on an expedition like this, if you have made up your mind to all this, I don't insist on your reflecting any longer about it. Yes, that I have. Well, then that is settled. Tomorrow we shall begin our preparations for the trip. Hansen must see about appointing another meteorological assistant. Tuesday, November 20th. This evening I delivered an address to the whole ship's company, in which I announced the determination that had been arrived at, and explained to them the projected expedition. First of all I briefly went through the whole theory of our undertaking and its history from the beginning, laying stress on the idea on which my plans had been built up, namely that a vessel which got frozen in north of Siberia must drift across the Polar Sea and out into the Atlantic, and must pass somewhere or other north of Franz Josef Land and between it and the Pole. The object of the expedition was to accomplish this drift across the unknown sea and to pursue investigations there. I pointed out to them that these investigations would be of equal importance whether the expedition actually passed across the Pole itself or at some distance from it. Judging from our experiences hitherto, we could not entertain any doubt that the expedition would solve the problem it had set before it. Everything had up to the present gone according to our anticipations, and it was to be hoped and expected that this would continue to be the case for the remainder of the voyage. We had therefore every prospect of accomplishing the principal part of our task. But then the question arose whether more could not be accomplished, and thereupon I proceeded to explain, in much the same terms as I have used above, how this might be effected by an expedition northwards. I had the impression that every one was deeply interested in the projected expedition, and that they all thought it most desirable that it should be attempted. The greatest objection, I think, they would have urged against it, had they been asked, would have been that they themselves could not take part in it. I impressed on them, however, that while it was unquestionably a fine thing to push on as far as possible towards the north, it was no whit less honorable an undertaking to bring the /vam safe and sound right through the Polar Sea and out on the other side, or if not the /vam, at all events themselves, without any loss of life. This done, we might say without fear of contradiction that it was well done. I think they all saw the force of this and were satisfied. So now the die is cast, and I must believe that this expedition will really take place. So we set about our preparations for it in downright earnest. I have already mentioned that at the end of the summer I had begun to make a kayak for a single man, the frame of which was of bamboo carefully lashed together. It was rather slow work and took several weeks, but it turned out both light and strong. When completed, the framework weighed 16 pounds. It was afterwards covered with sailcloth by Sverdrup and Blessing, when the whole boat weighed 30 pounds. After finishing this, I had entrusted Mogstad with the task of building a similar one. Johansen and I now set to work to make a cover for it. These kayaks were 3.70 meters, 12 feet long, about 0.7 meter, 28 inches wide in the middle, and one was 30 centimeters, 12 inches, and the other 38 centimeters, 15 inches deep. This is considerably shorter and wider than an ordinary Eskimo kayak, and consequently these boats were not so light to propel through the water. But as they were chiefly intended for crossing over channels and open spaces in the ice, and coasting along possible land, speed was not of much importance. The great thing was that the boat should be strong and light, and should be able to carry, in addition to ourselves, provisions and equipments for a considerable time. If we had made them longer and narrower, besides being heavier, they would have been more exposed to injury in the course of transport over the uneven ice. As they were built, they proved admirably adapted for our purpose. When we loaded them with care, we could stow away in them provisions and equipment for 3 months, at least, for ourselves, besides a good deal of food for the dogs, and we could, moreover, carry a dog or two on the deck. In other respects they were essentially like the Eskimo kayaks, full-decked, save for an aperture in the middle for a man to sit in. This aperture was encircled by a wooden ring, after the Eskimo fashion, over which we could slip the lower part of our sealskin jackets, specially adjusted for this purpose, so that the junction between boat and cape was watertight. When these jackets were drawn tight round the wrists and face, the sea might sweep right over us without a drop of water coming into the kayak. We had to provide ourselves with such boats in case of having to cross open stretches of sea on our way to Spitzbergen, or if we chose the other route between Franz Josef Land and Novaya Zemlya. Besides this aperture in the middle, there were small trapdoors fore and aft in the deck, to enable us to put our hands in and stow the provisions, and also get things out more readily, without having to take out all the freight through the middle aperture in case what we wanted lay at either extremity. These trapdoors, however, could be closed so as to be quite watertight. To make the canvas quite impervious to water, the best plan would have been to have sized it and then painted it externally with ordinary oil paint. But on the one hand it was very difficult to do this work in the extreme cold. In the hold the temperature was -20° centigrade, -4° Fahrenheit. And on the other hand I was afraid the paint might render the canvas too hard and brittle, and apt to have holes knocked in it during transport over the ice. Therefore I preferred to steep it in a mixture of paraffin and tallow, which added somewhat to the weight of the kayaks, so that altogether they came to weigh about 36 pounds apiece. I had, moreover, some hand sledges made especially for this expedition. They were supple and strong, designed to withstand the severe tests to which an expedition with dogs and heavy freights over the uneven drift ice would necessarily expose them. Two of these sledges were about the same length as the kayaks, that is, 12 feet. I also made several experiments with respect to the clothes we should wear, and was especially anxious to ascertain whether it would do to go in our thick wolfskin garments, but always came to the conclusion that they were too warm. Thus, on November 29th, I write, "Took another walk northwards in my wolfskin dress, but it is still too mild, –35.2° Fahrenheit, –37.6° centigrade. I sweated like a horse, though I went fasting and quite gently. It is rather heavy going now in the dark, when one cannot use snowshoes. I wonder when it will be cold enough to use this dress." On December 9th again we went out on snowshoes. It was –41° centigrade, –41.8° Fahrenheit. Went in wolfskin dress, but the perspiration poured down our backs, enough to turn a mill. Too warm yet. Goodness knows if it will ever be cold enough. Of course we made some experiments with a tent and with the cooking apparatus. On December 7th I write, "I pitched the silk tent we are going to take, and used our cooking apparatus in it. From repeated trials it appeared that from ice of –35° centigrade, –31° Fahrenheit, we boiled 3 liters of water, 5¼ pints, and at the same time melted 5 liters, 8¾ pints, in an hour and a half, with a consumption of about 120 grams of snowflake petroleum. Next day we boiled 2½ liters of water over 4 pints, and melted 2½ liters in 1 hour with 100 grams of snowflake petroleum. Yesterday we made about 2 liters of excellent oatmeal porridge, and at the same time got some half-melted ice and a little water in little over half an hour, with 50 grams of snowflake petroleum. Thus there will be no very great consumption of fuel in the day. Then I made all kinds of calculations and computations in order to find out what would be the most advantageous kind of provisions for our expedition, it being of the greatest moment that the food, both for dogs and men, should be nutritious, and yet should not weigh more than was absolutely necessary. Later on, in the list of our equipments, I shall give the final result of my deliberations on this matter. Besides all this, we had, of course, to consider and test the instruments to be taken with us, and to go into many other matters, which, though perhaps trifles in themselves, were yet absolutely necessary. It is on the felicitous combination of all these trifles that ultimate success depends. We too passed the greater portion of our time in these preparations, which also kept many of the others pretty busy during the winter. Mogstad, for instance, found steady employment in making sledges and fitting them with runners, etc. Sverdrup busied himself in making sleeping bags and many other things. Juell was appointed dog-tailor, and when he was not busy in the galley, his time was devoted to taking the measurements of the dogs, making harness for them, and testing it. Blessing, too, fitted up for us a small, light medicine chest, containing selected drugs, bandages, and such other things as might be of use. One man was constantly employed in copying out all our journals and scientific observations, etc., etc., on thin paper, in a contracted form, as I wanted, by way of making doubly sure of their preservation, to take a copy of them along with me. Nansen was occupied in preparing tabular forms necessary for our observations, curves of the movement of our chronometers, and other such things. Besides this, he was to make a complete chart of our voyage and drifting up to the present time. I could not, however, make too great a claim on his valuable time, as it was necessary that he should continue his scientific observations without interruption. During this autumn he had greatly increased the comfort of his work by building, along with Johansen, an observation hut of snow, not unlike an Eskimo cabin. He found himself very much at his ease in it, with a petroleum lamp hanging from the roof, the light of which, being reflected by the white snow walls, made quite a brilliant show. Here he could manipulate his instruments quietly and comfortably, undisturbed by the biting wind outside. He thought it quite warm there, too, when he could get the temperature up to something like 20 degrees below freezing point, so that he was able without much inconvenience to adjust his instruments with bare hands. Here he worked away indefatigably at his observations day after day, watching the often mysterious movements of the magnetic needle, which would sometimes give him no end of trouble. One day, it was November 24th, he came in to supper a little after 6 o'clock, quite alarmed, and said, "There has just been a singular inclination of the needle to 24 degrees, and remarkably enough its northern extremity pointed to the east. I cannot remember having heard of such an inclination." He also had several others of about 15 degrees. At the same time, through the opening into his observatory, he noticed that it was unusually light out of doors, and that not only the ship, but the ice in the distance, was as plainly visible as if it had been full moonlight. No aurora, however, could be discerned through the thick clouds that covered the sky. It would appear, then, that this unusual inclination was in some way connected with the northern lights, though it was to the east and not to the west as usual. There could be no question of any movement of the floe on which we were lying, for everything had been perfectly still and quiet, and it is inconceivable that a disturbance which could cause such a remarkable oscillation of 2 points and back again in so short a space of time should not have been noticed and heard on board. This theory, therefore, is entirely excluded, and the whole matter seems to me, for the present, to be incomprehensible. Blessing and I at once went on deck to look at the sky. Certainly it was so light that we could see the lanes in the ice astern quite plainly, but there was nothing remarkable in that. It happened often enough. Friday, November 30th. I found a bear's track on the ice in front of our bow. The bear had come from the east, trotting very gently along the lane on the newly frozen ice, but he must have been scared by something or other ahead of the vessel, as he had gone off again with long strides in the direction from which he had come. Strange that living creatures should be roaming about in this desert. What can they have to do here? If only one had such a stomach, one could at least stand a journey to the Pole and back without a meal. We shall probably have him back again soon, that is, if I understand his nature aright, and then perhaps he will come a little closer, so that we may have a good look at him. I paced the lane in front of the port bow. It was 348 paces across, and maintained the same width for a considerable distance eastward, nor can it be much narrower for a great distance to the west. Now, when one bears in mind that the lane behind us is also of considerable width, it is rather consoling, after all, to think that the ice does permit of such large openings. There must be room enough to drift, if we only get wind which will never come. On the whole, November has been an uncommonly wretched month. Driven back instead of forward, and yet this month was so good last year. But one can never rely on the seasons in this dreadful sea. Taking all in all, perhaps the winter will not be a bit better than the summer. Yet it surely must improve. I cannot believe otherwise. The skies are clouded with a thick veil through which the stars barely glisten. It is darker than usual, and in this eternal night we drift about, lonely and forsaken. For the whole world was filled with a shining light and undisturbed activity. Above those men alone brooded naught but depressing night, an image of that gloom which was soon to swallow them up. This dark, deep, silent void is like the mysterious, unfathomable well into which you look for that something which you think must be there, only to meet the reflection of your own eyes. Ugh! The worn-out thoughts you can never get rid of become in the end very wearisome company. Is there no means of fleeing from oneself, to grasp one single thought, only a single one, which lies outside oneself? Is there no way except death? But death is certain. One day it will come, silent and majestic. It will open Nirvana's mighty portal, and we shall be swept away into the sea of eternity. Sunday, December 2nd. Sverdrup has now been ill for some days. During the last day or two he has been laid up in his berth and is still there. I trust it is nothing serious. He himself thinks nothing of it; nevertheless it is very disquieting. Poor fellow, he lives entirely on oatmeal gruel. It is an intestinal catarrh which he probably contracted through catching cold on the ice. I'm afraid he has been rather careless in this respect. However, he is now improving, so that probably it will soon pass off, but it is a warning not to be overconfident. I went for a long walk this morning along the lane. It is quite a large one, extending a good way to the east, and being of considerable breadth at some points. It is only after walking for a while on the newly frozen ice, where walking is as easy and comfortable as on a well-trodden path, and then coming up to the snow-covered surface of the old ice again, that one thoroughly appreciates for the first time what it means to go without snowshoes. The difference is something marvelous. Even if I have not felt warm before, I break out into a perspiration after going a short distance over the rough ice. But what can one do? One cannot use snowshoes. It is so dark that it is difficult enough to grope one's way about with ordinary boots, and even then one stumbles about or slips down between great blocks of ice. I am now reading the various English stories of the polar expeditions during the Franklin period and the search for him, and I must admit I am filled with admiration for these men and the amount of labor they expended. The English nation truly has cause to be proud of them. I remember reading these stories as a lad, and all my boyish fancies were strangely thrilled with longing for the scenery and the scenes which were displayed before me. I am reading them now as a man, after having had a little experience myself, and now, when my mind is uninfluenced by romance, I bow in admiration. There was grit in men like Parry, Franklin, James Ross, Richardson, and last but not least in McClintock, and indeed in all the rest. How well was their equipment thought out and arranged with the means they had at their disposal! Truly there is nothing new under the sun. Most of what I prided myself upon, and what I thought to be new, I find they had anticipated. McClintock used the same thing 40 years ago. It was not their fault that they were born in a country where the use of snowshoes is unknown, and where snow is scarcely to be found throughout the whole winter. Nevertheless, despite the fact that they had to gain their experience of snow and snow travel during their sojourn up here, despite the fact that they were without snowshoes and had to toil on as best they could with sledges with narrow runners over uneven snow-covered drift ice, what distances did they not cover, what fatigues and trials did they not endure? No one has surpassed, and scarcely any one approached them, unless perhaps the Russians on the Siberian coast, but then they have the great advantage of being natives of a country where snow is not uncommon. Friday, December 14th. Yesterday we held a great festivity in honor of the Fram as being the vessel which has attained the highest latitude. The day before yesterday we reached 82° 30' north latitude. The bill of fare at dinner was boiled mackerel with parsley butter sauce, pork cutlets and French peas, Norwegian wild strawberries with rice and milk, crown malt extract, afterwards coffee. For supper, new bread and currant cake, etc., etc. Later in the evening a grand concert. Sweets and preserved pears were handed round. The culminating point of the entertainment was reached when a steaming hot and fragrant bowl of cherry punch was carried in and served round among general hilarity. Our spirits were already very high, but this gave color to the whole proceedings. The greatest puzzle to most of them was where the ingredients for the punch, and more particularly the alcohol, had come from. Then followed the toasts. First, a long and festive one to the Fram, which had now shown what she was capable of. It ran somewhat to this effect: There were many wise men who shook their heads when we started and sent us ominous farewell greetings, but their head-shakings would have been less vigorous and their evil forebodings milder if they could have seen us at this moment, drifting quietly and at our ease across the most northerly latitudes ever attained by any vessel, and still further northward. and the Fram is now not only the most northerly vessel on the globe, but has already passed over a large expanse of hitherto unknown regions, many degrees farther north than have ever been reached in this ocean on this side of the pole. But we hope she will not stop here. Concealed behind the mist of the future there are many triumphs in store for us, triumphs which will dawn upon us one by one when their time has come. But we will not speak of this now, we will be content with what has actually been achieved, and I believe that the promise implied in Bjornson's greeting to us and to the Fram when she was launched has already been fulfilled, and with him we can exclaim, "Hurrah for the ship and her voyage dread, where never before a keel has sped, where never before a name was spoken, by Norway's name is the silence broken." We could not help a peculiar feeling, almost akin to shame, when comparing the toil and privation, and frequently incredible sufferings, undergone by our predecessors in earlier expeditions, with the easy manner in which we are drifting across unknown expanses of our globe, larger than it has been the lot of most, if not all, of the former polar explorers to travel over at a stretch. Yes, truly, I think we have every reason to be satisfied with our voyage so far, and with the Fram, and I trust we shall be able to bring something back to Norway in return for the trust, the sympathy, and the money which she has expended on us. But let us not on this account forget our predecessors. Let us admire them for the way in which they struggled and endured. Let us remember that it is only through their labors and achievements that the way has been prepared for the present voyage. It is thanks to their collective experience that mankind has now got so far as to be able to cope, to some extent, with what has hitherto been his most dangerous and obstinate enemy in the Arctic regions, that is, the drift ice, and to do so by the very simple expedient of going with it and not against it, and allowing oneself to be hemmed in by it, not involuntarily, but intentionally, and preparing for it beforehand. On board this vessel we try to cull the fruits of all our predecessors' experiences. It has taken years to collect them, but I felt that with these I should be enabled to face any vicissitude of fate in unknown waters. I think we have been fortunate. I think we are all of the opinion that there is no imaginable difficulty or obstacle before us that we ought not to be able to overcome with the means and resources we possess on board, and be thus enabled to return at last to Norway safe and sound, with a rich harvest. Therefore, let us drink a bumper to the Fram. Next there followed some musical items, and a performance by Lars the smith, who danced a passul to the great amusement of the company. Lars assured us that if he ever reached home again, and were present at a gathering similar to those held at Christiania and Bergen on our departure, his legs should be taxed to their uttermost. This was followed by a toast to those at home who were waiting for us year after year, not knowing where to picture us in thought, who were vainly yearning for tidings of us, but whose faith in us and our voyage was still firm, to those who consented to our departure, and who may well be said to have made the greatest sacrifice. The festivity continued with music and merriment throughout the evening, and our good humor was certainly not spoilt when our excellent doctor came forward with cigars, a commodity which is getting highly valued up here, as unfortunately it is becoming very scarce. The only cloud in our existence is that Sverdrup has not yet quite recovered from his catarrh. He must keep strict diet, and this does not at all suit him, poor fellow. He is only allowed wheaten bread, milk, raw bear's flesh, and oatmeal porridge, whereas if he had his own way he would eat everything, including cake, preserves, and fruit. But he has returned to duty now, and has already been out for a turn on the ice. It was late at night when I retired to my cabin, but I was not yet in a fit mood to go to sleep. I felt I must go out and saunter in the wonderful moonlight. Around the moon there was, as usual, a large ring, and above it there was an arc which just touched it at the upper edge, but the two ends of which curved downwards instead of upwards. It looked as if it were part of a circle whose center was situated far below the moon. At the lower edge of the ring there was a large mock moon, or rather a large luminous patch, which was most pronounced at the upper part where it touched the ring, and had a yellow upper edge from which it spread downwards in the form of a triangle. It looked as if it might be an arc of a circle on the lower side of and in contact with the ring. Right across the moon there were drifting several luminous cirrus streaks. The whole produced a fantastic effect. Saturday, December 22nd. The same southeasterly wind has turned into a regular storm, howling and rattling cheerily through the rigging, and we are doubtless drifting northwards at a good rate. If I go outside the tent on deck, the wind whistles round my ears and the snow beats into my face, and I am soon covered with it. From the snow hut observatory, or even at a lesser distance, the Fram is invisible, and it is almost impossible to keep one's eyes open owing to the blinding snow. I wonder whether we have not passed 83°. But I am afraid this joy will not be a lasting one. The barometer has fallen alarmingly, and the wind has generally been up to 13 or 14 meters (44 or 50 feet) per second. About half-past 12 last night the vessel suddenly received a strong pressure, rattling everything on board. I could feel the vibration under me for a long time afterwards while lying in my berth. Finally I could hear the roaring and grating caused by the ice pressure. I told the watch to listen carefully and ascertain where the pressure was, and to notice whether the floe on which we were lying was likely to crack, and whether any part of our equipment was in danger. He thought he could hear the noise of ice pressure both forward and aft, but it was not easy to distinguish it from the roar of the tempest in the rigging. To-day, about 12:30 at noon, the Fram received another violent shock, even stronger than that we had experienced during the night. There was another shake a little later. I suppose there has been a pressure aft, but could hear nothing for the storm. It is odd about this pressure. One would think that the wind was the primary cause, but it recurs pretty regularly, notwithstanding the fact that the spring tide has not yet set in. Indeed, when it commenced a few days ago, it was almost a neap tide. In addition to the pressure of yesterday and last night, we had pressure on Thursday morning at half-past 9 and again at half-past 11. It was so strong that Peter, who was at the sounding hole, jumped up repeatedly, thinking that the ice would burst underneath him. It is very singular. We have been quiet for so long now that we feel almost nervous when the Fram receives these shocks. Everything seems to tremble as if in a violent earthquake. Sunday, December 23rd. Wind still unchanged, and blowing equally fresh up to 13 or 14 meters (44 or 47 feet). The snow is drifting and sweeping so that nothing can be distinguished. The darkness is intense. Abaft on the deck there are deep mounds of snow lying round the wheel and the rails, so that when we go up on deck we get a genuine sample of an Arctic winter. The outlook is enough to make you shudder and feel grateful that instead of having to turn out in such weather, you may dive back again into the tent and down the companionway into your warm bunk. But soon, no doubt, Johansen and I will have to face it out, day and night, even in such weather as this, whether we like it or not. This morning Pettersen, who has had charge of the dogs this week, came down to the saloon and asked whether someone would come out with him on the ice with a rifle, as he was sure there was a bear. Peter and I went, but we could not find anything. The dogs left off barking when we arrived on the scene, and commenced to play with each other. But Pettersen was right in saying that it was horrid weather. It was almost enough to take away one's breath to face the wind, and the drifting snow forced its way into the mouth and nostrils. The vessel could not be distinguished beyond a few paces, so that it was not advisable to go any distance away from her, and it was very difficult to walk, for what with snowdrifts and ice mounds, at one moment you stumbled against the frozen edge of a snowdrift, at another you tumbled into a hole. It was pitch dark all round. The barometer had been falling steadily and rapidly, but at last it has commenced to rise slightly. It now registers about 726 millimeters, 28.6 inches. The thermometer, as usual, is describing the inverse curve. In the afternoon it rose steadily until it registered -21.3 centigrade, -6 Fahrenheit. Now it appears to be falling again a little, but the wind still keeps exactly in the same quarter. It has surely shifted us by now a good way to the north, well beyond the 83rd degree. It is quite pleasant to hear the wind whistling and rattling in the rigging overhead. Alas, we know that all terrestrial bliss is short-lived. About midnight the mate, who has the watch, comes down and reports that the ice has cracked just beyond the thermometer house, between it and the sounding hole. This is the same crack that we had in the summer, and it has now burst open again, and probably the whole floe in which we are lying is split from the lane ahead to the lane astern of us. The thermograph and other instruments are being brought on board so that we may run no risk of losing them in the event of pressure of ice. But otherwise there is scarcely anything that could be endangered. The sounding apparatus is at some distance from the open channel on the other side. The only thing left there is the shears with the iron block standing over the hole. Thursday, December 27th. Christmas has come round again, and we are still so far from home. How dismal it all is! Nevertheless, I am not melancholy. I might rather say I am glad. I feel as if awaiting something great which lies hidden in the future. After long hours of uncertainty, I can now discern the end of this dark night. I have no doubt all will turn out successfully, that the voyage is not in vain, and the time not wasted, and that our hopes will be realized. An explorer's lot is perhaps hard, and his life full of disappointments, as they all say, but it is also full of beautiful moments, moments when he beholds the triumphs of human faith and human will, when he catches sight of the haven of success and peace. I am in a singular frame of mind just now, in a state of sheer unrest. I have not felt inclined for writing during the last few days. Thoughts come and go and carry me irresistibly ahead. I can scarcely make myself out, but who can fathom the depths of the human mind? The brain is a puzzling piece of mechanism. We are such stuff as dreams are made of. Is it so? I almost believe it, a microcosm of eternity's infinite stuff that dreams are made of. This is the second Christmas spent far away in the solitude of night, in the realm of death, farther north and deeper into the midst of it than any one has been before. There is something strange in the feeling, and then this, too, is our last Christmas on board the /vam. It makes one almost sad to think of it. The vessel is like a second home, and has become dear to us. Perhaps our comrades may spend another Christmas here, possibly several without us, who will go forth from them in the midst of the solitude. This Christmas passed off quietly and pleasantly, and every one seems to be well content. By no means the least circumstance that added to our enjoyment was that the wind brought us the 83rd degree as a Christmas box. Our luck was this time more lasting than I had anticipated. The wind continued fresh on Monday and Tuesday, but little by little it lulled down and veered round to the north and northeast. Yesterday and today it has been in the northwest. Well, we must put up with it. One cannot help having a little contrary wind at times, and probably it will not last long. Christmas Eve was, of course, celebrated with great feasting. The table presented a truly imposing array of Christmas confectionery: poor man's pastry, staghorn pastry, honey cakes, macaroons, sister cake, and what not, besides sweets and the like. Many may have fared worse. Moreover, Blessing and I had worked during the day in the sweat of our brow, and produced a polar champagne 83rd degree, which made a sensation, and which we two, at least, believed we had every reason to be proud of, being a product derived from the noble grape of the polar regions, that is, the cloudberry, Moulter. The others seemed to enjoy it too, and of course many toasts were drunk in this noble beverage. Quantities of illustrated books were then brought forth. There was music and stories and songs and general merriment. On Christmas Day, of course, we had a special dinner. After dinner, coffee and curaçao made here on board, and Nordahl then came forward with Russian cigarettes. At night a bowl of cloudberry punch was served out, which did not seem by any means unwelcome. Mogstad played the violin, and Pettersen was electrified thereby to such a degree that he sang and danced to us. He really exhibits considerable talent as a comedian, and has a decided bent towards the ballet. It is astonishing what versatility he displays: engineer, blacksmith, tinsmith, cook, master of ceremonies, comedian, dancer, and last of all he has come out in the capacity of a first-class barber and hairdresser. There was a grand ball at night. Mogstad had to play till the perspiration poured from him. Hansen and I had to figure as ladies. Pettersen was indefatigable. He faithfully and solemnly vowed that if he has a pair of boots to his feet when he gets home, he will dance as long as the soles hold together. Day after day, as we progressed with a rattling wind, first from southeast and later on east-southeast and east, we felt more anxious to know how far we had got, but there had always been a snowstorm or a cloudy sky, so that we could not make any observations. We were all confident that we must have got a long way up north, but how far beyond the 83rd degree no one could tell. Suddenly Hansen was called on deck this afternoon by the news that the stars were visible overhead. All were on the tiptoe of expectation. But when he came down he had only observed one star, which, however, was so near the meridian that he could calculate that, at any rate, we were north of 83° 20' north latitude, and this communication was received with shouts of joy. If we were not yet in the most northerly latitude ever reached by man, we were, at all events, not far from it. This was more than we had expected, and we were in high spirits. Yesterday being the second Christmas day, of course, both on this account and because it was Juell's birthday, we had a special dinner, with oxtail soup, pork cutlets, red whortleberry preserve, cauliflowers, fricandeau, potatoes, preserved currants, also pastry, and a wonderful iced almond cake with the words "Gladly Juell, a Merry Christmas" on it, from Hansen, baker, Christiania, and then malt extract. We cannot complain that we are faring badly here. About 4 o'clock this morning the vessel received a violent shock, which made everything tremble, but no noise of ice packing was to be heard. At about 5:30 I heard at intervals the crackling and crunching of the pack ice which was surging in the land ahead. At night similar noises were also heard. Otherwise the ice was quiet, and the crack on the port side has closed up tight again. Friday, December 28th. I went out in the morning to have a look at the crack on the port side, which has now widened out so as to form an open lane. Of course all the dogs followed me, and I had not got far when I saw a dark form disappear. This was Pan, who rolled down the high steep edge of the ice and fell into the water. In vain he struggled to get out again. All round him there was nothing but snow slush, which afforded no foothold. I could scarcely hear a sound of him, only just a faint whining now and then. I leaned down over the edge in order to get near him, but it was too high, and I very nearly went after him head first. All that I could get hold of was loose fragments of ice and lumps of snow. I called for a seal hook, but before it was brought to me, Pan had scrambled out himself, and was leaping to and fro on the floe with all his might to keep himself warm, followed by the other dogs, who loudly barked and gamboled about with him, as though they wished to demonstrate their joy at his rescue. When he fell in, they all rushed forward, looking at me and whining. They evidently felt sorry for him and wished me to help him. They said nothing, but just ran up and down along the edge until he got out. At another moment, perhaps, they may all unite in tearing him to pieces. Such is canine and human nature. Pan was allowed to dry himself in the saloon all the afternoon. A little before 9:30 tonight the vessel received a tremendous shock. I went out, but no noise of ice packing could be heard. However, the wind howled so in the rigging that it was not easy to distinguish any other sound. At 10:30 another shock followed. Later on, from time to time, vibrations were felt in the vessel, and towards 11:30 the shocks became stronger. It was clear that the ice was packing at some place or other about us, and I was just on the point of going out when Mogstad came to announce that there was a very ugly pressure ridge ahead. We went out with lanterns. 56 paces from the bow there extended a perpendicular ridge stretching along the course of the lane, and there was a terrible pressure going on at that moment. It roared and crunched and crackled all along. Then it abated a little and recurred at intervals, as though in a regular rhythm. Finally it passed over into a continuous roar. It seemed to be mostly newly frozen ice from the channels which had formed this ridge, but there were also some ponderous blocks of ice to be seen among it. It pressed slowly but surely forward towards the vessel. The ice had given way before it to a considerable distance, and was still being borne down little by little. The floe around us has cracked so that the block of ice in which the vessel is embedded is smaller than it was. I should not like to have that pressure ridge come in right under the nose of the /vam, as it might soon do some damage. Although there is hardly any prospect of its getting so far, nevertheless I have given orders to the watch to keep a sharp lookout, and if it comes very near, or if the ice should crack under us, he is to call me. Probably the pressure will soon abate, as it has now kept up for several hours. At this moment, 12:45 a.m., there have just been some violent shocks, and above the howling of the wind in the rigging I can hear the roar of the ice pressure as I lie in my berth. End of File 2. File 3 of Farthest North, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sharon Riskadal. Farthest North by Fridtjof Nansen, Volume 2, Chapter 2. The New Year, 1895. Wednesday, January 2nd, 1895. Never before have I had such strange feelings at the commencement of the new year. It cannot fail to bring some momentous events, and will possibly become one of the most remarkable years in my life, whether it leads me to success or to destruction. Years come and go unnoticed in this world of ice, and we have no more knowledge here of what these years have brought to humanity than we know of what the future ones have in store. In this silent nature no events ever happen. All is shrouded in darkness. There is nothing in view save the twinkling stars, immeasurably far away in the freezing night, and the flickering sheen of the aurora borealis. I can just discern close by the vague outline of the /vam, dimly standing out in the desolate gloom, with her rigging showing dark against the host of stars. Like an infinitesimal speck, the vessel seems lost amidst the boundless expanse of this realm of death. Nevertheless, under her deck there is a snug and cherished home for 13 men undaunted by the majesty of this realm. In there life is freely pulsating, while far away outside in the night there is nothing save death and silence, only broken now and then at long intervals by the violent pressure of the ice as it surges along in gigantic masses. It sounds most ominous in the great stillness, and one cannot help an uncanny feeling as if supernatural powers were at hand, the Jotuns and Rimturser, frost giants of the Arctic regions, with whom we may have to engage in deadly combat at any moment, but we are not afraid of them. I often think of Shakespeare's Viola, who sat like Patience on a monument. Could we not pass as representatives of this marble patience, imprisoned here on the ice while the years roll by, awaiting our time? I should like to design such a monument. It should be a lonely man in shaggy wolf-skin clothing, all covered with hoarfrost, sitting on a mound of ice, and gazing out into the darkness across these boundless, ponderous masses of ice, awaiting the return of daylight and spring. The ice pressure was not noticeable after 1 o'clock on Friday night until it suddenly recommenced last night. First I heard a rumbling outside, and some snow fell down from the rigging upon the tent roof as I sat reading. I thought it sounded like packing in the ice, and just then the /vam received a violent shock such as she had not received since last winter. I was rocked backward and forward on the chest on which I was sitting. Finding that the trembling and rumbling continued, I went out. There was a loud roar of ice packing to the west and northwest, which continued uniformly for a couple of hours or so. Is this the New Year's greeting from the ice? We spent New Year's Eve cozily, with a cloudberry punch bowl, pipes, and cigarettes. Needless to say, there was an abundance of cakes and the like, and we spoke of the old and the new year and days to come. Some selections were played on the organ and violin. Thus midnight arrived. Blessing produced from his apparently inexhaustible store a bottle of genuine linje akkeviet (lean eau de vie), and in this Norwegian liquor we drank the old year out and the new year in. Of course there was many a thought that would obtrude itself at the change of the year, being the second which we had seen on board the /vam, and also in all probability the last that we should all spend together. Naturally enough, one thanked one's comrades, individually and collectively, for all kindness and good fellowship. Hardly one of us had thought, perhaps, that the time would pass so well up here. Sverdrup expressed the wish that the journey which Johansen and I were about to make in the coming year might be fortunate and bring success in all respects. And then we drank to the health and well-being in the coming year of those who were to remain behind on board the /vam. It so happened that just now at the turn of the year we stood on the verge of an entirely new world. The wind which whistled up in the rigging overhead was not only wafting us on to unknown regions, but also up into higher latitudes than any human foot had ever trod. We felt that this year, which was just commencing, would bring the culminating point of the expedition, when it would bear its richest fruits. Would that this year might prove a good year for those on board the /vam, that the /vam might go ahead, fulfilling her task as she has hitherto done, and in that case none of us could doubt that those on board would also prove equal to the task entrusted to them. New Year's Day was ushered in with the same wind, the same stars, and the same darkness as before. Even at noon one cannot see the slightest glimmer of twilight in the south. Yesterday I thought I could trace something of the kind. It extended like a faint gleam of light over the sky, but it was yellowish-white and stretched too high up. Hence I am rather inclined to think that it was an aurora borealis. Again today the sky looks lighter near the edge, but this can scarcely be anything except the gleam of the aurora borealis, which extends all round the sky, a little above the fog banks on the horizon, and which is strongest at the edge. Exactly similar lights may be observed at other times in other parts of the horizon. The air was particularly clear yesterday, but the horizon is always somewhat foggy or hazy. During the night we had an uncommonly strong aurora borealis. Wavy streamers were darting in rapid twists over the southern sky, their rays reaching to the zenith, and beyond it there was to be seen for a time a band in the form of a gorgeous corona, casting a reflection like moonshine across the ice. The sky had lit up its torch in honor of the new year, a fairy dance of darting streamers in the depth of night. I cannot help often thinking that this contrast might be taken as typical of the Northmen's character and destiny. In the midst of this gloomy, silent nature, with all its numbing cold, we have all these shooting, glittering, quivering rays of light. Do they not typify our impetuous spring dances, our wild mountain melodies, the auroral gleams in our souls, the rushing, surging spiritual forces behind the mantle of ice? There is a dawning life in the slumbering night, if it could only reach beyond the icy desert, out over the world. Thus 1895 comes in. Turn, fortune, turn thy wheel, and lower the proud, turn thy wild wheel through sunshine, storm, and cloud. Thy wheel and thee we neither love nor hate. Smile and we smile, the lords of many lands. Frown and we frown, the lords of our own hands. For man is man, and master of his fate. Thursday, January 3rd. A day of unrest, a changeful life, notwithstanding all its monotony. But yesterday we were full of plans for the future, and to-day how easily might we have been left on the ice without a roof over our heads. At 4:30 in the morning a fresh rush of ice set in the lane aft, and at 5 it commenced in the lane on our port side. About 8 o'clock I awoke and heard the crunching and crackling of the ice, as if ice pressure were setting in. A slight trembling was felt throughout the Fram, and I heard the roar outside. When I came out I was not a little surprised to find a large pressure ridge all along the channel on the port side, scarcely 30 paces from the Fram. The cracks on this side extended to quite 18 paces from us. All loose articles that were lying on the ice on this side were stowed away on board. The boards and planks which during the summer had supported the meteorological hut and the screen for the same were chopped up, as we could not afford to lose any materials, but the line, which had been left out in the sounding hole with the bag net attached to it, was caught in the pressure. Just after I had come on board again shortly before noon, the ice suddenly began to press on again. I went out to have a look. It was again in the lane on the port side. There was a strong pressure, and the ridge was gradually approaching. A little later on Sverdrup went up on deck, but soon after came below and told us that the ridge was quickly bearing down on us, and a few hands were required to come up and help to load the sledge with the sounding apparatus and bring it round to the starboard side of the Fram, as the ice had cracked close by it. The ridge began to come alarmingly near, and should it be upon us before the Fram had broken loose from the ice, matters might become very unpleasant. The vessel had now a greater list to the port side than ever. During the afternoon various preparations were made to leave the ship if the worst should happen. All the sledges were placed ready on deck, and the kayaks were also made clear. 25 cases of dog biscuits were deposited on the ice on the starboard side, and 19 cases of bread were brought up and placed forward. Also 4 drums, holding altogether 22 gallons of petroleum, were put on deck. 10 smaller-sized tins had previously been filled with 100 liters of snowflake oil, and various vessels containing gasoline were also standing on deck. As we were sitting at supper we again heard the same crunching and crackling noise in the ice as usual, coming nearer and nearer, and finally we heard a crash proceeding from right underneath where we sat. I rushed up. There was a pressure of ice in the lane a little way off, almost on our starboard beam. I went down again and continued my meal. Peter, who had gone out on the ice, soon after came down and said, laughing as usual, that it was no wonder we heard some crackling, for the ice had cracked not a sledge length away from the dog-biscuit cases, and the crack was extending abaft of the Fram. I went out and found the crack was a very considerable one. The dog-biscuit cases were now shifted a little more forward for greater safety. We also found several minor cracks in the ice around the vessel. I then went down and had a pipe and a pleasant chat with Sverdrup in his cabin. After we had been sitting a good while, the ice again began to crack and jam. I did not think that the noise was greater than usual. Nevertheless, I asked those in the saloon who sat playing halma whether there was any one on deck. If not, would one of them be kind enough to go and see where the ice was packing? I heard hurried steps above. Nordahl came down and reported that it was on the port side, and that it would be best for us to be on deck. Peter and I jumped up, and several followed. As I went down the ladder, Peter called out to me from above, "We must get the dogs out. See, there is water on the ice." It was high time that we came. The water was rushing in, and already stood high in the kennel. Peter waded into the water up to his knees and pushed the door open. Most of the dogs rushed out and jumped about, splashing in the water, but some, being frightened, had crept back into the innermost corner and had to be dragged out, although they stood in water reaching high up their legs. Poor brutes, it must have been miserable enough in all conscience to be shut up in such a place while the water was steadily rising about them, yet they are not more noisy than usual. The dogs having been put in safety, I walked round the Fram to see what else had happened. The ice had cracked along her to the fore, near the starboard bow. From this crack the water had poured aft along the port side, which was weighed down by the weight of the ridge steadily pressing on towards us. The crack has just passed under the middle of the portable forge, which was thus endangered, and it was therefore put on a sledge and removed to the great hummock on the starboard quarter. The pemmican, altogether 11 cases, the cases of dog biscuits, and 19 cases of bread were conveyed to the same place. Thus we have now a complete depot lying over there, and, I trust, in entire safety, the ice being so thick that it is not likely to give way. This has brought life into the lads; they have all turned out. We took out 4 more tin cans of petroleum to the hummock, then proceeded to bring up from the hold and place on deck ready for removal 21 cases of bread and a supply of pemmican, chocolate, butter, vril food, soup, etc., calculated to last us 200 days. Also tents, cooking apparatus, and the like were got ready, so that now all is clear up there, and we may sleep securely. But it was past midnight before we had done. I still trust that it is all a false alarm, and that we shall have no occasion for these supplies now at any rate. Nevertheless, it is our duty to keep everything ready in case the unthinkable should happen. Moreover, the watch has been enjoined to mind the dogs on the ice, and to keep a sharp lookout in case the ice should crack underneath our cases, or the ice pressure should recommence. If anything should happen, we are to be called out at once, too early rather than too late. While I sit here and write, I hear the crunching and crackling beginning again outside, so that there must still be a steady pressure on the ice. All are in the best spirit. It almost appears as if they looked upon this as a pleasant break in the monotony of our existence. Well, it is 1:30. I had better turn into my bunk. I am tired, and goodness knows how soon I may be called up. Friday, January 4th. The ice kept quiet during the night, but all day with some intervals it has been crackling and settling, and this evening there have been several fits of pressure from 9 o'clock onward. For a time it came on, sometimes rather lightly at regular intervals, sometimes with a rush and a regular roar. Then it subsided somewhat, and then it roared anew. Meanwhile the pressure ridge towers higher and higher, and bears right down upon us slowly, while the pressure comes on at intervals only, and more quickly when the onset continues for a time. One can actually see it creeping nearer and nearer, and now at 1 o'clock at night it is not many feet, scarcely 5, away from the edge of the snowdrift on the port side near the gangway, and thence to the vessel is scarcely more than 10 feet, so that it will not be long now before it is upon us. Meanwhile the ice continues to split, and the solid mass in which we are embedded grows less and less, both to port and starboard. Several fissures extend right up to the Fram. As the ice sinks down under the weight of the ridge on the port side, and the Fram lists more that way, more water rushes up over the new ice, which has frozen on the water that rose yesterday. This is like dying by inches. Slowly but surely the baleful ridge advances, and it looks as if it meant going right over the rail. But if the Fram will only oblige by getting free of the ice, she will, I feel confident, extricate herself yet, even though matters look rather awkward at present. We shall probably have a hard time of it, however, before she can break loose, if she does not do so at once. I have been out and had a look at the ridge, and seen how surely it is advancing. I have looked at the fissures in the ice, and noted how they are forming and expanding round the vessel. I have listened to the ice crackling and crunching underfoot, and I do not much feel disposed to turn into my berth before I see the Fram quite released. As I sit here now I hear the ice making a fresh assault and roaring and packing outside, and I can tell that the ridge is coming nearer. This is an ice pressure with a vengeance, and it seems as if it would never cease. I do not think there is anything more we can do now. All is in readiness for leaving the vessel, if need be. To-day the clothing, etc., was taken out and placed ready for removal in separate bags for each man. It is very strange. There is certainly a possibility that all our plans may be crossed by unforeseen events, although it is not very probable that this will happen. As yet I feel no anxiety in that direction, only I should like to know whether we are really to take everything on to the ice or not. However, it is past 1 o'clock, and I think the most sensible thing to do would be to turn in and sleep. The watch has orders to call me when the hummock reaches the Fram. It is lucky it is moonlight now, so that we are able to see something of all this abomination. The day before yesterday we saw the moon for the first time just above the horizon. Yesterday it was shining a little, and now we have it both day and night, a most favorable state of things. But it is nearly 2 o'clock, and I must go to sleep now. The pressure of the ice, I can hear, is stronger again. Saturday, January 5th. To-night everybody sleeps fully dressed, and with the most indispensable necessaries either by his side or secured to his body, ready to jump on the ice at the first warning. All other requisites, such as provisions, clothing, sleeping bags, etc., etc., have been brought out on the ice. We have been at work at this all day, and have got everything into perfect order, and are now quite ready to leave if necessary, which, however, I do not believe will be the case, though the ice pressure has been as bad as it could be. I slept soundly, woke up only once, and listened to the crunching and jamming and grinding till I fell asleep again. I was called at 5:30 in the morning by Sverdrup, who told me that the hummock had now reached the Fram, and was bearing down on us violently, reaching as high as the rail. I was not left in doubt very long, as hardly had I opened my eyes when I heard a thundering and crashing outside in the ice, as if doomsday had come. I jumped up. There was nothing left for it but to call all hands, to put all the remaining provisions on the ice, and then put all our furs and other equipment on deck, so that they could be thrown overboard at a moment's notice if necessary. Thus the day passed, but the ice kept quiet. Last of all, the petroleum launch, which was hanging in the davits on the port side, was lowered and was dragged towards the great hummock. At about 8 o'clock in the evening, when we thought the ice pressure had subsided, it started thundering and crashing again worse than ever. I hurried up. Masses of snow and ice rushed on us, high above the rail, amidships, and over the tent. Peter, who also came up, seized a spade and rushed forward outside the awning as far as the forepart of the half-deck, and stood in the midst of the ice, digging away, and I followed to see how matters stood. I saw more than I cared to see. It was hopeless to fight that enemy with a spade. I called out to Peter to come back, and said we had better see to getting everything out on the ice. Hardly had I spoken when it pressed on again with renewed strength, and thundered and crashed, and, as Peter said, and laughed till he shook again, nearly sent both me and the spade to the deuce. I rushed back to the main deck. On the way I met Mogstad, who hurried up, spade in hand, and sent him back. Running forward under the tent towards the ladder, I saw that the tent roof was bent down under the weight of the masses of ice, which were rushing over it and crashing in over the rail and bulwarks to such an extent that I expected every moment to see the ice force its way through and block up the passage. When I got below, I called all hands on deck, but told them when going up not to go out through the door on the port side, but through the chart room and out on the starboard side. In the first place, all the bags were to be brought up from the saloon, and then we were to take those lying on deck. I was afraid that if the door on the port side was not kept closed, the ice might, if it suddenly burst through the bulwarks and tent, rush over the deck and in through the door, fill the passage, and rush down the ladder, and thus imprison us like mice in a trap. True, the passage up from the engine-room had been cleared for this emergency, but this was a very narrow hole to get through with heavy bags, and no one could tell how long this hole would keep open when the ice once attacked us in earnest. I ran up again to set free the dogs, which were shut up in Castle Garden, an enclosure on the deck along the port bulwark. They whined and howled most dolefully under the tent as the snow masses threatened at any moment to crush it and bury them alive. I cut away the fastening with a knife, pulled the door open, and outrushed most of them by the starboard gangway at full speed. Meantime the hands started bringing up the bags. It was quite unnecessary to ask them to hurry up; the ice did that, thundering against the ship's sides in a way that seemed irresistible. It was a fearful hurly-burly in the darkness, for, to cap all, the mate had, in the hurry, let the lanterns go out. I had to go down again to get something on my feet; my Finland shoes were hanging up to dry in the galley. When I got there the ice was at its worst, and the half-deck beams were creaking overhead, so that I really thought they were all coming down. The saloon and the berths were soon cleared of bags, and the deck as well, and we started taking them along the ice. The ice roared and crashed against the ship's side, so that we could hardly hear ourselves speak, but all went quickly and well, and before long everything was in safety. While we were dragging the bags along, the pressure and jamming of the ice had at last stopped, and all was quiet again as before. But what a sight! The /vam's port side was quite buried under the snow. All that could be seen was the top of the tent projecting. Had the petroleum launch been hanging in the davits as it was a few hours previously, it would hardly have escaped destruction. The davits were quite buried in ice and snow. It is curious that both fire and water have been powerless against that boat, and it has now come out unscathed from the ice and lies there, bottom upward on the floe. She has had a stormy existence and continual mishaps. I wonder what is next in store for her. It was, I must admit, a most exciting scene when it was at its worst, and we thought it was imperative to get the bags up from the saloon with all possible speed. Sverdrup now tells me that he was just about to have a bath, and was as naked as when he was born when he heard me call all hands on deck. As this had not happened before, he understood there was something serious the matter, and he jumped into his clothes anyhow. Amundsen apparently also realized that something was amiss. He says he was the first who came up with his bag. He had not understood, or had forgotten in the confusion, the order about going out through the starboard door. He groped his way out on the port side and fell in the dark over the edge of the half-deck. Well, that did not matter, he said; he was quite used to that kind of thing. But having pulled himself together after the fall, and as he was lying there on his back, he dared not move, for it seemed to him as if tent and all were coming down on him, and it thundered and crashed against the gunwale and the hull as if the last hour had come. It finally dawned on him why he ought to have gone out on the starboard and not on the port side. All that could possibly be thought of to be of any use was taken out. The mate was seen dragging along a big bag of clothes with a heavy bundle of cups fastened outside it. Later he was stalking about with all sorts of things, such as mittens, knives, cups, etc., fastened to his clothes and dangling about him so that the rattling noise could be heard afar off. He is himself to the last. In the evening the men all started eating their stock of cakes, sweetmeats, and such like, smoked tobacco, and enjoyed themselves in the most animated fashion. They evidently thought it was uncertain when they should next have such a time on board the /vam, and therefore they thought it was best to avail themselves of the opportunity. We are now living in marching order on an empty ship. By way of precaution, we have now burst open again the passage on the starboard side, which was used as a library and had therefore been closed, and all doors are now kept always open, so that we can be sure of getting out, even if anything should give way. We do not want the ice pressure to close the doors against us by jamming the doorposts together. But she certainly is a strong ship. It is a mighty ridge that we have in our port side, and the masses of ice are tremendous. The ship is listing more than ever, nearly 7°, but since the last pressure she has righted herself a little again, so that she must surely have broken away from the ice and begun to rise, and all danger is doubtless over. So, after all, it has been a case of much ado about nothing. Sunday, January 6th. A quiet day, no jamming since last night. Most of the fellows slept well on into the morning. This afternoon all have been very busy digging the Fram out of the ice again, and we have now got the rail clear right aft to the half-deck. But a tremendous mass had fallen over the tent. It was above the second rat line in the fore shrouds and fully 6 feet over the rail. It is a marvel that the tent stood it, but it was a very good thing that it did so, for otherwise it is hard to say what might have become of many of the dogs. This afternoon Hansen took a meridian observation, which gave 83° 34' north latitude. Hurrah! We are getting on well northward, 13 minutes since Monday, and the most northern latitude is now reached. It goes without saying that the occasion was duly celebrated with a bowl of punch, preserved fruits, cakes, and the doctor's cigars. Last night we were running with the bags for our lives. To-night we are drinking punch and feasting. Such are, indeed, the vicissitudes of fate. All this roaring and crashing for the last few days has been, perhaps, a cannonade to celebrate our reaching such a high latitude. If that be so, it must be admitted that the ice has done full honor to the occasion. Well, never mind, let it crash on so long as we only get northward. The Fram will, no doubt, stand it now. She has lifted fully 1 foot forward and fully 6 inches aft, and she has slipped a little astern. Moreover, we cannot find so much as a single stanchion in the bulwarks that has started, yet to-night every man will sleep fully prepared to make for the ice. Monday, January 7th. There was a little jamming of the ice occasionally during the day, but only of slight duration, then all was quiet again. Evidently the ice has not yet settled, and we have perhaps more to expect from our friend to port, whom I would willingly exchange for a better neighbor. It seems, however, as if the ice pressure had altered its direction since the wind has changed to southeast. It is now confined to the ridges fore and aft athwart the wind, while our friend to port, lying almost in the line of the wind, has kept somewhat quieter. Everything has an end, as the boy said when he was in for a birching. Perhaps the growth of this ridge has come to an end now, perhaps not. The one thing is just as likely as the other. To-day the work of extricating the Fram is proceeding. We will at all events get the rails clear of the ice. It presents a most imposing sight by the light of the moon, and however conscious of one's own strength, one cannot help respecting an antagonist who commands such powers, and who in a few moments is capable of putting mighty machinery into action. It is rather an awkward battering ram to face. The Fram is equal to it, but no other ship could have resisted such an onslaught. In less than an hour this ice will build up a wall alongside us and over us, which it might take us a month to get out of, and possibly longer than that. There is something gigantic about it. It is like a struggle between dwarfs and an ogre, in which the pygmies have to resort to cunning and trickery to get out of the clutches of one who seldom relaxes his grip. The Fram is the ship which the pygmies have built with all their cunning in order to fight the ogre, and on board this ship they work as busily as ants, while the ogre only thinks it worth while to roll over and twist his body about now and then. But every time he turns over it seems as though the nutshell would be smashed and buried and would disappear. But the pygmies have built their nutshell so cleverly that it always keeps afloat and wriggles itself free from the deadly embrace. The old traditions and legends about giants, about Thor's battles in the Jotunheim, when rocks were split and crags were hurled about and the valleys were filled with falling boulders, all come back to me when I look at these mighty ridges of ice winding their way far off in the moonlight. And when I see the men standing on the ice heap cutting and digging to remove a fraction of it, then they seem to me smaller than pygmies, smaller than ants. But although each ant carries only a single fir needle, yet in course of time they build an ant-hill, where they can live comfortably, sheltered from storm and winter. Had this attack on the Fram been planned by the aid of all the wickedness in the world, it could not have been a worse one. The floe, 7 feet thick, has borne down on us on the port side, forcing itself up on the ice in which we are lying and crushing it down. Thus the Fram was forced down with the ice, while the other floe, packed up on the ice beneath, bore down on her and took her amidships while she was still frozen fast. As far as I can judge, she could hardly have had a tighter squeeze. It was no wonder that she groaned under it, but she withstood it, broke loose, and eased. Who shall say after this that a vessel's shape is of little consequence? Had the Fram not been designed as she was, we should not have been sitting here now. Not a drop of water is to be found in her anywhere. Strangely enough, the ice has not given us another such squeeze since then. Perhaps it was its expiring grip we felt on Saturday. It is hard to tell, but it was terrific enough. This morning Sverdrup and I went for a walk on the ice, but when we got a little way from the ship we found no sign of any new packing. The ice was smooth and unbroken as before. The packing has been limited to a certain stretch from east to west, and the Fram has been lying at the very worst point of it. This afternoon Nansen has worked out yesterday's observations, the result being 83° 34.2 north latitude and 102° 51 east longitude. We have therefore drifted north and westward, 15 miles west indeed, and only 13.5 north since New Year's Eve, while the wind has been mostly from the southwest. It seems as if the ice has taken a more decided course towards the northwest than ever, and therefore it is not to be wondered at that there is some pressure when the wind blows athwart the course of the ice. However, I hardly think we need any particular explanation of the pressure, as we have evidently again got into a packing centre with cracks, lanes, and ridges, where the pressure is maintained for some time, such as we were in during the first winter. We have constantly met with several similar stretches on the surrounding ice, even when it has been most quiet. This evening there was a most remarkable brightness right under the moon. It was like an immense luminous haycock, which rose from the horizon and touched the great ring round the moon. At the upper side of this ring there was a segment of the usual inverted arc of light. The next day, January 8th, the ice began grinding occasionally, and while Mogstad and I stood in the hold working on hand sledges, we heard creakings in the ship both above and below us. This was repeated several times, but in the intervals it was quiet. I was often on the ice listening to the grinding and watching how it went on, but it did not go beyond crackling and creaking beneath our feet and in the ridge at our side. Perhaps it is to warn us not to be too confident. I am not so sure that it is not necessary. It is in reality like living on a smoking volcano. The eruption that will seal our fate may occur at any moment. It will either force the ship up or swallow her down, and what are the stakes? Either the Fram will get home and the expedition be fully successful, or we shall lose her and have to be content with what we have done, and possibly on our way home we may explore parts of Franz Josef Land. That is all, but most of us feel that it would be hard to lose the ship, and it would be a very sad sight to see her disappear. Some of the hands under Sverdrup are working, trying to cut away the hummock ice on the port side, and they have already made good headway. Mogstad and I are busy getting the sledges in order and preparing them for use as I want them, whether we go north or south. Liv is 2 years old to-day. She is a big girl now. I wonder if I should be able to recognize her. I suppose I should hardly find a single familiar feature. They are sure to celebrate the day, and she will get all kinds of presents. Many a thought will be sent northward, but they know not where to look for us, are not aware that we are drifting here embedded in the ice in the highest northern latitudes ever reached, in the deepest polar night ever penetrated. During the following days the ice became steadily quieter. In the course of the night of the 9th of January the ice was still slightly cracking and grinding, then it quite subsided, and on the 10th of January the report is, ice perfectly quiet, and if it were not for the ridge on the port side, one would never have thought there had ever been any breach in the eternal stillness, so calm and peaceful is it. Some men went on cutting away the ice, and little by little we could see it was getting less. Mogstad and I were busily engaged in the hold with the new sledges, and during this time I also made an attempt to photograph the Fram by moonlight from different points. The results surpassed my expectations, but as the top of the pressure ridge had now been cut away, these photos do not give an exact impression of the pack ice and of how it came hurtling down upon the Fram. We then put in order our depot on the great hummock on the starboard quarter, and all sleeping bags, Lapland boots, Finn shoes, wolfskin clothing, etc., were wrapped in the foresail and placed to the extreme west. The provisions were collected into 6 different heaps, and the rifles and guns were distributed among 3 of the heaps and wrapped up in boat sails. Next, Hansen's instrument case and my own, together with a bucketful of rifle cartridges, were placed under a boat sail. Then the forge and the smith's tools were arranged separately, and up on the top of the great hummock we laid a heap of sledges and snowshoes. All the kayaks were laid side by side, bottom upward, the cooking apparatus and lamps, etc., being placed under them. They were spread out in this way, so that in the improbable event of the thick floe splitting suddenly our loss would not be so great. We knew where to find everything, and it might blow and drift to its heart's content without our losing anything. On the evening of January 14th I wrote in my diary, "2 sharp reports were heard in the ship, like shots from a cannon, and then followed a noise as of something splitting. Presumably this must be the cracking of the ice on account of the frost. It appeared to me that the list on the ship increased at that moment, but perhaps it was only imagination." As time passed on, we all gradually got busy again, preparing for the sledge expedition. On Tuesday, January 15th, I say, "This evening the doctor gave a lesson to Johansen and myself in bandaging and repairing broken limbs. I lay on the table and had a plaster of Paris bandage put round the calf of my leg, while all the crew were looking on. The very sight of this operation cannot fail to suggest unpleasant thoughts. An accident of this nature out in the polar night, with 40° to 50° of cold, would be anything but pleasant, to say nothing of how easily it might mean death to both of us. But who knows, we might manage somehow. However, such things must not be allowed to happen, and what is more, they shall not." As January went on, we could by noon just see the faint dawn of day, that day at whose sunrise we were to start. On January 18th, I say, by 9 o'clock in the morning I could already distinguish the first indications of dawn, and by noon it seemed to be getting bright. But it seems hardly credible that in a month's time there will be light enough to travel by, yet it must be so. True, February is a month which all experienced people consider far too early and much too cold for travelling. Hardly any one would do so in the month of March. But it cannot be helped. We have no time to waste in waiting for additional comfort if we are to make any progress before the summer, when travelling will be impossible. I am not afraid of the cold. We can always protect ourselves against that. Meantime, all preparations are proceeding, and I am now getting everything in order, connected with copying of diaries, observation books, photographs, etc., that we are to take with us. Mogstad is working in the hold, making maple guard runners to put under the sledges. Jacobsen has commenced to put a new sledge together. Pedersen is in the engine room making nails for the sledge fittings, which Mogstad is to put on. In the meantime some of the others have built a large forge out on the ice with blocks of ice and snow, and tomorrow Sverdrup and I will heat and bend the runners in tar and stearine, at such a heat as we can produce in the forge. We trust we shall be able to get a sufficient temperature to do this important work thoroughly, in spite of the 40° of frost. Amundsen is now repairing the mill, as there is something wrong with it again, the cog wheels being worn. He thinks he will be able to get it all right again. Rather chilly work to be lying up there in the wind on the top of the mill, boring in the hard steel and cast iron by lantern light, and at such a temperature as we are having now. I stood and watched the lantern light up there to-day, and I soon heard the drill working. One could tell the steel was hard. Then I could hear clapping of hands. Ah, thought I, you may well clap your hands together. It is not a particularly warm job to be lying up there in the wind. The worst of it is one cannot wear mittens for such work, but has to use the bare hands if one is to make any progress, and it would not take long to freeze them off, but it has to be done, he says, and he will not give in. He is a splendid fellow in all he undertakes, and I console him by saying that there are not many before him who have worked on the top of a mill in such frost north of 83°. On many expeditions they have avoided out-of-door work when the temperature got so low. Indeed, he says, I thought that other expeditions were in advance of us in that respect. I imagined we had kept indoors too much. I had no hesitation in enlightening him on this point. I know he will do his best in any case. This is indeed a strange time for me. I feel as if I were preparing for a summer trip and the spring were already here. Yet it is still midwinter, and the conditions of the summer trip may be somewhat ambiguous. The ice keeps quiet. The cracking in it and in the Fram is due only to the cold. I have during the last few days again read Payer's account of his sledge expedition northward through Austria Sound. It is not very encouraging. The very land he describes as the realm of death, where he thinks he and his companions would inevitably have perished had they not recovered the vessel, is the place to which we look for salvation. That is, the region we hope to reach when our provisions have come to an end. It may seem reckless, but nevertheless I cannot imagine that it is so. I cannot help believing that a land which even in April teems with bears, auks, and black guillemots, and where seals are basking on the ice, must be a Canaan, flowing with milk and honey, for two men who have good rifles and good eyes. It must surely yield food enough not only for the needs of the moment, but also provisions for the journey onward to Spitzbergen. Sometimes, however, the thought will present itself that it may be very difficult to get the food when it is most sorely needed, but these are only passing moments. We must remember Carlyle's words, "A man shall and must be valiant. He must march forward and quit himself like a man, trusting imperturbably in the appointment and choice of the upper powers." I have not, it is true, any upper powers. It would probably be well to have them in such a case, but we nevertheless are starting, and the time approaches rapidly. 4 weeks or little more soon pass by, and then farewell to this snug nest, which has been our home for 18 months, and we go out into the darkness and cold, out into the still more unknown. Out yonder 'tis dark, but onward we must over the dewy, wet mountains ride through the land of the ice-troll. We shall both be saved, or the ice-troll's hand shall clutch us both. On January 23rd I write, "The dawn has grown so much that there was a visible light from it on the ice, and for the first time this year I saw the crimson glow of the sun low down in the dawn. We now took soundings with the lead before I was to leave the vessel. We found 1,876 fathoms, 3,450 meters. I then made some snowshoes down in the hold. It was important to have them smooth, tough, and light, on which one could make good headway. They shall be well rubbed with tar, stearine, and tallow, and there shall be speed in them. Then it is only a question of using one's legs, and I have no doubt that can be managed. Tuesday, January 29th. Latitude yesterday, 83° 30'. Some days ago we had been so far north as 83° 40', but had again drifted southward. The light keeps on steadily increasing, and by noon it almost seems to be broad daylight. I believe I could read the title of a book out in the open if the print were large and clear. I take a stroll every morning, greeting the dawning day, before I go down into the hold to my work at the snowshoes and equipment. My mind is filled with a peculiar sensation which I cannot clearly define. There is certainly an exulting feeling of triumph deep in the soul, a feeling that all one's dreams are about to be realized with the rising sun, which steers northward across the ice-bound waters. But while I am busy in these familiar surroundings, a wave of sadness sometimes comes over me. It is like bidding farewell to a dear friend and to a home which has long afforded me a sheltering roof. At one blow all this and my dear comrades are to be left behind forever. Never again shall I tread this snow-clad deck, never again creep under this tent, never hear the laughter ring in this familiar saloon, never again sit in this friendly circle. And then I remember that when the Fram at last bursts from her bonds of ice and turns her prow towards Norway, I shall not be with her. A farewell imparts to everything in life its own tinge of sadness, like the crimson rays of the sun when the day, good or bad, sinks in tears below the horizon. Hundreds of times my eye wanders to the map hanging there on the wall, and each time a chill creeps over me. The distance before us seems so long, and the obstacles in our path may be many, but then again the feeling comes that we are bound to pull through. It cannot be otherwise. Everything is too carefully prepared to fail now. And meanwhile the southeast wind is whistling above us, and we are continually drifting northward nearer our goal. When I go up on deck and step out into the night with its glittering starry vault and the flaring aurora borealis, then all these thoughts recede, and I must, as ever, pause on the threshold of this sanctuary, this dark, deep, silent space, this infinite temple of nature in which the soul seeks to find its origin. Toiling ant, what matters it whether you reach your goal with your fir-needle or not? Everything disappears none the less in the ocean of eternity, in the great nirvana. And as time rolls on, our names are forgotten, our deeds pass into oblivion, and our lives flit by like the traces of a cloud, and vanish like the mist dispelled by the warm rays of the sun. Our time is but a fleeting shadow, hurrying us on to the end. So it is ordained, and having reached that end, none ever retraces his steps. Two of us will soon be journeying farther through this immense waste, into greater solitudes and deeper stillness. Wednesday, January 30th. Today the great event has happened, that the windmill is again at work for the first time after its long rest. In spite of the cold and the darkness, Amundsen had got the cog-wheels into order, and now it is running as smoothly and steadily as gutta percha. We have now constant northeast winds, and we again bore northward. On Sunday, February 3rd, we were at 83 degrees 43 minutes. The time for our departure approached, and the preparations were carried on with great activity. The sledges were completed, and I tried them under various conditions. I have alluded to the fact that we made maple guards to put under the fixed nickel-plated runners. The idea of this was to strengthen both the sledges and the runners, so that they would at the beginning of the journey, when the loads were heavy, be less liable to breakage from the jolting to which they would probably be exposed. Later on, when the load got lighter, we might, if we thought fit, easily remove them. These guards were also to serve another purpose. I had an idea that, in view of the low temperature we had during the winter, and on the dry drift snow which then covered the ice floes, metal would glide less easily than smooth wood, especially if the latter were well rubbed with rich tar and stearine. By February 8th one of the sledges with wooden guard runners was finished, so that we could make experiments in this direction, and we then found that it was considerably easier to haul than a similar sledge running on the nickel plate, though the load of each was exactly the same. The difference was so great that we found that it was at least half as hard again to draw a sledge on the nickel runners as on the tarred maple runners. Our new ash sledges were now nearly finished, and weighed 30 pounds without the guard runners. Everybody is hard at work. Sverdrup is sewing bags or bolsters to put on the sledges as beds for the kayaks to rest on. To this end the bags are to be made up to fit the bottoms of the boats. Johansen with one or two other men are stuffing the bags with pemmican, which has to be warmed, beaten, and kneaded in order to give it the right form for making a good bed for our precious boats. When these square, flat bags are carried out into the cold, they freeze as hard as stone and keep their form well. Blessing is sitting up in the workroom copying the photographs of which I have no prints. Hansen is working out a map of our route so far, and copying out his observations for us, etc., etc. In short, there is hardly a man on board who does not feel that the moment for departure approaches. Perhaps the galley is the only place where everything goes on in the usual way under the management of Lars. Our position yesterday was 83 degrees 32.1 minutes north latitude and 102 degrees 28 minutes east longitude, so we are southward again. But never mind, what do a couple of miles more or less matter to us? Sunday, February 10th. Today there was so much daylight that at 1 o'clock I could fairly well read the Verdensgang when I held the paper up towards the light, but when I held it towards the moon, which was low in the north, it was no go. Before dinner I went for a short drive with Gulen and Susina, two of the young dogs, and Kaifas. Gulen had never been in harness before, but yet she went quite well. She was certainly a little awkward at first, but that soon disappeared, and I think she will make a good dog when she is well trained. Susina, who was driven a little last autumn, conducted herself quite like an old sledge-dog. The surface is hard and easy for the dogs to haul on. They get a good foothold, and the snow is not particularly sharp for their feet. However, it is not over-smooth. This drift snow makes heavy going. The ice is smooth and easy to run on, and I trust we shall be able to make good day journeys. After all, we shall reach our destination sooner than we had expected. I cannot deny that it is a long journey, and scarcely any one has ever more effectually burned his boats behind him. If we wish to turn back, we have absolutely nothing to return to, not even a bare coast. It will be impossible to find the ship, and before us lies the great unknown. But there is only one road, and that lies straight ahead, right through, be it land or sea, be it smooth or rough, be it mere ice or ice and water. And I cannot but believe that we must get through, even if we should meet with the worst, that is, land and pack ice. Wednesday, February 13th. The pemmican bolsters and dried liver pie are now ready. The kayaks will get an excellent bedding, and I venture to say that such meat bolsters are an absolute novelty. Under each kayak there are 3 of them. They are made to fit the sledge, and, as already stated, are molded to the shape of the kayak. They weigh 100 to 120 pounds each. The empty sacks weigh 2 or 3 pounds each, so that altogether the meat, pemmican, and liver pie in these 3 bags will weigh about 320 pounds. We each had our light sleeping bags of reindeer skin, and we tried to sleep out in them last night, but both Johansen and I found it rather cold, although it was only 37 degrees Fahrenheit of frost. We were perhaps too lightly clad under the wolfskin clothing. We are making another experiment with a little more on tonight. Saturday, February 16th. The outfitting is still progressing, but there are various small things yet to do which take time, and I do not know whether we shall be ready to start on Wednesday, February 20th, as I originally intended. The day is now so light that, so far as that is concerned, we might quite well start then, but perhaps we had better wait a day or 2 longer. 3 sledge sails for single sledges are now finished. They are made of very light calico, and are about 7 feet 2 inches broad by 4 feet 4 inches long. They are made so that 2 of them may be laced together and used as one sail for a double sledge, and I believe they will act well. They weigh a little over 1 pound each. Moreover, we have now most of the provisions ready stowed away in bags. End of File 3. File 4 of Farthest North, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sharon Riskadal. Farthest North by Fridtjof Nansen, Volume 2. Chapter 3, We Make a Start, Part 1. Tuesday, February 26th. At last the day has arrived, that great day when the journey is to commence. The week has passed in untiring work to get everything ready. We should have started on the 20th, but it has been postponed from day to day. There was always something still to do. My head has been full night and day with all that was to be done and that must not be forgotten. Oh, this unceasing mental strain, which does not allow a minute's respite in which to throw off the responsibility, to give loose rein to the thoughts and let the dreams have full sway. The nerves are in a state of tension from the moment of awakening in the morning till the eyes close late at night. Ah, how well I know this state, which I have experienced each time I have been about to set out and retreat was to be cut off, never, I believe, more effectually than now. The last few nights I did not get to bed before 3:30 or 4:30 in the morning. It is not only what we ought to take with us that has to be taken care of, but we have to leave the vessel. Its command and responsibility have to be placed in other hands, and care must be taken that nothing is forgotten in the way of instructions to the men who remain, as the scientific observations will have to be continued on the same lines as they have been carried on hitherto, and other observations of all kinds will have to be made, etc., etc. The last night we were to spend on board the Fram eventually arrived, and we had a farewell party. In a strange, sad way, reminiscences were revived of all that had befallen us here on board, mingled with hope and trust in what the future would bring. I remained up till far into the night. Letters and remembrances had to be sent to those at home in case the unforeseen should happen. Among the last things I wrote were the following instructions to Sverdrup, in which I handed over to him the command of the expedition. Captain Otto Sverdrup, commander of the Fram. As I am now leaving the Fram, accompanied by Johansen, to undertake a journey northward, if possible to the Pole, and from there to Spitzbergen, most likely via Franz Josef Land, I make over to you the command of the remaining part of the expedition. From the day I leave the Fram, all the authority which hitherto was vested in me shall devolve upon you to an equal extent, and the others will have to render absolute obedience to you or to whomsoever you may depute as their leader. I consider it superfluous to give any orders about what is to be done under various contingencies, even if it were possible to give any. I am certain you will know best yourself what ought to be done in any emergency, and I therefore consider that I may with confidence leave the Fram. The chief aim of the expedition is to push through the unknown Polar Sea, from the region around the New Siberian Islands, north of Franz Josef Land, and onward to the Atlantic Ocean, near Spitzbergen or Greenland. The most essential part of this task, I consider, we have already accomplished. The remainder will be achieved as the expedition gets farther west. In order to make the expedition still more fruitful of results, I am making an attempt to push farther up north with the dogs. Your task will then be to convey home, in the safest manner possible, the human lives now confided to your care, and not to expose them to any unnecessary danger, either out of regard for the ship or cargo or for the scientific outcome of the expedition. No one can tell how long it may take before the Fram drifts out into open water. You have provisions for several years to come. If for any unknown reason it should take too long, or if the crew should begin to suffer in health, or if from other reasons you should think it best to abandon the vessel, it should unquestionably be done. As to the time of the year when this should be done, and the route to be chosen, you yourself will be best able to judge. If it should be necessary, I consider Franz Josef Land and Spitzbergen favorable lands to make for. If search is made for the expedition after the arrival home of Johansen and myself, it will be made there first. Wherever you come to land, you should, as often as you can, erect conspicuous beacons on promontories and projecting headlands, and place within the beacons a short report of what has occurred and whither you are going. In order to distinguish these beacons from others, a small beacon should be erected 4 meters from the larger one in the direction of the magnetic North Pole. The question as to what outfit would be most advantageous in case the Fram should have to be abandoned is one which we have so frequently discussed that I consider it superfluous to dwell on it here. I know that you will take care that the requisite number of kayaks for all the men, sledges, snowshoes, trugger, and other articles of outfit are put in complete order as soon as possible and kept in readiness, so that such a journey home over the ice could be undertaken with the greatest possible ease. Elsewhere I give you directions as to the provisions which I consider most suitable for such a journey and the quantity necessary for each man. I also know that you will hold everything in readiness to abandon the Fram in the shortest possible time in the event of her suffering sudden damage, whether through fire or ice pressure. If the ice permits it, I consider it advisable that a depot with sufficient provisions, etc., should be established at a safe place on the ice, such as we have lately had. All necessaries which cannot be kept on the ice ought to be so placed on board that they are easy to get at under any circumstances. As you are aware, all the provisions now in the depot are concentrated foods for sledging journeys only. But as it may happen that you will have to remain inactive for a time before going farther, it would be highly desirable to save as much tinned meat, fish, and vegetables as possible. Should troublous times come then, I should consider it advisable to have a supply of these articles ready on the ice. Should the Fram, while drifting, be carried far to the north of Spitzbergen and get over into the current under the east coast of Greenland, many possibilities may be imagined which it is not easy to form an opinion on now. But should you be obliged to abandon the Fram and make for the land, it would be best for you to erect beacons there, as stated above, with particulars as to whither you are going, etc., as search might possibly be made there for the expedition. Whether in that case you ought to make for Iceland, which is the nearest land, and where you should be able to get in the early part of summer, if following the edge of the ice, or for the Danish colonies west of Cape Farewell, you will be best able to judge on considering all the circumstances. As regards what you ought to take with you in the event of abandoning the Fram, besides the necessary provisions, I may mention weapons, ammunition, and equipment, all scientific and other journals and observations, all scientific collections that are not too heavy, or, if too heavy, small samples thereof, photographs, preferably the original plates or films, or should these prove too heavy, then prints taken from them. Also the Ottoman aerometer, with which most of the observations on the specific gravity of sea-water are taken, as well as, of course, all journals and memoranda which are of any interest. I leave behind some diaries and letters, which I would request you to take special care of and deliver to Eva, if I should not return home, or if, contrary to all expectation, you should return home before us. Hansen and Blessing will, as you know, attend to the various scientific expeditions and to the collecting of specimens. You yourself will attend to the soundings and see that they are taken as frequently as possible and as the condition of the line permits. I should consider at least once in every 60 miles covered to be extremely desirable. If it can be done oftener, so much the better. Should the depth become less than now and more variable, it goes without saying that soundings should be taken more frequently. As the crew was small before and will now be still further reduced by 2 men, more work will probably fall to each man's lot. But I know that whenever you can, you will spare men to assist in the scientific observations and make them as complete as possible. Please also see that every 10th day, the 1st, 10th, and 20th of every month, the ice is bored through and the thickness measured in the same way as has been done hitherto. Henriksen has for the most part made these borings, and is a trustworthy man for this work. In conclusion, I wish all possible success to you and to those for whom you are now responsible, and may we meet again in Norway, whether it be on board of this vessel or without her. Yours affectionately, Fridtjof Nansen, on board the Fram, February 25th, 1895. Now at last the brain was to get some rest, and the work for the legs and arms to commence. Everything was got ready for the start this morning. 5 of our comrades, Sverdrup, Hansen, Blessing, Henriksen, and Mogstad, were to see us off on our way, bringing a sledge and a tent with them. The 4 sledges were got ready, the dogs harnessed to them, lunch with a bottle of malt extract per man was taken just before starting, and then we bade the last hearty farewell to those left behind. We were off into the drifting snow. I myself took the lead with Kvik as leading dog in the first sledge, and then sledge after sledge followed amid cheers, accompanied by the cracking of whips and the barking of dogs. At the same time a salute was fired from the quarter-deck, shot after shot, into the whirling drift. The sledges moved heavily forward. It was slow travelling uphill, and they came to a dead stop where the ascent was too steep, and we all had to help them along. One man alone could not do it, but over level ground we flew along like a whirlwind, and those on snowshoes found it difficult enough to keep pace with the sledges. I had to strike out as best I could when they came up to me to avoid getting my legs entangled in the line. A man is beckoning with his staff far in the rear. It is Mogstad, who comes tearing along and shouting that 3 fluitstaker crossbars had been torn off a sledge in driving. The sledge with its heavy load had lurched forward over an upright piece of ice, which struck the crossbars, breaking all 3 of them, one after the other. 1 or 2 of the perpendicular supports of the runners were also smashed. There was nothing for it but to return to the ship to get it repaired and have the sledges made stronger. Such a thing ought not to happen again. During the return one of the sledges lurched up against another, and a cane in the bow snapped. The bows would therefore also have to be made stronger. The sledges have again been unloaded and brought on board in order that this may be done, and here we are again to-night. I am glad, however, that this happened when it did. It would have been worse to have had such an experience a few days later. I will now take 6 sledges instead of 4, so that the load on each may be less, and so that it will be easier to lift them over the irregularities of the ground. I shall also have a broad board fitted lengthwise to the sledge underneath the crossbars, so as to protect them against projecting pieces of ice. As a great deal of time is saved in the end by doing such things thoroughly before starting, we shall not be ready to start before the day after tomorrow. It seemed strange to be on board again after having said good-bye, as I thought, forever to these surroundings. When I came up on the afterdeck I found the guns lying there in the snow, one of them turned over on its back, the other had recoiled a long way aft when saluting us. From the mizzen top the red and black flag was still waving. I am in wonderfully high spirits and feel confident of success. The sledges seemed to glide so easily, although carrying 200 pounds more than was originally intended, about 2,200 pounds altogether, and everything looks very promising. We shall have to wait a couple of days, but as we are having a southeasterly wind all day long, we are no doubt getting on towards the north all the same. Yesterday we were 83 degrees 47 minutes. To-day I suppose we are at least 83 degrees 50 minutes. At last on Thursday, February 28th, we started again with our 6 sledges. Sverdrup, Hansen, Blessing, Henriksen, and Mogstad saw us off. When we started, most of the others also accompanied us some distance. We soon found that the dogs did not draw as well as I had expected, and I came to the conclusion that with this load we should get on too slowly. We had not proceeded far from the ship before I decided to leave behind some of the sacks with provisions for the dogs, and these were later on taken back on board by the others. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when we stopped, our odometer showed that we had gone about 4 miles from the Fram. We had a pleasant evening in the tent, together with our friends who were going back the next day. To my surprise, a punch bowl was prepared, and toasts were proposed for those who were starting and those who remained behind. It was not until 11 o'clock that we crept into our sleeping bags. There were illuminations in our honor that night on board the Fram. The electric arc lamp was hoisted on the maintop, and the electric light for the first time shone forth over the ice masses of the Polar Sea. Torches had also been lit, and bonfires of oakum ends and other combustibles were burning on several floes around the Fram and making a brilliant show. Sverdrup had, by the way, given orders that the electric light or a lantern should be hoisted on the maintop every night until he and the others had returned, for fear they might lose their way if the tracks should be obliterated by bad weather. It would then be very difficult to find the ship, but such a light can be seen a long distance over these plains, where by merely standing on a hummock one can easily get a view for many miles round. I was afraid that the dogs, if they got loose, would go back to the Fram, and I therefore got 2 steel lines made, to which short leashes were fastened a little distance apart, so that the dogs could be secured to these lines between 2 sticks or sledges. In spite of this, several of the dogs got loose, but, strange to say, they did not leave us, but remained with their comrades and us. There was, of course, a doleful howling round the tents the first night, and they disturbed our sleep to some extent. The next morning, Friday, March 1st, it took one of our comrades 3 hours to make the coffee, being unaccustomed to the apparatus. We then had a very nice breakfast together. Not before 11:30 a.m. did we get under way. Our 5 comrades accompanied us for an hour or two, and then turned to get back to the Fram the same evening. It was certainly a most cheerful good-bye, says the diary, but it is always hard to part, even at 84°, and maybe there was a tearful eye or two. The last thing Sverdrup asked me when sitting on his sledge, just as we were about to part, was if I thought I should go to the South Pole when I got home, for if so, he hoped I would wait till he arrived, and then he asked me to give his love to his wife and child. And so we proceeded, Johansen and I, but it was slow work for us alone with 6 sledges, which were impeded on their way by all sorts of obstacles and inequalities. Besides this, the ice became rougher, so that it was difficult to get on during the afternoon on account of the darkness, the days being still very short, and the sun was not yet above the horizon. We therefore camped rather early. Wednesday, March 6th. We are again on board the Fram to make a fresh start for the 3rd time, and then I suppose it will be in earnest. On Saturday, March 2nd, we proceeded with the 6 sledges after I had been a trip to the northward and found it passable. Progress was slow, and we had to do nearly 6 turns each, as the sledges stopped everywhere and had to be helped along. I saw now too clearly that we should never get on in this manner. A change would have to be made, and I decided to camp in order to have a look at the ice northward and consider the matter. Having tied up the dogs, I set out, while Johansen was to feed the dogs and put up the tent. They were fed once in every 24 hours at night, when the day's march was done. I had not gone far when I came upon excellent, spacious plains. Good progress could be made, and so far everything was all right, but the load had to be diminished and the number of sledges reduced. Undoubtedly, therefore, it would be best to return to the Fram to make the necessary alterations on board, and get the sledges we were to take with us further strengthened so as to have perfect confidence in their durability. We might, of course, have dragged along somehow towards the north for a while, and the load would gradually have decreased, but it would have been slow work, and before the load would be sufficiently lightened the dogs would perhaps be worn out. It was cold for them at night. We heard many of them howling most of the night. If, however, we diminished the load, and consequently allowed a shorter time for the journey, it would be preferable to wait and not start till a little later in the month, when we could make more out of the time, as the days would be lighter and not so cold, and the snow surface better. Having spent another night in the tent, into which it was a hard job to get, dressed in a fur that was stiff with frost, and then into a bag that was also hard frozen, I decided next morning, Sunday, March 3rd, to return to the Fram. I harnessed a double team of dogs to one of the sledges, and off they went over pressure ridges and all other obstacles so rapidly that I could hardly keep up with them. In a few hours I covered the same distance which had taken us 3 days when we started out. The advantage of a lighter load was only too apparent. As I approached the Fram I saw to my surprise the upper edge of the sun above the ice in the south. It was the first time this year, but I had not expected it as yet. It was the refraction caused by the low temperature which made it visible so soon. The first news I heard from those who came to meet me was that Nansen had the previous afternoon taken an observation which gave 84° 4' north latitude. It was undoubtedly very pleasant once more to stretch my limbs on the sofa in the Fram's saloon, to quench my thirst in delicious lime juice with sugar, and again to dine in a civilized manner. In the afternoon Hansen and Nordahl went back to Johansen with my team of dogs to keep him company overnight. When I left him it was understood that he was to start on the return journey as best he could until I came with others to help him. The dogs lost no time, and the 2 men reached Johansen's tent in an hour and 20 minutes. At night both they and we had rejoicings in honor of the sun and the 84th degree. The next morning 3 of us went off and fetched the sledges back. Now when we made for the ship the dogs dragged much better, and in a short time we should have been on board had it not been for a long lane in the ice which we could see no end to, and which stopped us. Finally we left the sledges, and together with the dogs managed to cross over on some loose pieces of ice and got on board. Yesterday we twice tried to fetch the sledges, but there had evidently been some movement in the lane, and the new ice was still so thin that we dared not trust it. We have, however, to-day got them on board, and we will now for the last time, it is to be hoped, prepare ourselves for the journey. I will now plan out the journey so as to take the shortest possible time, using light sledges and tearing along as fast as legs and snowshoes will carry us. We shall be none the worse for this delay, provided we do not meet too much pack ice or too many openings in the ice. I have weighed all the dogs and have come to the conclusion that we can feed them on each other and keep going for about 50 days. Having, in addition to this, dog provisions for about 30 days, we ought to be able to travel with dogs for 80 days, and in that time it seems to me we should have arrived somewhere. And besides, we have provisions for ourselves for 100 days. This will be about 440 pounds on each sledge if we take 3, and with 9 dogs per sledge we ought to manage it. So here we were again, busy with preparations and improvements. In the meantime the ice moved a little, broke up, and lanes were formed in various directions. On March 8th, I say, "The crack in the large floe to starboard, formed while we were away, opened yesterday into a broad lane, which we can see stretching with newly frozen ice towards the horizon, both north and south. It is odd how that petroleum launch is always in hot water wherever it is. This crack formed underneath it, so it was hanging with the stern over the water when they found it in the morning. We have now decided to cut it up and use the elm boards for the sledge runners. That will be the end of it." Wednesday, March 13th, 84° north latitude, 101° 55' east longitude. The days have passed working again at the equipment. Everything is now in order. 3 sledges are standing ready out on the ice, properly strengthened in every way, with iron fastenings between uprights and crossbars. These last mentioned are securely strengthened with extra top pieces of ash and protected underneath by boards. This afternoon we tried the dogs with sledges loaded, and they went as easily as could be, and tomorrow we start again for the last time, full of courage and confidence, and with the sun up, in the assurance that we are going towards ever brighter days. To-night there has been a great farewell feast with many hearty speeches, and tomorrow we depart as early as possible, provided our dissipation has not delayed us. I have to-night added the following postscript to Sverdrup's instructions. P.S. In the foregoing instructions, which I wrote rather hurriedly on the night of February 25th, I omitted to mention things that should have been alluded to. I will restrict myself here to stating further that should you sight unknown land, everything ought of course to be done in order to ascertain and examine it as far as circumstances will permit. Should the Fram drift so near that you think it can be reached without great risk, everything that can be done to explore the land would be of the greatest interest. Every stone, every blade of grass, lichen, or moss, every animal from the largest to the smallest, would be of great importance. Photographs and an exact description should not be neglected. At the same time, it should be traversed to the greatest possible extent, in order to ascertain its coastline, size, etc. All such things should, however, only be done, provided they can be accomplished without danger. If the Fram is adrift in the ice, it is clear that only short excursions should be made from her, as the members of such expeditions might encounter great difficulties in reaching the vessel again. Should the Fram remain stationary for any time, such expeditions should still be undertaken only with great discretion, and not be extended over any great length of time, as no one can foresee when she may commence to drift again, and it would be very undesirable for all concerned if the crew of the Fram were to be still further reduced. We have so often spoken together about the scientific researches that I do not consider it necessary to give any further suggestions here. I am certain that you will do everything in your power to make them as perfect as possible, so that the expedition may return with as good results as the circumstances will permit. And now once again my wishes for all possible success, and may we meet again before long. Your affectionate Fridtjof Nansen, the Fram, March 13, 1895. End of File 4. File 5 of Farthest North, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sharon Riskadal. Farthest North by Fridtjof Nansen, Volume 2. We make a start. Part 2. Before leaving the Fram for good, I ought, perhaps, to give a short account of the equipment we finally decided on as the most likely to suit our purposes. I have already mentioned the 2 kayaks that had been made during the course of the winter, and that we required to have with us in order to cross possible channels and pools, and also for use when we should come to open sea. Instead of these kayaks, I had at first thought of taking ready-made canvas boat covers, and of using the sledges as frames to stretch them over. By this means a craft perfectly capable of carrying us over lanes and short bits of open sea could have been rigged up in a very short space of time. I subsequently gave up this idea, however, and decided on the kayak, a craft with which I was familiar, and which I knew would render valuable assistance in several respects. Even if we had been able to contrive a cover for the sledges in such a manner that a boat could have been got ready in a short space of time, it would not have been such quick work as simply launching a ready-made kayak. Added to this, the craft would necessarily have been heavy to row, and when it was a question of long distances in open water, such as along the coasts of Franz Josef Land or across thence to Spitzbergen, much time would have been lost. One consideration indeed, and that of some moment, was the saving in weight if the sledges were made use of, but even this was not of so much importance as it seemed, as the covers of both kinds of craft would have weighed about the same, and what would have been saved in the weight of the frames was not much, if one remembers that a whole kayak frame only weighs about 16 pounds. Then, too, if kayaks were used, some weight would be saved by being able to carry our provisions and other impedimenta in bags of thin material, which could be stowed away in the kayaks, and the latter lashed to the sledges. Our provisions would thus be protected against all risk of attack by dogs, or of being cut by sharp pieces of ice. The other alternative, the canvas cover, which would have required fitting on and folding up again after being in the water, would necessarily, in the low temperatures we had to expect, have become spoiled and leaky. Last but not least, the kayak, with its tightly covered deck, is a most efficient sea-boat, in which one can get along in any kind of weather, and is also an admirable craft for shooting and fishing purposes. The boat which one could have contrived by the other expedient could with difficulty have been made anyway satisfactory in this respect. I have also mentioned the sledges which I had made for this expedition. They were of the same pattern as those built for the Greenland one, somewhat resembling in shape the Norwegian skikjelke, which is a low hand sledge on broad runners, similar to our ordinary ski. But instead of the broad flat runners we used in Greenland, I had the runners made in this case about the same in width, 3 1/6 inches, but somewhat convex underneath, like those to be found on the skikjelke of Osterdalen and elsewhere. These convex runners proved to move very easily on the kind of country which we had to travel over, and they enabled the long sledges to be turned with ease, which was particularly convenient in the drift ice, where the many irregularities often necessitated a very zigzag route. The runners were covered with a thin plate of German silver, which, as it always keeps bright and smooth and does not rust, answered its purpose well. As I mentioned before, there were thin, loose, well-tarred guard runners of a kind of maple (Acer platanidas) underneath the German silver ones. The sledges were also prepared in various other ways, which have been treated of before for the heavy loads they were to carry at the beginning. The result of this was that they were somewhat heavier than I had intended at first, but in return I had the satisfaction of their being fit for use during the whole journey, and not once were we stopped or delayed by their breaking down. This has hardly been the case with former sledge journeys. I have referred several times to our clothes and our trial trips in them. Although we had come to the conclusion that our wolfskin garments were too warm for travelling in, we took them with us all the same on our first trip, and wore them too to a certain extent, but we soon discovered that they were always too warm and caused undue perspiration. By absorbing all the moisture of the body, they became so heavy that they made an appreciable difference in the weight of our loads, and on our return from our 3 days' absence from the vessel were so wet that they had to be hung for a long time over the saloon stove to dry. To this was added the experience that when we took them off in the cold, after having worn them for a time, they froze so stiff that it was difficult to get them on again. The result of all this was that I was not very favorably disposed towards them, and eventually made up my mind to keep to my woolen clothes, which I thought would give free outlet to the perspiration. Johansen followed my example. Our clothes then came to consist of about the following: on the upper part of the body, 2 woolen shirts, Jaegers. Outside these I had a camel's hair coat, and last of all a thick rough jersey. Instead of the jersey, Johansen wore what is called on board ship an anorak, of thick homespun, provided with a hood, which he could pull forward in front of his face, and made after an Eskimo pattern. On our legs we had, next to our skin, woolen drawers, and over these knickerbockers and loose gaiters of close Norwegian homespun. To protect us from wind and fine-driven snow, which, being of the nature of dust, forces itself into every pore of a woolen fabric, we wore a suit which has been mentioned before, made of a thin, close kind of cotton canvas, and consisting of an upper garment to pull over the head, provided with a hood in Eskimo fashion, and a lower one in the shape of a pair of wide overalls. An important item in any outfit is the footgear. Instead of wearing long stockings, I preferred to use loose stocking legs and socks, as these are easy to dry on one's chest when asleep at night. On a journey of this kind, where one is continually travelling over snow and in a low temperature, whether it be on ski or not, my experience is that Finn shoes are without doubt the most satisfactory covering for the feet in every way. But they must be made of the skin of the hind legs of the reindeer buck. They are warm and strong, they are always flexible, and are easy to put on and take off. They require careful management, however, if they are not to be spoiled at the outset, and one must try as well as one can to dry them when asleep at night. If it be sunny and good drying weather outside, The best plan is to hang them on a couple of ski staffs, or something of the kind, in the wind outside the tent, preferably turned inside out, so that the skin itself can dry quickly. If one does not take this precaution, the hair will soon begin to fall out. In severe cold, such as we had on the first part of our journey, it was impossible to dry them in this way, and our only resource was then to dry them on the feet at night, after having carefully brushed and scraped them free from snow and moisture. Then the next process is to turn them inside out, fill them with sennegrass or sedge if one have it, thrust one's feet in, and creep into the sleeping bag with them on. For milder weather later on we had provided ourselves with leather boots of the komager type, such as the Lapps use in summer. In this case they were made of under-tanned oxhide, with soles of the skin of the blue seal (Phoca barbara). Well rubbed in with a composition of tar and tallow, they make a wonderfully strong and watertight boot, especially for use in wet weather. Inside the Finn shoe we used at the beginning of our journey this sennegrass, Carex isacaria, of which we had taken a supply. This is most effective in keeping the feet dry and warm, and if used Lapp-wise, that is, with bare feet, it draws all moisture to itself. At night the wet sennegrass must be removed from the boots, well pulled out with the fingers, so that it does not cling together, and then dried during the night by being worn inside the coat or trousers leg. In the morning it will be about dry, and can be pressed into the boots again. Little by little, however, it becomes used up, and if it is to last out a long journey, a good supply must be taken. We also had with us socks made of sheep's wool and human hair, which were both warm and durable. Then, too, we took squares of vodmel, or Norwegian homespun, such as are used in our army, which we wore inside our komager, particularly myself, on the latter part of the journey when the snow was wet. They are comfortable to wear and easy to dry, as one can spread them out under one's coat or trousers at night. On our hands we wore large gloves of wolfskin, in addition to ordinary woolen mittens underneath, neither of them having separate divisions for the fingers. Exactly the same drying process had to be gone through with the gloves as with the footgear. Altogether the warmth of one's unfortunate body, which is the only source of heat one has for this sort of work, is chiefly expended in the effort to dry one's various garments, and we spent our nights in wet compresses in order that the morrow might pass in a little more comfort. On our heads we wore felt hats, which shaded the eyes from the dazzling light and were less pervious to the wind than an ordinary woolen cap. Outside the hat we generally had one or two hoods of cloth. By this means we could regulate the warmth of our heads to a certain extent, and this is no unimportant thing. It had been my original intention to use light one-man sleeping bags made of the skin of the reindeer calf. As these, however, proved to be insufficiently warm, I had to resort to the same principle we went on in Greenland, that is, a double bag of adult reindeer skin. A considerable increase of warmth is thus attained by the fact that the occupants warm each other. Furthermore, a bag for 2 men is not a little lighter than 2 single bags. An objection has been raised to joint bags on the score that one's night's rest is apt to be disturbed, but this I have not found to be the case. Something which in my opinion ought not to be omitted from a sledge journey is a tent. Even if thin and frail, it affords the members of an expedition so much protection and comfort that the inconsiderable increase in weight to the equipment is more than compensated for. The tents that I had had made for the expedition were of strong, undressed silk and very light. They were square at the base and pointed at the top, and were pitched by means only of a tent pole in the middle, on the same principle as the 4-man tents used in our army. Most of them had canvas floors attached. On our first start we took with us a tent of this kind, intended to hold 4 men and weighing a little over 7 pounds. The floor is a certain advantage, as it makes the whole tent compact, and is quick to put up, besides being more impervious to wind. The whole tent is sewed in one piece, walls and floor together, and the only opening a little split through which to crawl. One drawback, however, to it is that it is almost impossible not to carry in with one a certain amount of snow on the feet. This melts during the night from the heat of one's body lying on it, and the floor absorbs the moisture, thereby causing the tent to be always a good deal heavier than the figures given here. I accordingly relinquished all idea of a tent of this kind, and took with me one of about the same dimensions, but without a floor, and of the same silk material as the other. It took a little longer to put up, but the difference was not great. The walls were kept down by pegs, and when all was finished we would bank it carefully round with snow to exclude wind and draughts. Then came the actual pitching of the tent, which was accomplished by crawling in through the entrance and poking it up with a ski staff, which also served as a tent pole. It weighed a fraction over 3 pounds, including 16 pegs, lasted the whole journey through, that is to say, until the autumn, and was always a cherished place of refuge. The cooking apparatus we took with us had the advantage of utilizing to the utmost the fuel consumed. With it we were able in a very short space of time to cook food and simultaneously melt an abundance of drinking water, so that both in the morning and in the evening we were able to drink as much as we wished, and even a surplus remained. The apparatus consisted of 2 boilers and a vessel for melting snow or ice in, and was constructed in the following manner. Inside a ring-shaped vessel was placed the boiler, while underneath this again was the lamp. The entire combustion output was thus forced to mount into the space between the boiler and the ring-shaped vessel. Over this was a tight-fitting lid with a hole in the middle, through which the hot air was obliged to pass before it could penetrate farther and reach the bottom of a flat snow-melter which was placed above it. Then, after having delivered some part of its heat, the air was forced down again on the outside of the ring-shaped vessel by the help of a mantle or cap which surrounded the hole. Here it parted with its last remaining warmth to the outer side of the ring vessel, and finally escaped, almost entirely cooled, from the lower edge of the mantle. For the heating was used a Swedish gas petroleum lamp known as the Primus, in which the heat turns the petroleum into gas before it is consumed. By this means it renders the combustion unusually complete. Numerous experiments made by Professor Torup at his laboratory proved that the cooker in ordinary circumstances yielded 90 to 93% of the heat which the petroleum consumed should by combustion theoretically evolve. A more satisfactory result, I think, it would be difficult to obtain. The vessels in this cooker were made of German silver, while the lid, outside cap, etc., were of aluminum. Together with 2 tin mugs, 2 tin spoons, and a tin ladle, it weighed exactly 8 pounds 13 ounces, while the lamp, the Primus, weighed 4½ ounces. As fuel, my choice this time fell on petroleum (snowflake). Alcohol, which has generally been used before on Arctic expeditions, has several advantages, and in particular is easy to burn. One decided drawback to it, however, is the fact that it does not by any means generate so much heat in comparison with its weight as petroleum when the latter is entirely consumed, as was the case with the lamp used by us. As I was afraid that petroleum might freeze, I had a notion of employing gas oil, but gave up the idea, as it escapes so easily that it is difficult to preserve, and is, moreover, very explosive. We had no difficulties with our snowflake petroleum on account of the cold. We took with us rather more than 4 gallons, and this quantity lasted us 120 days, enabling us to cook 2 hot meals a day and melt an abundance of water. Of snowshoes we took several pairs, as we had to be prepared for breakages in the uneven drift ice. Besides this, they would probably get considerably worn in the summer time, when the snow became wet and granular. Those we took with us were particularly tough and slid readily. They were for the most part of the same kind of maple as the sledges, and of birch and hickory. They had all been well rubbed in with a concoction of tar, stearine, and tallow. As we calculated to subsist in a measure on what we could shoot ourselves, it was necessary for us to have firearms. The most important gun for this kind of work is naturally the rifle, but as in all likelihood we should have to go across large expanses of snow, where probably there would be little big game, and whereas, on the other hand, birds might very likely come flying over our heads, I thought shotguns would be the most serviceable to us. Therefore we decided on the same equipment in this respect as we had in Greenland. We took with us two double-barreled guns, Buch's flints, each of them having a shot barrel of 20 bore and a barrel for ball (express) of about .360 caliber. Our supply of ammunition consisted of about 180 rifle cartridges and 150 shot cartridges. Our instruments for determining our position and for working sights were a small light theodolite, specially constructed for the purpose, which with its case (this I had also had made to act as a stand) only weighed a little over 2 pounds. We had furthermore a pocket sextant and an artificial glass horizon, a light azimuth compass of aluminum, and a couple of other compasses. For the meteorological observations we had a couple of aneroid barometers, 2 minimum spirit thermometers, and 3 quicksilver sling thermometers. In addition to these we had a good aluminum telescope and also a photographic camera. The most difficult, but also perhaps the most important, point in the equipment of a sledge expedition is thoroughly good and adequate victualling. I have already mentioned in the introduction to this book that the first and foremost object is to protect oneself against scurvy and other maladies by the choice of foods, which through careful preparation and sterilization are assured against decomposition. On a sledge expedition of this kind, where so much attention must be paid to the weight of the equipment, it is hardly possible to take any kinds of provisions except those of which the weight has been reduced as much as possible by careful and complete drying. As, however, meat and fish are not so easily digested when dried, it is no unimportant thing to have them in a pulverized form. The dried food is in this manner so finely distributed that it can with equal facility be digested and received into the organism. This preparation of meat and fish was, therefore, the only kind we took with us. The meat was muscular beef, taken from the ox, and freed from all fat, gristle, etc. It was then dried as quickly as possible in a completely fresh condition, and thereupon ground and mixed with the same proportion of beef suet as is used in the ordinary preparation of pemmican. This form of food, which has been used for a considerable time on sledge expeditions, has gained for itself much esteem, and rightly. If well prepared, as ours was, it is undeniably a nourishing and easily digested food. One ought not, however, to trust to its always being harmless, as if carelessly prepared, that is, slowly or imperfectly dried, it may also be very injurious to the health. Another item of our provisions by which we set great store was Vage's fish flour. It is well prepared and has admirable keeping qualities. If boiled in water and mixed with flour and butter or dried potatoes, it furnishes a very appetizing dish. Another point which should be attended to is that the food be of such a kind that it can be eaten without cooking. Fuel is part of an equipment, no doubt, but if for some reason or other this be lost or used up, one would be in a bad case indeed, had one not provided against such a contingency by taking food which could be eaten in spite of that. In order to save fuel, too, it is important that the food should not require cooking, but merely warming. The flour that we took with us had therefore been steamed, and could, if necessary, have been eaten as it was, without further preparation. Merely brought to a boil, it made a good hot dish. We also took dried boiled potatoes, pea soup, chocolate, vril food, etc. Our bread was partly carefully dried wheaten biscuits, and partly aleuronate bread, which I had caused to be made of wheat flour mixed with about 30% of aleuronate flour, vegetable albumin. We also took with us a considerable quantity of butter, 86 pounds, which had been well worked on board in order to get out all superfluous water. By this means not only was considerable weight saved, but the butter did not become so hard in the cold. On the whole, it must be said that our menus included considerable variety, and we were never subjected to that sameness of food which former sledge expeditions have complained so much of. Finally, we always had ravenous appetites, and always thought our meals as delicious as they could be. Our medicine chest consisted on this occasion of a little bag, containing, naturally, only the most absolutely necessary drugs, etc., some splints and some ligatures and plaster of Paris bandages for possible broken legs and arms, aperient pills and laudanum for derangements of the stomach, which were never required, chloroform in case of an amputation, for example, from frostbite, a couple of small glasses of cocaine in solution for snow blindness, also unused, drops for toothache, carbolic acid, iodoform gauze, a couple of curved needles, and some silk for sewing up wounds, a scalpel, 2 artery tweezers, also for amputations, and a few other sundries. Happily, our medicines were hardly ever required, except that the ligatures and bandages came in very handily the following winter as wicks for our train oil lamps. Still better for this purpose, however, is Nicolaysen's plaster, of which we had taken a supply for possible broken collarbones. The layer of wax we scraped carefully off, and found it most satisfactory for caulking our leaky kayaks. List of the equipment: sledge number 1 with Nansen's kayak. Kayak, 41 pounds 2 ounces, 18.7 kilos. Pump for pumping kayaks in case of leakage, 1 pound 2 ounces, 0.5 kilos. Sail, 1 pound 9 ounces, 0.7 kilos. Axe and geological hammer, 1 pound 5 ounces, 0.6 kilos. Gun and case, 7 pounds 4 ounces, 3.3 kilos. 2 small wooden rods belonging to cooker, 0 pounds 14 ounces, 0.4 kilos. Theodolite and case, 4 pounds 13 ounces, 2.2 kilos. 3 reserve cross pieces for sledges, 2 pounds 0 ounces, 0.9 kilos. Some pieces of wood, 0 pounds 11 ounces, 0.3 kilos. Harpoon line, 0 pounds 8.4 ounces, 0.24 kilos. Fur gaiters, 1 pound 3 ounces, 0.55 kilos. 5 balls of cord, 2 pounds 9 ounces, 1.17 kilos. Cooker with 2 mugs, ladle, and 2 spoons, 8 pounds 13 ounces, 4 kilos. Petroleum lamp, Primus, 0 pounds 4.5 ounces, 0.1 kilos. Pocket flask, 0 pounds 6 ounces, 0.17 kilos. Bag with sundry articles of clothing, 8 pounds 13 ounces, 4 kilos. Blanket, 4 pounds 6 ounces, 2 kilos. Jersey, 2 pounds 8 ounces, 1.15 kilos. Fin shoes filled with grass, 3 pounds 1 ounce, 1.4 kilos. Cap for fitting over opening in kayak, 0 pounds 7 ounces, 0.2 kilos. 1 pair komager, 2 pounds 1 ounce, 0.95 kilos. 2 pair kayak gloves and 1 harpoon and line, 1 pound 5 ounces, 0.6 kilos. 1 waterproof sealskin kayak overcoat, 3 pounds 1 ounce, 1.4 kilos. Tool bag, 2 pounds 10 ounces, 1.2 kilos. Bag of sewing materials, including sailmaker's palm, sail needles, and other sundries, 2 pounds 10 ounces, 1.2 kilos. 3 Norwegian flags, 0 pounds 4 ounces, 0.1 kilos. Medicines, etc., 4 pounds 15 ounces, 2.25 kilos. Photographic camera, 4 pounds 10 ounces, 2.1 kilos. 1 cassette and 1 tin box of films, 3 pounds 14 ounces, 1.75 kilos. 1 wooden cup, 0 pounds 3 ounces, 0.08 kilos. 1 rope for lashing kayak to sledge, 2 pounds 0 ounces, 0.9 kilos. Pieces of reindeer skin to prevent kayaks from chafing, 3 pounds 15 ounces, 1.8 kilos. Wooden shovel, 2 pounds 3 ounces, 1 kilo. Ski staff with disc at bottom, 1 pound 9 ounces, 0.7 kilos. 1 bamboo staff, 1 pound, 0 ounces, 0.45 kilos. 2 oak staves, 2 pounds, 10 ounces, 1.2 kilos. 7 reserve dog harnesses and 2 reserve hauling ropes, 2 pounds, 10 ounces, 1.2 kilos. 1 coil of rope, 0 pounds, 6 ounces, 0.18 kilos. 4 bamboo poles for masts and for steering sledges, 8 pounds, 13 ounces, 4 kilos. 1 bag of bread, 5 pounds, 15 ounces, 2.7 kilos. 1 bag of whey powder, 3 pounds, 5 ounces, 1.5 kilos. 1 bag of sugar, 2 pounds, 3 ounces, 1 kilo. 1 bag of albuminous flour, 1 pound, 12 ounces, 0.8 kilos. 1 bag of lime juice tablets, 1 pound, 10 ounces, 0.73 kilos. 1 bag of frame food stamina tablets, 2 pounds, 7 ounces, 1.1 kilos. As boat scrips under the sledges were 3 sacks of pemmican, together 238 pounds 1 ounce, 108.2 kilos. 1 sack lever postei, or pâté, made of calf's liver, 93 pounds 15 ounces, 42.7 kilos. Sledge number 2. On this were carried in strong sacks albuminous flour, 14 pounds 15 ounces, 6.8 kilos. Wheat flour, 15 pounds 6 ounces, 7 kilos. Whey powder, 16 pounds 15 ounces, 7.7 kilos. Corn flour, 8 pounds 13 ounces, 4 kilos. Sugar, 7 pounds 1 ounce, 3.2 kilos. Vril food, 31 pounds 4 ounces, 14.2 kilos. Australian pemmican, 13 pounds 0 ounces, 5.9 kilos. Chocolate, 12 pounds 12 ounces, 5.8 kilos. Oatmeal, 11 pounds 0 ounces, 5 kilos. Dried red whortleberries, 0 pounds 14 ounces, 0.4 kilos. 2 sacks of white bread, together 69 pounds 5 ounces, 31.5 kilos. 1 sack of aleuronate bread, 46 pounds 10 ounces, 21.2 kilos. Special food, a mixture of pea flour, meat powder, fat, etc., 63 pounds 13 ounces, 29 kilos. Butter, 85 pounds 13 ounces, 39 kilos. Fish flour, Vagas, 34 pounds 2 ounces, 15.5 kilos. Dried potatoes, 15 pounds 3 ounces, 6.9 kilos. 1 reindeer skin sleeping bag, 19 pounds 13 ounces, 9 kilos. 2 steel wire ropes with couples for 28 dogs, 11 pounds 0 ounces, 5 kilos. 1 pair hickory snowshoes, 11 pounds 0 ounces, 5 kilos. Weight of sledge, 43 pounds 5 ounces, 19.7 kilos. Sledge number 3 with Johansen's kayak. Kayak, 41 pounds 6 ounces, 18.8 kilos. 2 pieces of reindeer skin to prevent chafing, 1 pound 12 ounces, 0.8 kilos. A supply of dog shoes, 1 pound 3 ounces, 0.55 kilos. 1 Eskimo shooting sledge with sail, intended for possible seal shooting on the ice, 1 pound 10 ounces, 0.73 kilos. 2 sledge sails, 2 pounds 10 ounces, 1.2 kilos. Pump, 0 pounds 14 ounces, 0.4 kilos. Oar blades made of canvas stretched on frames and intended to be lashed to the ski staffs, 1 pound 2 ounces, 0.5 kilos. Gun, 7 pounds 2.7 ounces, 3.26 kilos. Flask, 0 pounds 5.9 ounces, 0.17 kilos. Net for catching crustacea in the sea, 0 pounds 5.2 ounces, 0.15 kilos. 1 pair komager, 1 pound 15.7 ounces, 0.9 kilos. Waterproof kayak overcoat of sealskin, 2 pounds 3 ounces, 1 kilo. Fur gaiters, 0 pounds 7.3 ounces, 0.21 kilos. 2 reserve pieces of wood, 0 pounds 9.8 ounces, 0.28 kilos. 2 tins of petroleum, about 5 gallons, 40 pounds, .6 ounces, 18.2 kilos. Several reserve snowshoe fastenings, 0 pounds, 15.1 ounce, .43 kilos. Lantern for changing plates, etc., 1 pound, 1.2 ounces, .49 kilos. Artificial glass horizon, 0 pounds, 10.2 ounces, .29 kilos. Bag with cords and nautical almanac, 0 pounds, 4.6 ounces, .13 kilos. Pocket sextant, 0 pounds, 13.7 ounces, .39 kilos. 2 packets of matches, 0 pounds, 13.7 ounces, .39 kilos. 1 reserve sheet of German silver for repaving plates under sledge runners, 0 pounds, 7.4 ounces, .21 kilos. Pitch, 0 pounds, 3.5 ounces, .1 kilos. 2 minimum thermometers in cases, 0 pounds, 7.4 ounces, .21 kilos. 3 quicksilver thermometers in cases, 0 pounds, 4.9 ounces, .14 kilos. 1 compass, 0 pounds, 8.8 ounces, .25 kilos. 1 aluminum compass, 0 pounds, 8.4 ounces, .24 kilos. 1 aluminum telescope, 11 pounds, 8.6 ounces, .7 kilos. Sennegrass or sedge for fin shoes, 0 pounds, 7 ounces, .2 kilos. Bag with cartridges, 26 pounds, 1 ounce, 11.85 kilos. Leather pouch with reserve shooting requisites, parts for gun locks, reserve cocks, balls, powder, etc., 3 pounds, 1 ounce, 1.4 kilos. Leather pouch with glass bottle, 1 spoon and 5 pencils, 0 pounds, 10.6 ounces, .3 kilos. Bag with navigation tables, nautical almanac, cards, etc., 2 pounds, 7 ounces, 1.1 kilos. Tin box with diaries, letters, photographs, observation journals, etc., 3 pounds, 10 ounces, 1.65 kilos. 1 cap for covering hole in deck of kayak, 0 pounds, 8 ounces, .23 kilos. 1 sack of meat chocolate, 17 pounds, 10 ounces, 8 kilos. 1 bag of soups, 6 pounds, 10 ounces, 3 kilos. 1 bag of cocoa, 7 pounds, 6 ounces, 3.35 kilos. 1 bag of fish flour, 3 pounds, 12 ounces, 1.7 kilos. 1 bag of wheat flour, 2 pounds, 0 ounces, .9 kilos. 1 bag of chocolate, 4 pounds, 6 ounces, 2 kilos. 1 bag of oatmeal, 4 pounds, 6 ounces, 2 kilos. 1 bag of real food, 4 pounds, 6 ounces, 2 kilos. As grips under the sledge were 1 sack of oatmeal, 29 pounds, 1 ounce, 13.2 kilos. 1 sack of pemmican, 115 pounds, 1 ounce, 52.3 kilos. 1 sack of liver pâté, 111 pounds, 12 ounces, 50.8 kilos. A list of our dogs and their weights on starting may be of interest. Kvik, 78 pounds, 35.7 kilos. Freya, 50 pounds, 22.7 kilos. Barbara, 49.5 pounds, 22.5 kilos. Suggen, 61.5 pounds, 28 kilos. Flint, 59.5 pounds, 27 kilos. Barabbas, 61.5 pounds, 28 kilos. Gulen, 60.5 pounds, 27.5 kilos. Haran, 61.5 pounds, 28 kilos. Barnett, 39 pounds, 17.7 kilos. Sultan, 68 pounds, 31 kilos. Klapperslangen, 59.5 pounds, 27 kilos. Block, 59 pounds, 26.8 kilos. Bjelke, 38 pounds, 17.3 kilos. Schulega, 40 pounds, 18 kilos. Kata, 45.5 pounds, 20.7 ounces. Narifas, 46 pounds, 21 kilos. Livjageren, 38.5 pounds, 17.5 kilos. Potiphar, 57 pounds, 26 kilos. Storaven, 70 pounds, 31.8 kilos. Isbjørn, 61.5 pounds, 28 kilos. Lilleraven, 59 pounds, 26.7 kilos. Kvindfoka, 37 pounds, 26 kilos. Perpetuum, 63 pounds, 28.6 kilos. Barrow, 60½ pounds, 27.5 kilos. Rusen, 58 pounds, 26.5 kilos. Kaifas, 69 pounds, 31.5 kilos. Ulenka, 57 pounds, 26 kilos. Pan, 65 pounds, 29.5 kilos. End of File 5. File 6 of Farthest North, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sharon Riskadal. Farthest North by Fridtjof Nansen, Volume 2, Chapter 4. We say goodbye to the Fram. At last, by midday on March 14th, we finally left the Fram to the noise of a thundering salute. For the third time farewells and mutual good wishes were exchanged. Some of our comrades came a little way with us, but Sverdrup soon turned back in order to be on board for dinner at 1 o'clock. It was on the top of a hummock that we two said good-bye to each other. The Fram was lying behind us, and I can remember how I stood watching him as he strode easily homeward on his snowshoes. I half wished I could turn back with him and find myself again in the warm saloon. I knew only too well that a life of toil lay before us, and that it would be many a long day before we should again sleep and eat under a comfortable roof. But that that time was going to be so long as it really proved to be, none of us then had any idea. We all thought that either the expedition would succeed, and that we should return home that same year, or that it would not succeed. A little while after Sverdrup had left us, Mogstad also found it necessary to turn back. He had thought of going with us till the next day, but his heavy wolfskin trousers were, as he uneuphemistically expressed it, almost full of sweat, and he must go back to the fire on board to get dry. Hansen, Henriksen, and Pettersen were then the only ones left, and they labored along, each with his load on his back. It was difficult for them to keep up with us on the flat ice, so quickly did we go. But when we came to pressure ridges we were brought to a standstill, and the sledges had to be helped over. At one place the ridge was so bad that we had to carry the sledges a long way. When, after considerable trouble, we had managed to get over it, Peter shook his head reflectively and said to Johansen that we should meet plenty more of the same kind and have enough hard work before we had eaten sufficient of the loads to make the sledges run lightly. Just here we came upon a long stretch of bad ice, and Peter became more and more concerned for our future, but towards evening matters improved, and we advanced more rapidly. When we stopped at 6 o'clock the odometer registered a good 7 miles, which was not so bad for a first day's work. We had a cheerful evening in our tent, which was just about big enough to hold all 5. Pettersen, who had exerted himself and become overheated on the way, shivered and groaned while the dogs were being tied up and fed and the tent pitched. He, however, found existence considerably brighter when he sat inside it in his warm wolfskin clothes, with a pot of smoking chocolate before him, a big lump of butter in one hand and a biscuit in the other, and exclaimed, "Now I am living like a prince." He therefore discoursed at length on the exalting thought that he was sitting in a tent in the middle of the Polar Sea. Poor fellow, he had begged and prayed to be allowed to come with us on this expedition. He would cook for us and make himself generally useful, both as a tinsmith and blacksmith, and then, he said, 3 would be company. I regretted that I could not take more than one companion, and he had been in the depths of woe for several days, but now found comfort in the fact that he had, at any rate, come part of the way with us, and was out on this great desert sea, for, as he said, not many people have done that. The others had no sleeping bag with them, so they made themselves a cozy little hut of snow, into which they crawled in their wolfskin garments, and had a tolerably good night. I was awake early the next morning, but when I crept out of the tent I found that somebody else was on his legs before me, and this was Pettersen, who, awakened by the cold, was now walking up and down to warm his stiffened limbs. He had tried it now, he said. He never should have thought it possible to sleep in the snow, but it had not been half bad. He would not quite admit that he had been cold, and that that was the reason why he had turned out so early. Then we had our last pleasant breakfast together, got the sledges ready, harnessed the dogs, shook hands with our companions, and, without many words being uttered on either side, started out into solitude. Peter shook his head sorrowfully as we went off. I turned round when we had gone some little way, and saw his figure on the top of the hummock. He was still looking after us. His thoughts were probably sad. Perhaps he believed that he had spoken to us for the last time. We found large expanses of flat ice and covered the ground quickly, farther and farther away from our comrades, into the unknown, where we two alone and the dogs were to wander for months. The Fram's rigging had disappeared long ago behind the margin of the ice. We often came on piled-up ridges and uneven ice, where the sledges had to be helped and sometimes carried over. It often happened, too, that they capsized altogether, and it was only by dint of strenuous hauling that we righted them again. Somewhat exhausted by all this hard work, we stopped finally at 6 o'clock in the evening, and had then gone about 9 miles during the day. They were not quite the marches I had reckoned on, but we hoped that by degrees the sledges would become lighter and the ice better to travel over. The latter, too, seems to have been the case at first. On Sunday, March 17th, I say in my diary, "The ice appears to be more even the farther north we get. Came across a lane, however, yesterday, which necessitated a long detour." At 6:30 we had done about 9 miles. As we had just reached a good camping ground and the dogs were tired, we stopped. Lowest temperature last night, -45° Fahrenheit, -42.8° centigrade. The ice continued to become more even during the following days, and our marches often amounted to 14 miles or more in the day. Now and then a misfortune might happen which detained us, as, for instance, one day a sharp spike of ice, which was standing up, cut a hole in a sack of fish flour, and all the delicious food ran out. It took us more than an hour to collect it all again and repair the damages. Then the odometer got broken through being jammed in some uneven ice, and it took some hours to mend it by a process of lashing. But on we went northward, often over great wide ice plains which seemed as if they must stretch right to the pole. Sometimes it happened that we passed through places where the ice was unusually massive, with high hummocks, so that it looked like undulating country covered with snow. This was undoubtedly very old ice, which had drifted in the Polar Sea for a long time on its way from the Siberian Sea to the east coast of Greenland, and which had been subjected year after year to severe pressure. High hummocks and mounds are thus formed, which summer after summer are partially melted by the rays of the sun, and again in the winters covered with great drifts of snow, so that they assume forms which resemble ice hills rather than piles of sea ice resulting from upheaval. Wednesday, March 20th, my diary says, "Beautiful weather for travelling in, with fine sunsets, but somewhat cold, particularly in the bag, at nights. It was -41.8° and -43.6° Fahrenheit, or -41° and -42° centigrade. The ice appears to be getting more even the farther we advance, and in some places it is like travelling over inland ice. If this goes on, the whole thing will be done in no time. That day we lost our odometer, and as we did not find it out till some time afterwards, and I did not know how far we might have to go back, I thought it was not worth while to return and look for. It was the cause, however, of our only being able subsequently to guess approximately at the distance we had gone during the day. We had another mishap, too, that day. This was that one of the dogs—it was Livjageren— had become so ill that he could not be driven any longer, and we had to let him go loose. It was late in the day before we discovered that he was not with us. He had stopped behind at our camping ground when we broke up in the morning, and I had to go back after him on snowshoes, which caused a long delay. Thursday, March 21st. 9 in the morning, -43.6 Fahrenheit, or -42 Minimum in the night, -47.2 Fahrenheit, or -44 Clear as it has been every day. Beautiful bright weather, glorious for travelling in, but somewhat cold at nights, with the quicksilver continually frozen. Patching Finn shoes in this temperature inside the tent, with one's nose slowly freezing away, is not all pure enjoyment. Friday, March 22nd. Splendid ice for getting over. Things go better and better. Wide expanses, with a few pressure ridges now and then, but passable everywhere. Kept at it yesterday from about 11:30 in the morning to 8:30 at night. Did a good 21 miles, I hope. We should be in latitude 85°. The only disagreeable thing about it now is the cold. Our clothes are transformed more and more into a cuirass of ice during the day, and wet bandages at night. The blankets likewise. The sleeping bag gets heavier and heavier from the moisture which freezes on the hair inside. The same clear, settled weather every day. We are both longing now for a change. A few clouds and a little more mildness would be welcome. The temperature in the night, -44.8 Fahrenheit, -42.7 centigrade. By an observation which I took later in the forenoon, our latitude that day proved to be 85° 9' north. Saturday, March 23rd. On account of observation, lashing the loads on the sledges, patching bags, and other occupations of a like kind, which are no joke in this low temperature, we did not manage to get off yesterday before 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We stuck to it till 9 in the evening, when we stopped in some of the worst ice we have seen lately. Our day's march, however, had lain across several large tracts of level ice, so I think that we made 14 miles or so all the same. We have the same brilliant sunshine, but yesterday afternoon the wind from the northeast, which we have had for the last few days, increased, and made it rather raw. We passed over a large frozen pool yesterday evening. It looked almost like a large lake. It could not have been long since this was formed, as the ice on it was still quite thin. It is wonderful that these pools can form up there at that time of the year. From this time forward there was an end of the flat ice, which it had been simple enjoyment to travel over, and now we had often great difficulties to cope with. On Sunday, March 24th, I write, "Ice not so good. Yesterday was a hard day, but we made a few miles, not more, though, than 7, I am afraid. This continual lifting of the heavily loaded sledges is calculated to break one's back, but better times are coming, perhaps. The cold is also appreciable, always the same, but yesterday it was increased by the admixture of considerable wind from the northeast. We halted about 9:30 in the evening. It is perceptible how the days lengthen and how much later the sun sets. In a few days' time we shall have the midnight sun. We killed Livjageren yesterday evening, and hard work it was skinning him. This was the first dog which had to be killed, but many came afterwards, and it was some of the most disagreeable work we had on the journey, particularly now at the beginning, when it was so cold. When this first dog was dismembered and given to the others, many of them went supperless the whole night in preference to touching the meat. But as the days went by and they became more worn out, they learned to appreciate dog's flesh, and later we were not even so considerate as to skin the butchered animal, but served it hair and all. The following day the ice was occasionally somewhat better, but as a rule it was bad, and we became more and more worn out with the never-ending work of helping the dogs, righting the sledges every time they capsized, and hauling them or carrying them bodily over hummocks and inequalities of the ground. Sometimes we were so sleepy in the evenings that our eyes shut, and we fell asleep as we went along. My head would drop, and I would be awakened by suddenly falling forward on my snowshoes. Then we would stop after having found a camping ground behind a hummock or ridge of ice, where there was some shelter from the wind. While Johansen looked after the dogs, it generally fell to my lot to pitch the tent, fill the cooker with ice, light the burner, and start the supper as quickly as possible. This generally consisted of lobscouse one day, made of pemmican and dried potatoes, another day of a sort of fish risole substance known as fiskegratin in Norway, and in this case composed of fish meal, flour, and butter. A third day it would be pea, bean, or lentil soup, with bread and pemmican. Johansen preferred the lobscouse, while I had a weakness for the fiskegratin. As time went by, however, he came over to my way of thinking, and the fiskegratin took precedence of everything else. As soon as Johansen had finished with the dogs and the different receptacles containing the ingredients and eatables for breakfast and supper had been brought in, as well as our bags with private necessities, the sleeping bags were spread out, the tent door carefully shut, and we crept into the bag to thaw our clothes. This was not very agreeable work. During the course of the day the damp exhalations of the body had little by little become condensed in our outer garments, which were now a mass of ice and transformed into complete suits of ice armor. They were so hard and stiff that if we had only been able to get them off they could have stood by themselves, and they crackled audibly every time we moved. These clothes were so stiff that the arm of my coat actually rubbed deep sores in my wrists during our marches. One of these sores, the one on the right hand, got frost-bitten, the wound grew deeper and deeper, and nearly reached the bone. I tried to protect it with bandages, but not until late in the summer did it heal, and I shall probably have the scar for life. When we got into our sleeping bags in the evening our clothes began to thaw slowly, and on this process a considerable amount of physical heat was expended. We packed ourselves tight into the bag and lay with our teeth chattering for an hour or an hour and a half before we became aware of a little of the warmth in our bodies which we so sorely needed. At last our clothes became wet and pliant, only to freeze again a few minutes after we had turned out of the bag in the morning. There was no question of getting these clothes dried on the journey so long as the cold lasted, as more and more moisture from the body collected in them. How cold we were as we lay there shivering in the bag, waiting for the supper to be ready! I, who was cook, was obliged to keep myself more or less awake to see to the culinary operations, and sometimes I succeeded. At last the supper was ready, was portioned out, and, as always, tasted delicious. These occasions were the supreme moments of our existence, moments to which we looked forward the whole day long. But sometimes we were so weary that our eyes closed and we fell asleep with the food on its way to our mouths. Our hands would fall back inanimate with the spoons in them and the food fly out on the bag. After supper we generally permitted ourselves the luxury of a little extra drink, consisting of water as hot as we could swallow it, in which whey powder had been dissolved. It tasted something like boiled milk, and we thought it wonderfully comforting. It seemed to warm us to the very ends of our toes. Then we would creep down into the bag again, buckle the flap carefully over our heads, lie close together, and soon sleep the sleep of the just. But even in our dreams we went on ceaselessly, grinding at the sledges and driving the dogs, always northward, and I was often awakened by hearing Johansen calling in his sleep to Pan, or Barabbas, or Klapperslangen, "Get on, you devil, you! Go on, you brutes! Sass, sass! Now the whole thing is going over!" and execrations less fit for reproduction, until I went to sleep again. In the morning I, as cook, was obliged to turn out to prepare the breakfast, which took an hour's time. As a rule it consisted one morning of chocolate, bread, butter, and pemmican, another of oatmeal porridge, or a compound of flour, water, and butter, in imitation of our butter porridge at home. This was washed down with milk made of whey powder and water. The breakfast ready, Johansen was roused. We sat up in the sleeping bag, one of the blankets was spread out as a tablecloth, and we fell to work. We had a comfortable breakfast, wrote up our diaries, and then had to think about starting. But how tired we sometimes were, and how often I would not have given anything to be able to creep to the bottom of the bag again and sleep the clock round. It seemed to me as if this must be the greatest pleasure in life, but our business was to fight our way northward, always northward. We performed our toilets, and then came the going out into the cold to get the sledges ready, disentangle the dogs' traces, harness the animals, and get off as quickly as possible. I went first to find the way through the uneven ice, then came the sledge with my kayak. The dogs soon learned to follow, but at every unevenness of the ground they stopped, and if one could not get them all to start again at the same time by a shout, and so pull the sledge over the difficulty, one had to go back to beat or help them according as circumstances necessitated. Then came Johansen with the two other sledges, always shouting to the dogs to pull harder, always beating them, and himself hauling to get the sledges over the terrible ridges of ice. It was undeniable cruelty to the poor animals from first to last, and one must often look back on it with horror. It makes me shudder even now when I think of how we beat them mercilessly, with thick ash sticks, when, hardly able to move, they stopped from sheer exhaustion. It made one's heart bleed to see them, but we turned our eyes away and hardened ourselves. It was necessary. Forward we must go, and to this end everything else must give place. It is the sad part of expeditions of this kind that one systematically kills all better feelings, until only hard-hearted egoism remains. When I think of all those splendid animals, toiling for us without a murmur, as long as they could strain a muscle, never getting any thanks, or even so much as a kind word, daily writhing under the lash until the time came when they could do no more, and death freed them from their pangs. When I think of how they were left behind, one by one, up there on those desolate ice-fields, which had been witness to their faithfulness and devotion, I have moments of bitter self-reproach. It took us two alone such a long time to pitch the tent, feed the dogs, cook, etc., in the evening, and then break up again and get ready in the morning, that the days never seemed long enough if we were to do proper day's marches, and besides get the sleep we required at night. But when the nights became so light, it was not so necessary to keep regular hours any longer, and we started when we pleased, whether it was night or day. We stopped, too, when it suited us, and took the sleep which might be necessary for ourselves and the dogs. I tried to make it a rule that our marches were to be of 9 or 10 hours' duration. In the middle of the day we generally had a rest and something to eat, as a rule bread and butter, with a little pemmican or liver pâté. These dinners were a bitter trial. We used to try and find a good sheltered place, and sometimes even rolled ourselves up in our blankets, but all the same the wind cut right through us as we sat on the sledges eating our meal. Sometimes again we spread the sleeping bag out on the ice, took our food with us, and crept well in, but even then did not succeed in thawing either it or our clothes. When this was too much for us we walked up and down to keep ourselves warm, and ate our food as we walked. Then came the no less bitter task of disentangling the dogs' traces, and we were glad when we could get off again. In the afternoon, as a rule, we each had a piece of meat chocolate. Most Arctic travelers who have gone sledge journeys have complained of the so-called Arctic thirst, and it has been considered an almost unavoidable evil in connection with a long journey across wastes of snow. It is often increased, too, by the eating of snow. I had prepared myself for this thirst, from which we had also suffered severely when crossing Greenland, and had taken with me a couple of india-rubber flasks, which we filled with water every morning from the cooker, and which by carrying in the breast could be protected from the cold. To my great astonishment, however, I soon discovered that the whole day would often pass by without my as much as tasting the water in my flask. As time went by, the less need did I feel to drink during the day, and at last I gave up taking water with me altogether. If a passing feeling of thirst made itself felt, a piece of fresh ice, of which as a rule there was always some to be found, was sufficient to dispel it. The reason why we were spared this suffering, which has been one of the greatest hardships of many sledge expeditions, must be attributed in a great measure to our admirable cooking apparatus. By the help of this we were able, with the consumption of a minimum of fuel, to melt and boil so much water every morning that we could drink all we wished. There was even some left over as a rule, which had to be thrown away. The same thing was generally the case in the evening. Friday, March 29th. We are grinding on, but very slowly. The ice is only tolerable, and not what I expected from the beginning. There are often great ridges of piled-up ice of dismal aspect, which take up a great deal of time, as one must go on ahead to find a way, and as a rule make a greater or less detour to get over them. In addition, the dogs are growing rather slow and slack, and it is almost impossible to get them on. And then this endless disentangling of the hauling ropes, with their infernal twists and knots, which get worse and worse to undo. The dogs jump over and in between one another incessantly, and no sooner has one carefully cleared the hauling ropes than they are twisted into a veritable skein again. Then one of the sledges is stopped by a block of ice. The dogs howl impatiently to follow their companions in front. Then one bites through a trace and starts off on his own account, perhaps followed by one or two others, and these must be caught and the traces knotted. There is no time to splice them properly, nor would it be a very congenial task in this cold. So we go on when the ice is uneven, and every hour and a half at least have to stop and disentangle the traces. We started yesterday about 8:30 in the morning, and stopped about 5 in the afternoon. After dinner the northeasterly wind, which we have had the whole time, suddenly became stronger and the sky overcast. We welcomed it with joy, for we saw in it the sign of a probable change of weather, and an end to this perpetual cold and brightness. I do not think we deceived ourselves either. Yesterday evening the temperature had risen to -29.2 Fahrenheit, -34 centigrade, and we had the best night in the bag we have had for a long time. Just now, as I am getting the breakfast ready, I see that it is clear again, and the sun is shining through the tent wall. The ice we are now travelling over seems, on the whole, to be old, but sometimes we come across tracts of considerable width of uneven new ice, which must have been pressed up a considerable time. I cannot account for it in any other way than by supposing it to be ice from great open pools, which must have formed here at one time. We have traversed pools of this description with level ice on them several times. That day I took a meridian observation, which, however, did not make us farther north than 85° 30'. I could not understand this, thought that we must be in latitude 86°, and therefore supposed there must be something wrong with the observation. Saturday, March 30th. Yesterday was Tycho Brahe's day. At first we found much uneven ice, and had to strike a devious route to get through it, so that our day's march did not amount to much, although we kept at it a long time. At the end of it, however, and after considerable toil, we found ourselves on splendid flat ice, more level than it had been for a long time. At last, then, we had come on some more of the good old kind, and could not complain of some rubble and snowdrifts here and there. But then we were stopped by some ugly pressure ridges of the worst kind, formed by the packing of enormous blocks. The last ridge was the worst of all, and before it yawned a crack in the thick ice about 12 feet deep. When the first sledge was going over, all the dogs fell in and had to be hauled up again. One of them, Klapperslagen, slipped his harness and ran away. As the next sledge was going over, it fell in bodily, but happily was not smashed to atoms, as it might have been. We had to unload it entirely in order to get it up again, and then reload, all of which took up a great deal of time. Then, too, the dogs had to be thrown down and dragged up on the other side. With the third sledge we managed better, and after we had gone a little way farther the runaway dog came back. At last we reached a camping ground, pitched our tent, and found that the thermometer showed -45.4 Fahrenheit, -43 centigrade. Disentangling dog traces in this temperature with one's bare, frost-bitten, almost skinless hands is desperate work. but finally we were in our dear bag, with the Primus singing cozily, when, to crown our misfortunes, I discovered that it would not burn. I examined it everywhere, but could find nothing wrong. Johansen had to turn out and go and fetch the tools and a reserve burner, while I studied the cooker. At last I discovered that some ice had got in under the lid, and this had caused a leakage. Finally we got it to light, and at 5 o'clock in the morning the pea soup was ready, and very good it was. At 3 in the afternoon I was up again cooking. Thank heaven it is warm and comfortable in the bag, or this sort of life would be intolerable. Sunday, March 31st. Yesterday at last came the long-wished-for change of weather, with southerly wind and rising temperature. Early this morning the thermometer showed -22° Fahrenheit, -30° centigrade, regular summer weather, in fact. It was, therefore, with lightened hearts that we set off over good ice and with the wind at our backs. On we went at a very fair pace, and everything was going well, when a lane suddenly opened just in front of the first sledge. We managed to get this over by the skin of our teeth, but just as we were going to cross the lane again after the other sledges, a large piece of ice broke under Johansen, and he fell in, wetting both legs, a deplorable incident. While the lane was gradually opening more and more, I went up and down it to find a way over, but without success. Here we were, with one man and a sledge on one side, two sledges and a wet man on the other, with an ever-widening lane between. The kayaks could not be launched, as, through the frequent capsizing of the sledges, they had got holes in them and for the time being were useless. This was a cheerful prospect for the night, I on one side with the tent, Johansen probably frozen stiff on the other. At last, after a long detour, I found a way over, and the sledges were conveyed across. It was out of the question, however, to attempt to go on, as Johansen's nether extremities were a mass of ice, and his overalls so torn that extensive repairs were necessary. End of File 6. File 7 of Farthest North, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sharon Riskadal. Farthest North by Fridtjof Nansen, Volume 2, Chapter 5, A Hard Struggle, Part 1. Tuesday, April 3rd. There are many different kinds of difficulty to overcome on this journey, but the worst of all, perhaps, is getting all the trifles done and starting off. In spite of my being up by 7 o'clock on Monday evening to do the cooking, it was nearly 2 this morning before we got clear of our camping ground. The load on Johansen's sledge had to be relashed, as the contents of one grip had been eaten up, and we had to put a sack of bread in its place. Another grip had to be sewed together, as it was dripping pemmican. Then the sledge from which the bread sack had been taken had to be lashed secure again, and while we had the ropes undone, it was just as well to get out a supply of potatoes. During this operation we discovered that there was a hole in the fish-flour sack, which we tied up, but no sooner had we done so than we found another large one which required sewing. When we came to pack the potato sack, this too had a hole in it, which we tied up, and so on. Then the dog's traces had to be disentangled. The whole thing was in an inextricable muddle, and the knots and twists in the icy frozen rope got worse and worse to deal with. Johansen made haste and patched his trousers before breakfast. The south wind had become what on board the Fram we should have called a mill breeze, that is, 19 to 23 feet in the second, and with this at our back we started off in driving snow. Everything went splendidly at first, but then came one pressure ridge after another, and each one was worse than the last. We had a long halt for dinner at 8 or 9 in the morning, after having chosen ourselves a sheltered place in the lee of a ridge. We spread out the sleeping bag, crept down into it with our food, and so tired was I that I went to sleep with it in my hand. I dreamed I was in Norway, and on a visit to some people I had only seen once in my life before. It was Christmas Day, and I was shown into a great empty room where we were intended to dine. It was very cold in it, and I shivered, but there were already some hot dishes steaming on the table, and a beautiful fat goose. How unspeakably did I look forward to that goose! Then some other visitors began to arrive. I could see them through the window, and was just going out to meet them when I stumbled into deep snow. How it all happened in the middle of the dining-room floor I know not. The host laughed in an amused way, and I woke up and found myself shivering in a sleeping-bag on the drift ice in the far north. Oh, how miserable I felt! We got up, packed our things silently together, and started off. Not until 4 o'clock that afternoon did we stop, but everything was dull and cheerless, and it was long before I got over my disappointment. What would I not have given for that dinner, or for 1 hour in the room, cold as it was? The ridges and the lanes, which had frozen together again with rubble on either side, became worse and worse. Making one's way through these new ridges is desperate work. One cannot use snowshoes, as there is too little snow between the piled-up blocks of ice, and one must wade along without them. It is also impossible to see anything in this thick weather. Everything is white, irregularities and holes, and the spaces between the blocks are covered with a thin, deceptive layer of snow, which lets one crashing through into cracks and pitfalls, so that one is lucky to get off without a broken leg. It is necessary to go long distances on ahead in order to find a way. Sometimes one must search in one direction, sometimes in another, and then back again to fetch the sledges, with the result that the same ground is gone over many times. Yesterday, when we stopped, I really was done. The worst of it all, though, was that when we finally came to a standstill, we had been on the move so long that it was too late to wind up our watches. Johansen's had stopped altogether. Mine was ticking and happily still going when I wound it up, so I hope that it is all right. 12 midday, -24.6 Fahrenheit, -31.5 centigrade. Clear weather, southeasterly wind, 13 feet in the second. The ice seems to be getting worse and worse, and I am beginning to have doubts as to the wisdom of keeping northward too long. Wednesday, April 3rd. Got under way yesterday about 3 in the afternoon. The snow was in first-rate condition after the southeast wind, which continued blowing till late in the day. The ice was tolerably passable, and everything looked more promising. The weather was fine, and we made good progress. But after several level tracks with old humpy ice came some very uneven ones, intersected by lanes and pressure ridges as usual. Matters did not grow any better as time went on, and at midnight or soon after we were stopped by some bad ice and a newly frozen lane which would not bear. As we should have had to make a long detour, we encamped, and Rusen was killed. This was the second dog to go. The meat was divided into 26 portions, but 8 dogs refused it and had to be given pemmican. The ice ahead does not look inviting. These ridges are enough to make one despair, and there seems to be no prospect of things bettering. I turned out at midday and took a meridian observation, which makes us in 85° 59' north. It is astonishing that we have not got farther. We seem to toil all we can, but without much progress. Beginning to doubt seriously of the advisability of continuing northward much longer. It is 3 times as far to Franz Josef Land as the distance we have now come. How may the ice be in that direction? We can hardly count on its being better than here, or our progress quicker. Then, too, the shape and extent of Franz Josef Land are unknown, and may cause us considerable delay, and perhaps we shall not be able to find any game just at once. I have long seen that it is impossible to reach the Pole itself or its immediate vicinity over such ice as this and with these dogs. If only we had more of them! What would I not give now to have the Olenek dogs! We must turn sooner or later. But as it is only a question of time, could we not turn it to a better account in Franz Josef Land than by travelling over this drift ice, which we have now had a good opportunity of learning to know? In all probability it will be exactly the same right to the Pole. We cannot hope to reach any considerable distance higher before time compels us to turn. We certainly ought not to wait much longer. 12 midday, -20.8 degrees Fahrenheit, -29.4 degrees centigrade. Clear weather, 3 feet wind from east. 12 midnight, -29.2 degrees Fahrenheit, -34 degrees centigrade, clear and still. It became more and more of a riddle to me that we did not make greater progress northward. I kept on calculating and adding up our marches as we went along, but always with the same result. That is to say, provided only the ice were still, we must be far above the 86th parallel. It was becoming only too clear to me, however, that the ice was moving southward, and that in its capricious drift, at the mercy of wind and current, we had our worst enemy to combat. Friday, April 5th. Began our march at 3 yesterday morning. The ice, however, was bad, with lanes and ridges, so that our progress was but little. These lanes, with rubble thrown up on each side, are our despair. It is like driving over a tract of rocks, and delays us terribly. First I must go on ahead to find a way, and then get my sledge through. Then, perhaps, by way of a change, one falls into the water. Yesterday I fell through twice. If I work hard in finding a way and guiding my sledge over rough places, Johansen is no better off, with his 2 sledges to look after. It is a tough job to get even one of them over the rubble, to say nothing of the ridges, but he is a plucky fellow, and no mistake, and never gives in. Yesterday he fell into the water again in crossing a lane, and got wet up to his knees. I had gone over on my snowshoes shortly before, and did not notice that the ice was weak. He came afterwards without snowshoes, walking beside one of the sledges, when suddenly the ice gave, and he fell through. Happily he managed to catch hold of the sledge, and the dogs, which did not stop, pulled him up again. These baths are not an unmixed pleasure, now that there is no possibility of drying or changing one's clothes, and one must wear a chain mail of ice until they thaw and dry on the body, which takes some time in this temperature. I took an observation for longitude and a magnetic observation yesterday morning, and have spent the whole forenoon to-day in calculations, inside the bag, to find out our exact position. I find our latitude yesterday was 86 degrees 2.8 minutes north. This is very little, but what can we do when the ice is what it is? And these dogs cannot work harder than they do, poor things. I sigh for the sledge dogs from the Olenek daily now. The longitude for yesterday was 98 degrees 47.15 minutes, variation 44.4 degrees. I begin to think more and more that we ought to turn back before the time we originally fixed. It is probably 350 miles or so to Petermann's Land. In point of fact, it was about 450 miles to Cape Fligely, but it will probably take us all we know to get over them. The question resolves itself into this: ought we not, at any rate, to reach 87 degrees north? But I doubt whether we can manage it if the ice does not improve. Saturday, April 6th, 2 a.m., -11.4 degrees Fahrenheit, -24.2 degrees centigrade. The ice grew worse and worse. Yesterday it brought me to the verge of despair, and when we stopped this morning I had almost decided to turn back. I will go on one day longer, however, to see if the ice is really as bad far northward as it appears to be from the ridge, 30 feet in height, where we are encamped. We hardly made 4 miles yesterday. Lanes, ridges, and endless rough ice, it looks like an endless moraine of ice blocks, and this continual lifting of the sledges over every irregularity is enough to tire out giants. Curious, this rubble ice. For the most part it is not so very massive, and seems as if it had been forced up somewhat recently, for it is incompletely covered with thin loose snow, through which one falls suddenly up to one's middle, and thus it extends mile after mile northward, while every now and then there are old floes, with mounds that have been rounded off by the action of the sun in the summer, often very massive ice. I am rapidly coming to the conclusion that we are not doing any good here. We shall not be able to get much farther north, and it will be slow work indeed if there be much more of this sort of ice towards Franz Josef Land. On the other hand, we should be able to make much better use of our time there if we should have any over. 8:30 p.m., -29.2 Fahrenheit, -34 centigrade. Monday, April 8th. No, the ice grew worse, and we got no way. Ridge after ridge, and nothing but rubble to travel over. We made a start at 2 o'clock or so this morning, and kept at it as long as we could, lifting the sledges all the time, but it grew too bad at last. I went on a good way ahead on snowshoes, but saw no reasonable prospect of advance, and from the highest hummocks only the same kind of ice was to be seen. It was a veritable chaos of ice blocks, stretching as far as the horizon. There is not much sense in keeping on longer. We are sacrificing valuable time and doing little. If there be much more such ice between here and Franz Josef Land, we shall indeed want all the time we have. I therefore determined to stop and shape our course for Cape Fligely. On this northernmost camping ground we indulged in a banquet consisting of lobscouse, bread and butter, dry chocolate, stewed tittlebar or red whortleberries, and our hot whey drink, and then with a delightful and unfamiliar feeling of repletion crept into the dear bag, our best friend. I took a meridian observation yesterday, by which I see that we should be in latitude 86° 10' north or thereabouts. This morning I took an observation for longitude. At 8:30 a.m., -25.6 Fahrenheit, -32 centigrade. Tuesday, April 9th. Yesterday's was our first march homeward. We expected the same impracticable ice, but to our amazement had not gone far before we came on tolerably good ground, which improved steadily, and with only a few stoppages we kept at it till this morning. We came upon ridges, to be sure, but they always allowed themselves to be negotiated pretty easily, and we did well. Started yesterday about 2 in the afternoon, and kept going until 1 this morning. Thursday, April 11th. Better and better. Found nothing but beautiful level tracts of ice yesterday, with a few ridges which were easy to get over, and some lanes with young ice on, which gave us rather more trouble. They ran, however, about in our direction. Our course is now the magnetic south, 22° west, or about the true west-southwest, and we could go alongside them. At last, however, we had to make a crossing, and accomplished it successfully, although the ice bent under us and our sledges more than was desirable. Late in the afternoon we came across a channel, which we proposed to cross in the same way. We reached the other side with the first sledge safely enough, but not so with the other. Hardly had the leaders of the team got out to the dangerous place where the ice was thinnest, and where some water had come up onto it, when they stopped and warily dipped their paws in the water. Then through went one of them, splashing and struggling to get out. The ice began to sink under the weight of the other dogs, and the sledge and the water came flowing up. I dragged dogs and sledge back as quickly as possible, and succeeded in driving them all onto the firm ice again in safety. We tried once again at another place, I running over first on snowshoes and calling to the dogs, and Johansen pushing behind, but the result was no better than the first time, as Suggen fell in and we had to go back. Only after a long detour and very much fagged did we finally succeed in getting the last 2 sledges over. We were lucky in finding a good camping place, and had the warmest night and the most comfortable, I might almost say cozy, morning, spent, be it said, in repairs, that we have had on the trip. I think we did the longest day's march yesterday that we have yet achieved, about 15 miles. 2 in the afternoon, -17.6 Fahrenheit, -27.6 centigrade. Saturday, April 13th. We have traversed nothing but good ice for 3 days. If this goes on, the return journey will be quicker than I thought. I do not understand this sudden change in the nature of the ice. Can it be that we are traveling in the same direction with the trend of the ridges and irregularities, so that now we go along between them instead of having to make our way over them? The lanes we have come across seem all to point to this; they follow our course pretty closely. We had the misfortune yesterday to let our watches run down. The time between our getting into the bag on the previous night and encamping yesterday was too long. Of course we wound them up again, but the only thing I can now do to find Greenwich Mean Time is take a time observation and an observation for latitude, and then estimate the approximate distance from our turning point on April 8th, when I took the last observation for longitude. By this means the error will hardly be great. I conclude that we have not gone less than 14 miles a day on an average the last 3 days, and have consequently advanced 40 or more miles in a direction south 22° west magnetic. When we stopped here yesterday, Barbara was killed. These slaughterings are not very pleasant episodes. Clear weather at 6:30 this morning, -22° Fahrenheit, -30° centigrade, wind south 6 to 9 feet. April 14th, Easter Day. We were unfortunate with lanes yesterday, and they forced us considerably out of our course. We were stopped at last by a particularly awkward one, and after I had gone alongside it to find a crossing for some distance without success, I thought we had better, in the circumstances, pitch our tent and have a festive Easter Eve. In addition, I wished to reckon out our latitude, longitude, our observation for time, and our variation. It was a question of getting the right time again as quickly as possible. The tent up and Johansen attending to the dogs, I crept into the bag. But lying thawing in this frozen receptacle, with frozen clothes and shoes, and simultaneously working out an observation and looking up logarithms with tender frost-bitten fingers, is not pleasurable, even if the temperature be only -22° Fahrenheit. It is slow work, and Easter Day has had to be devoted to the rest of the calculation, so that we shall not get off before this evening. Meanwhile we had a festive Easter Eve, and regaled ourselves with the following delicacies: hot whey and water, fish au gratin, stewed red whortleberries, and lime juice grog, that is, lime juice tablets and a little sugar dissolved in hot water. Simply a splendid dinner, and having feasted our fill, we at last at 2 o'clock crept in under the cover. I have calculated our previous latitudes and longitudes over again to see if I can discover any mistake in them. I find that we should yesterday have come farther south than 86° 5.3' north, but according to our reckoning, assuming that we covered 50 miles during the 3 days, we should have come down to 85° and 50-odd minutes. I cannot explain it in any other manner than by the surmise that we have been drifting rapidly northward, which is very good for the Fram, but less so for us. The wind has been southerly the last few days. I assume that we are now in longitude 86° east, and have reckoned the present reading of our watches accordingly. The variation here I find to be 42.5°. Yesterday we steered south 10° west magnetic. To-day I will keep south 5° west, and to-morrow due south. By way of a change, to-day the sky has been overcast, but this evening, when we partook of our second breakfast, the sun was shining cheerily in through the tent wall. Johansen has patched clothes to-day, while I have made calculations and pricked out the courses. So mild and balmy it has not been before. 10 p.m., -14° Fahrenheit, -25.6° centigrade. Tuesday, April 16th. As we were about to start off at 1 o'clock yesterday morning, Baro sneaked away before we could harness him. He had seen a couple of the other dogs being put to, and knew what was coming. As I did not wish to lose the dog, he was the best I had in my team, this caused some delay. I called and went peering round the hummocks in search of him, but saw nothing, only the ice pack, ridge upon ridge, disappearing towards the horizon, and farthest north the midnight sun shining over all. The world of ice was dreaming in the bright, cool morning light. We had to leave without the dog, but to my great delight I soon caught sight of him far behind us in our wake. I thought I had seen his good face for the last time. He was evidently ashamed of himself, and came and stood quite still, looking up at me imploringly when I took him and harnessed him. I had meant to whip the dog, but his eyes disarmed me. We found good passable ice, if not always quite flat, and made satisfactory progress. Some ridges, however, forced us west of our course. Later on in the morning I discovered that I had left my compass behind at some place or other, where I had had it out to take our bearings. It could not be dispensed with, so I had to return and look for it. I found it, too, but it was a hard pull-back, and on the way I was inconvenienced for the first time by the heat. The sun scorched quite unpleasantly. When I at last got back to the sledges I felt rather slack. Johansen was sitting on the kayak fast asleep, basking in the sun. Then on again, but the light and warmth made us drowsy and slack, and try as we would, we seemed to lag. So at 10 in the forenoon we decided to camp, and I was not a little surprised, when I took the meteorological observation, to find that the swing thermometer showed -15.2 Fahrenheit, -26.2 centigrade. The tent was accordingly pitched in the broiling sun, and nice and warm it soon was inside. We had a comfortable Easter dinner, which did service for both Easter Day and Easter Monday. I reckon the distances we covered on Easter Eve and yesterday at about 15 miles, and we should thus be altogether 60 miles on our way home. Wednesday, April 17th, -18.4 Fahrenheit, -28 centigrade. Yesterday, without doubt, we did our longest day's march. We began at 7:30 in the morning and ended at about 9 at night, with a couple of hours' rest in the bag at dinner time. The ice was what I should previously have called anything but good. It was throughout extremely uneven, with pressed-up, rather new ice, and older, rounded-off ridges. There were ridges here and there, but progress was possible everywhere, and by lanes, happily, we were not hindered. The snow was rather loose between all the irregularities of the ice, but the dogs hauled alone everywhere, and there is no cause to complain of them. The ice we are now stopping in seems to me to be something like that we had around the Fram. We have about got down to the region where she is drifting. I am certain we did 20 miles yesterday, and the distance homeward should now be altogether 368 miles. The weather is glorious nowadays, not so cold as to inconvenience one, and continual clear sunshine without any wind to signify. There is remarkable equableness and stagnancy in the atmosphere up here, I think. We have traveled over this ice for upward of a month now, and not once have we been stopped on account of bad weather. The same bright sunshine the whole time, with the exception of a couple of days, and even then the sun came out. Existence becomes more and more enjoyable. The cold is gone, and we are pressing forward towards land and summer. It is no trial now to turn out in the mornings with a good day's march before one, and cook and lie snug and warm in the bag, and dream of the happy future when we get home. Home? Have been engaged on an extensive sartorial undertaking to-day. My trousers were getting the worse for wear. It seems quite mild now to sit and sew in -18 Fahrenheit in comparison with -40 Fahrenheit. Then certainly it was not enjoyable to ply one's needle. Friday, April 19th. We now have provender for the dogs for 2 or 3 days more, but I think of saving it a little longer and having the worst dogs eaten first. Yesterday Perpetuum was killed. This killing of the animals, especially the actual slaughtering, is a horrible affair. We have hitherto stuck them with a knife, but it was not very satisfactory. Yesterday, however, we determined to try a new method, strangulation. According to our usual custom, we led the dog away behind a hummock, so that the others should not know what was going on. Then we put a rope round the animal's neck, and each pulled with all his might, but without effect, and at last we could do no more. Our hands were losing all sense of feeling in the cold, and there was nothing for it but to use the knife. Oh, it was horrible! Naturally, to shoot them would be the most convenient and merciful way, but we are loath to expend our precious ammunition on them. The time may come when we shall need it sorely. The observations yesterday show that we have got down to 85 degrees 37.8 minutes north, and the longitude should be 79 degrees 26 minutes east. This tallies well with our reckoning. We have gone 50 miles or so since the last observation, April 13th, just what I had assumed beforehand. Still the same brilliant sunshine day and night. Yesterday the wind from the north freshened and is still blowing to-day, but does not trouble us much, as it is behind us. The temperature, which now keeps from about 4 degrees to 22 degrees below zero Fahrenheit, can only be described as agreeable. This is undoubtedly fortunate for us. If it were warmer, the lanes would keep open a longer time. My greatest desire now is to get under land before the lanes become too bad. What we shall do then must be decided by circumstances. Sunday, April 21st. At 4 o'clock yesterday we got under way. During the night we stopped to have something to eat. These halts for dinner, when we take our food and crawl well down to the bottom of the bag where it is warm and comfortable, are unusually cozy. After a good nap we set off again, but were soon stopped by the ugliest lane we have yet come across. I set off along it to find a passage, but only found myself going through bad rubble. The lane was everywhere equally broad and uncompromising, equally full of aggregated blocks and brash, testifying clearly to the manner in which, during a long period, the ice here has been in motion and been crushed and disintegrated by continual pressure. This was apparent, too, in numerous new ridges of rubble and hummocky ice, and the cracks running in all directions. I finally found a crossing, but when after a long circuit I had conveyed the caravan there, it had changed in the interval, and I did not think it advisable to make the attempt. But though I went farther than far, as we say, I only found the same abominable lane full of lumps of ice, grinning at one and high-pressure ridges on each side. Things were becoming worse and worse. In several cases these lumps of ice were, I noticed, intermixed with earthy matter. In one place the whole floe, from which blocks had been pressed up into a ridge, was entirely dark brown in color, but whether this was from mud or from organic matter I did not get near enough to determine. The ridges were fairly high in some places, and reached a height of 25 feet or so. I had a good opportunity here of observing how they assume forms like ice mountains, with high straight sides, caused by the splitting of old ridges transversely in several directions. I have often on this journey seen massive high hummocks with similar square sides and of great circumference, sometimes quite resembling snow-covered islands. They are of paleocrystic ice, as good as any one can wish. I was constrained at last to return with my mission unaccomplished. Nearly the most annoying thing about it was that on the other side of the lane I could see fine flat ice stretching southward, and now to be obliged to camp here and wait. I had, however, already possessed my soul in patience when, on coming back to our original stopping place, I found a tolerably good crossing close by it. We eventually got to the other side, with the ice grinding under our feet the while, and by that time it was 6 o'clock in the morning. We kept at it a little while longer over beautiful flat ice, but the dogs were tired, and it was nearly 48 hours since they had been fed. As we were hastening along we suddenly came across an immense piece of timber sticking up obliquely from the surface of the ice. It was Siberian larch, as far as I could make out, and probably raised in this manner through pressure long ago. Many a good meal could we have cooked with it had we been able to drag it with us, but it was too heavy. We marked it FN HJ 85 degrees 30 minutes north, and went on our way. Plains of ice still before us. I am looking forward to getting under way. Gliding over this flat surface on one's snowshoes almost reaches the ideal. Land and home are nigher, and as one goes along one's thoughts fly southward to everything that is beautiful. 6 in the morning, -22 degrees Fahrenheit, -30 degrees Centigrade. Monday, April 22nd. If we have made good progress the previous days, yesterday simply outdid itself. I think I may reckon our day's march at 25 miles, but for the sake of certainty, lump the last 2 days together and put them down at 40 miles. The dogs, though, are beginning to get tired. It is approaching the time for us to camp. They are impatient for food, and grown more and more greedy for fresh dog's flesh, throw themselves on it like wolves as soon as a smoking piece, with hair and all on, is thrown to them. Kvik and Barnet only still keep back as long as the flesh is warm, but let it become frozen, and they eat it voraciously. 12 midnight, -27.8 degrees Fahrenheit, -33.3 degrees Centigrade. Friday, April 26th, -24.7 degrees Fahrenheit, -31.5 degrees Centigrade. Minimum temperature, -32 degrees Fahrenheit, -35.7 degrees Centigrade. I was not a little surprised yesterday morning when I suddenly saw the track of an animal in the snow. It was that of a fox, came about west-southwest true, and went in an easterly direction. The trail was quite fresh. What in the world was that fox doing up here? There were also unequivocal signs that it had not been entirely without food. Were we in the vicinity of land? Involuntarily I looked round for it, but the weather was thick all day yesterday, and we might have been near it without seeing it. It is just as probable, however, that this fox was following up some bear. In any case, a warm-blooded mammal in the 85th parallel. We had not gone far when we came across another fox track. It went in about the same direction as the other, and followed the trend of the land which had stopped us, and by which we had been obliged to camp. It is incomprehensible what these animals live on up here, but presumably they are able to snap up some crustacean in the open waterways. But why do they leave the coasts? That is what puzzles me most. Can they have gone astray? There seems little probability of that. I am eager to see if we may not come across the trail of a bear to-day. It would be quite a pleasure, and it would seem as if we were getting nearer inhabited regions again. I have just pricked out our course on the chart according to our bearings, calculating that we have gone 69 miles in the 4 days since our last observation, and I do not think this can be excessive. According to this, it should not be much more than 138 miles to Petermann's Land, provided it lie about where Payer determined it. I should have taken an observation yesterday, but it was misty. At the end of our day yesterday we went across many lanes and piled up ridges. In one of the latter, which appeared to be quite new, immense pieces of freshwater ice had been pressed up. They were closely intermixed with clay and gravel, the result of infiltration, so that at a distance the blocks looked dark brown, and might easily be taken for stone. In fact, I really thought they were stone. I can only imagine that this ice is river ice, probably from Siberia. I often saw huge pieces of freshwater ice of this kind farther north, and even in latitude 86 degrees there was clay on the ice. Sunday, April 28th. We made good way yesterday, presumably 20 miles. We began our march about 3:30 in the afternoon the day before yesterday, and kept at it till yesterday morning. Land is drawing nigh, and the exciting time beginning when we may expect to see something on the horizon. Oh, how I am longing for land, for something under one's feet that is not ice and snow, not to speak of something to rest one's eyes on. Another fox track yesterday. It went in about the same direction as the previous ones. Later in the day Gulen gave in. It seemed to be a case of complete exhaustion. He could hardly stand on his legs, reeled over, and when we placed him on one of the loads he lay quite still without moving. We had already decided to kill him that day. Poor beast, faithfully he worked for us, good-tempered and willing to the end, and then for thanks, when he could do no more, to be killed for provender. He was born on the Fram on December 13th, 1893, and true child of the polar night, never saw aught but ice and snow. Monday, April 29th, -4 degrees Fahrenheit, -20 degrees centigrade. We had not gone far yesterday when we were stopped by open water, a broad pool or lane which lay almost straight across our course. We worked westward alongside it for some distance until it suddenly began to close violently together at a place where it was comparatively narrow. In a few minutes the ice was towering above us, and we got over by means of the noisy pressure ridge, which was thundering and crashing under our feet. It was a case of bestirring ourselves and driving dogs and sledges quickly over if we did not wish to get jammed between the rolling blocks of ice. This ridge nearly swallowed up Johansen's snowshoes, which had been left behind for a minute while we got the last sledge over. When at last we got to the other side of the lane, the day was far spent, and such work naturally deserved reward in the shape of an extra ration of meat chocolate. Annoying as it is to be stopped in the midst of beautiful flat ice by a lane when one is longing to get on, still undeniably it is a wonderful feeling to see open water spread out in front of one and the sun playing on the light ripples caused by the wind. Fancy open water again and glittering waves after such a long time. One's thoughts fly back to home and summer. I scanned in vain to see if a seal's head were not visible above the surface, or a bear along the side. The dogs are beginning now to be very much reduced in strength and are difficult to urge on. Barnet was quite done, he was killed this evening, and several of the others are very jaded. Even Baro, my best dog, is beginning to cool in his zeal, to say nothing of Kvik. Perhaps I ought to cater a little more generously for them. The wind, which was about southeast in the morning, subsequently went over to an easterly direction, and I expect to use Pettersen's customary expression on board for a good southeaster, which drove us northward to some purpose, a regular devil of a hiding. I am only surprised the temperature still seems low. I had noticed a thick bank of clouds for a long time along the horizon in the south and southwest, and thought that this must mean land. It now began to grow higher and came nearer us in a suspicious manner. When, after having had dinner, we crept out of the bag, we saw that the sky was entirely clouded over, and that the devil of a hiding had come, we felt when we went on. I saw another fox track yesterday. It was almost effaced by the snow, but went in about the same direction as the others. This is the fourth we have come across, and seeing so many of them make me begin to believe seriously in the proximity of land. Yes, I expect to see it every minute. Perhaps, though, it will be some days yet. Tuesday, April 30th, -6.7 degrees Fahrenheit, -21.4 degrees centigrade. Yesterday, in spite of everything, was a bad day. It began well with brilliant sunshine, was warm, 4 degrees below zero Fahrenheit, and there, bathed in the slumbering sunlight and alluring us on, were stretches of beautiful flat ice. Everything tended to predict a good day's work, but alas, who could see the ugly dark cracks which ran right across our course, and which were destined to make life a burden to us? The wind had packed the snow well together and made the surface firm and good, so that we made rapid progress. But we had not gone far before we were stopped by a lane of entirely open water, which stretched right across our course. After following it some little distance, we eventually found a way across. Not long afterwards we came across another lane running in about the same direction. After a fairly long detour we got safely over this too, with the minor misfortune that 3 dogs fell into the water. A third lane we also got over, but the fourth was too much for us altogether. It was broad, and we followed it a long way in a westerly direction, but without finding a suitable crossing. Then I continued some 3 or 4 miles alone to scan the country, but as I could see no chance of getting over, I returned to Johansen and the sledges. It is a fruitless task, this following a lane running at right angles to one's course. Better to camp and make one's self some good pemmican soup à la julienne (it was highly delectable), and then give one's self up to sleep in the hope of better things in the future. Either the lanes will close together again, or they will freeze, now that it is tolerably cold. The weather is quiet, so it is to be hoped new ones will not form. If it keep like this during the days we require to reach land, it will be a good thing. When once we are on land, as many lanes may form as they like. Should matters become too bad before that time, there is nothing for us to do but to mend and patch our kayaks. As they are now, they will not float. The continual capsizing of the sledges has cut holes in many places, and they would fill the instant they were put on the water. I ought perhaps to explain here that I had deferred mending the kayaks as long as possible. This was partly because the work would take a long time and the days were precious, now that it was a question of gaining land before the ice became impracticable; partly, too, because in the temperature we now had it would have been difficult to do the work properly, and also because the chances were that they would soon get holes in them again from being upset. In addition to this, I was undesirous of crossing lanes at present. They were still covered with young ice, which it would have been difficult to break through, even had it been possible to protect the bows of the kayaks from being cut by means of a plate of German silver and some extra canvas. As I have mentioned before, not the least drawback was the fact that any water entering the kayaks would immediately have frozen and have been impossible to remove, thus increasing the weight of our loads at each crossing. It was undoubtedly a better plan to go round, even if the way was long, than to incur the hindrances and casualties that the other alternative would, most probably, have occasioned. To continue quoting from my diary for the same day, I write: "The dogs were at one of our precious pemmican grips last night. They have torn off a corner of the bag and eaten some of its contents, but happily not much. We have been fortunate inasmuch as they have let the provisions alone hitherto, but now hunger is becoming too much for them, and nature is stronger than discipline." Monday, May 1st, -12.6 Fahrenheit, -24.8 centigrade. I have soled my Finn shoes to-day with sailcloth, so I hope they will last a while. I feel as if I could hold my own again now. I have 2 pairs of Finn shoes, so that for once one pair can be dried in the sun. They have been wet the whole way, and it has made them the worse for wear. The ice was now growing very bad again, and our marches shorter. On Friday, May 3rd, I write in my diary: "We did not do so good a day's work yesterday as we expected, although we made some progress. The ice was flat and the going good at one time, and we kept steadily at it for 4 hours or so. But then came several reaches with lanes and rubble ice, which, however, we managed to pull through, though the ice was often packing under our feet. By degrees the wind from the southeast increased, and while we were having dinner it veered round to an easterly direction and became rather strong. The ice, too, grew worse, with channels and rubble, and when the wind reached a velocity of 29 to 33 feet in the second, and a driving snowstorm set in, completely obliterating everything around us, stumbling along through it all became anything but attractive. After being delayed several times by newly formed rubble, I saw that the only sensible thing to be done was to camp, if we could find a sheltered spot. This was easier said than done, as the weather was so thick we could hardly see anything, but at last we found a suitable place, and, well content to be under shelter, ate our fiskegratin and crept into the bag, while the wind rattled the tent walls and made drifts round us outside. We had been constrained to pitch our tent close beside a new ridge, which was hardly desirable, as packing might take place, but we had no choice. It was the only lee to be found. Before I went to sleep the ice under us began to creak, and soon the pressure ridge behind us was packing with the well-known jerks. I lay listening and wondering whether it would be better for us to turn out before the ice blocks came tumbling on to us, but as I lay listening went fast asleep and dreamed about an earthquake. When I woke up again, some hours afterwards, everything was quiet except the wind, which howled and rattled at the tent walls, lashing the snow up against them. Yesterday evening Potiphar was killed. We have now 16 dogs left. The numbers are diminishing horribly, and it is still so far to land. If only we were there. Saturday, May 4th. Did 14 miles yesterday, but the lanes became worse and worse. When we got under way in the afternoon, after having reloaded my sledge and kayak and readjusted the dunnage under Johansen's kayak, the wind had fallen, and it was snowing quietly and silently, with big flakes, just as it does on a winter day at home. It was bad in one way, however, as in such light it is difficult to see if the lay of the ground is against or with us; but the going was fairly good, and we made progress. It was heavenly to work in this mild weather, plus 11.8° Fahrenheit, minus 11.3° centigrade, and be able to use one's frost-bitten hands bare without suffering torture untold every time they came in contact with anything. Our life, however, was soon embittered by open waterways. By means of a circuitous route and the expenditure of much valuable time, we at last succeeded in getting over them. Then came long stretches of good ice, and we went cheerfully on our way. By and by, too, the sun peeped out. It is wonderful what such encouragement does for one. A little while ago, when I was ploughing alongside a horrible lane, through rubble and over ridges, without a sign of any means of getting on, I was ready to sink from exhaustion at every step. No pleasure then could compare with that of being able to crawl into the bag. And now, when luck again sheds her smiles on one, and progress is before one, all weariness is suddenly dissipated. During the night the ice began to be bad in earnest, lane after lane, the one worse than the other, and they were only overcome by deviations and intricate byways. It was terrible work, and when the wind increased to a good mill breeze, matters became desperate. This is indeed toil without ceasing. What would I not give to have land, to have a certain way before me, to be able to reckon on a certain day's march and be free from this never-ending anxiety and uncertainty about the lanes? Nobody can tell how much trouble they may yet cause us, and what adversities we may have to go through before we reach land, and meanwhile the dogs are diminishing steadily. They haul all they can, poor things, but what good does it do? I am so tired that I stagger on my snowshoes, and when I fall down only wish to lie there to save myself the trouble of getting up again. But everything changes, and we shall get to land in time. At 5 this morning we came to a broad lane, and as it was almost impossible to get the dogs on any farther, we camped. Once well down in the bag with a pot of savory-smelling lobscouse in front of one, a feeling of well-being is the result, which neither lanes nor anything else can disturb. The ice we have gone through has, on the whole, been flat, with the exception of the newly formed lanes and rubble. These appear, however, for the most part in limited stretches, with extensive flat ice between, as yesterday. All the channels seem in the main to go in the same direction, about straight across our course, with a little deflection towards the southwest. They run about northeast to west-southwest by compass. This morning the temperature had again sunk to plus 0.1° Fahrenheit, minus 17.8° centigrade, after having been up at plus 12.2° Fahrenheit, minus 11° centigrade, and therefore I am still in hopes that the water may freeze within a reasonable time. Perhaps it is wrong of us to curse this wind, for on board the /vam they are rejoicing that a southeaster has at last sprung up. However, in spite of our maledictions, I am really glad for their sake, although I could wish it deferred till we reached land. Wednesday, May 8th. The lanes still appear regularly in certain places, as a rule where the ice is very uneven, and where there are old and new ridges alternately. Between these places there are long, flat stretches of ice without lanes. These are often perfectly even, almost like inland ice. The direction of the lanes is, as before, very often athwart our course or a little more southwesterly. Others again seem to go in about the same direction as we do. This ice is extraordinary. It seems to become more and more even as we approach land, instead of the contrary, as we expected, if it would only keep so. It is considerably flatter than it was about the /vam, it seems to me. There are no really impracticable places, and the irregularities there are seen to be of small dimensions, rubble ice, and so forth, no huge mounds and ridges as we had farther north. Some of the lanes here are narrow, and so far new that the water was only covered with brash. This can be deceptive enough. It appears to be even ice, but thrust one's staff in, and it goes right through and into the water. This morning I made out our latitude and longitude. The former was Sunday, May 5th, 84 degrees 31 minutes north, and the latter 66 degrees 15 minutes east. We are not so far south as I expected, but considerably farther west. It is the drift which has put us back and westward. I shall, therefore, for the future, steer a more southerly course than before, about due south, true, as we are still drifting westward, and, above everything, I am afraid of getting too far in that direction. It is to be hoped that we shall soon have land in sight, and we shall then know where to steer. We undoubtedly ought to be there now. No dog was killed yesterday, as there were 2/3 left of Ulenka from the previous day, which provided an abundant repast. I now only intend to slaughter one every other day, and perhaps we shall soon come across a bear. End of File 7. File 8 of Farthest North, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sharon Riskadal. Farthest North by Fridtjof Nansen, Volume 2. Chapter 5. A Hard Struggle, Part 2. Thursday, May 9th. +9 degrees Fahrenheit, -13.3 degrees centigrade. Yesterday was a fairly good day. The ice was certainly not first-rate, rather rubbly, and the going heavy, but all the same we are making steady way forward. There were long flat stretches every now and then. The weather had become quite fine when we got under way, about 3 o'clock this morning. The sun was shining through light cumulus clouds. It was hard work, however, making head against the ice, and soon the fog came down with the wind, which still blew from the same direction, north-northeast. The work of hauling becomes heavier and heavier for the dogs in proportion as their numbers diminished. The wooden runners, too, the under-runners, do not seem to ride well. I have long thought of taking them off, and to-day really decided to try the sledges without them. In spite of everything, the dogs keep a very even pace, with only a halt now and then. Yesterday there were only 4 dogs for my sledge. One of them, Flint, slipped his harness and ran away, and we did not get hold of him again before the evening, when he was killed by way of punishment. The ice was all along more uneven than it has been the last few days. In the afternoon the weather thickened, and the wind increased, till at about 3 o'clock a regular snowstorm was raging. No way was to be seen, only whiteness everywhere, except in places where the pointed blue ice from the ridges stuck up through the snowdrifts. After a while the ice grew worse, and I went headlong on to ridges and irregularities without even seeing them. I hoped this was only rough ice which we should pass through, but matters did not improve, and we thought there was no sense in going on. Luckily we had just then dropped on a good sheltered camping ground, otherwise it would have been difficult enough to find one in such weather where nothing could be discerned. Meanwhile we are getting southward, and are more and more surprised at not seeing signs of land. We reckon now to have left the 84th parallel behind us. Friday, May 10th. +16.2 degrees Fahrenheit, -8.8 degrees centigrade. Our life has many difficulties to combat. Yesterday promised to be a good day, but thick weather hindered our advance. When we crept out of the tent yesterday forenoon it was fine. The sun was shining, the going was unusually good, and the ice appeared to be unusually even. We had managed in the snowstorm of the previous evening to get into a belt of foul ice, which was merely local. Before we started we thought of taking the removable wooden runners off the sledges, but on trying mine beforehand found that it ran well as it was. I decided, therefore, to wait a little longer, as I was afraid that removing the wooden runners might weaken the sledge. Johansen, meanwhile, had taken them off the middle sledge, but as we then discovered that one of the birch runners had split right across under one of the uprights, There was nothing for it but to put it on again. It was a pity, though, as the sledge would have run much better on the newly tarred runners than on the scratched under runners. We made fairly good progress, in spite of there being only 13 dogs left, 4 to my sledge, 4 to the birch sledge, and 5 to Johansen's. But later in the afternoon the weather thickened rapidly, and snow began to fall, which prevented our seeing anything before us. The ice, however, was fairly even, and we kept going. We came across a lane, but this we crossed by means of a detour. Not long afterwards again we got among a number of abominable pressure ridges, and ran right into high mounds and over steep brinks without seeing them. Wherever one turned there were sudden drops and pitfalls, although everything looked so fair and even under its covering of still falling snow. As there seemed to be little good in continuing, we decided to camp, have our dinner of savory hot lobscouse, make out our longitude, and then pass the time until it should clear again; and if this did not take place soon, then have a good sleep and be ready to get under way as soon as the weather should permit. After having slept for a couple of hours—it was 1 o'clock in the morning—I turned out of the tent and was confronted with the same thick, overcast weather, with only a strip of clear blue sky down by the horizon in the southwest. So I let Johansen sleep on, and reckoned out our longitude, which proved to be 64° 20' east. We have drifted considerably westward since I last made it out, if my calculations be right. While I was thus occupied I heard a suspicious gnawing noise outside in the direction of the kayaks. I listened, and, quite right, it was the dogs up in Johansen's kayak. I ran out, caught Haren, who was just lying gnawing at the portions of fresh dog's flesh destined for tomorrow's consumption, and gave him a good thrashing for his pains. The casing over the opening in the kayak was then properly secured, and snowshoes and sticks piled on. The weather is still the same, overcast and thick, but the wind has veered round to a more southerly direction, and the clear strip of blue sky in the southwest has risen a little higher from the ice margin. Can there be a west wind in prospect? Welcome indeed would it be, and longing were the glances I directed towards that blue strip. There lay sunshine and progress; perhaps even land was beneath it. I could see the cumulus clouds sailing through the blue atmosphere, and thought if only we were there, only had land under us, then all our troubles would sink into oblivion. But material needs must not be forgotten, and perhaps it would be better to get into the bag and have a good sleep while waiting. Many times in the morning did I peep out of the tent, but always saw the same cloudy sky and the same white prospect wherever the eye turned. Down in the west and southwest was always the same strip of clear blue sky, only that now it was lower again. When we at last turned out in the forenoon, the weather was just the same, and the azure strip on the horizon in the southwest was still there. I think it must have something to do with land, and it gives me hope that this may not be so far off. It is a tougher job than we thought, this gaining land, but we have had many enemies to make headway against. Not only foul ice and bad going, but also wind, water, and thick weather, all of them equally obdurate adversaries to overcome. Sunday, May 12th, plus 0.6° Fahrenheit, minus 17.5° centigrade. Yesterday we had a better time than we expected. Overcast and thick it was the whole time, and we felt our way rather than saw it. The ice was not particularly good either, but we pressed onward and had the satisfaction now and then of travelling over several long stretches of flat ice. A couple of channels which had partly opened hindered us somewhat. Curiously enough, the strip of clear sky was still there in the south-southwest, true, and as we went along rose higher in the heavens. We kept expecting it to spread, and that the weather would clear. We needed it sorely to find our way, but the strip never rose any higher, and yet remained there equally clear. Then it sank again, and only a small rim was left visible on the margin of the sky. Then this also disappeared. I cannot help thinking that this strip must have had something to do with land. At 7 o'clock this morning we came to a belt of ice as bad, almost, as I have ever seen it, and as I thought it unadvisable to make an onslaught in such thick weather, we encamped. I hope we did our 14 miles, and can reckon on only 90 more to land, if it lie in 83° latitude. The ice is undoubtedly of a different character from what it was previously. It is less even, and old lanes and new ones, with ridges and rubble, are more frequent, all seeming to point to the vicinity of land. Meanwhile time is going, and the number of dogs diminishing. We have now 12 left. Yesterday Kata was killed, and our provisions are also gradually on the decrease, though, thank Heaven, we have a good deal remaining. The first tin of petroleum, 2½ gallons, came to an end 3 days ago, and we shall soon have finished our second sack of bread. We do nothing but scan the horizon longingly for land, but see nothing, even when I climb up on to the highest hummocks with the telescope. Monday, May 13th. +8.6 Fahrenheit, -13° C, minimum +6.6 Fahrenheit, -14.2 C. This is indeed a toilsome existence. The number of the dogs, and likewise their hauling powers, diminish by degrees, and they are inert and difficult to urge on. The ice grows worse and worse as we approach land, and is, besides, covered with much deeper and looser snow than before. It is particularly difficult to get on in the broken-up ice, where the snow, although it covers up many irregularities, at the same time lets one sink through almost up to one's thighs between the pieces of ice as soon as one takes one's snowshoes off to help the sledge. It is extremely tiring and shaky on this sort of surface to use one's snowshoes, not firmly secured to the feet, but one cannot have them properly fastened on when one has to help the dogs at any moment, or pull and tug at these eternal sledges. I think in snow such as this Indian snowshoes would be preferable, and I only wish I had some. Meanwhile, however, we covered some ground yesterday, and if I reckon 20 miles for yesterday and to-day together, I do not think I shall be very far out. We should thus have only about 50 miles to the 83rd parallel and the land which Payer determined. We are keeping a somewhat southerly course, about due south true, as this continual east wind is certainly driving us westward, and I do not like the idea of drifting west past land. It is beginning to be tolerably warm inside the bag at night now, and last night I could hardly sleep for heat. Tuesday, May 14th, +6.8 Fahrenheit, -14° C. Yesterday was a cozy day of rest. Just as we were about to get under way after breakfast, it clouded over, and a dense snowstorm set in, so that to start out in such weather, in the uneven ice we have now before us, would not have been worth while. I therefore made up my mind to halt for the time being and get some trifles done, and in particular the shifting of the load from the birch sled on to the 2 others, and so at last get rid of this third sledge, for which we can no longer spare any dogs. This took some time, and as it was absolutely necessary to do it, we lost nothing by stopping for a day. We had now so much wood from the sledge, together with broken snowshoe staves, and the results of other casualties, that I thought we should be able to use it as fuel for some time to come, and so save the petroleum. We accordingly made a fire of it to cook the supper with, contrived a cooking pot out of the empty petroleum tin, and hung it over in the approved fashion. At the first start off we lighted the fire just outside the tent door, but soon gave that up, as, for the first thing, we nearly burned up the tent, and secondly, the smoke came in till we could hardly see out of our eyes. But it warmed well and looked wonderfully cheerful. Then we moved it farther off, where it could neither burn up the tent nor smoke us out, but therewith all the joy of it was departed. When we had about burned up the whole sledge, and succeeded in getting a pot of boiling water, with the further result of having nearly melted the floe through on which we were living, I gave up the idea of cooking with sledges, and went back to our trusty friend the Primus, and a sociable and entertaining friend too, which one can have by one's side as one lies in the bag. We have as much petroleum, I should imagine, as we shall require for the journey before us, and why bother about anything else? If the petroleum should come to an end too soon, why, then we can get as much train oil from bear and seal and walrus as we shall require. I am very anxious to see the result of our reloading. Our 2 kayak sledges have undoubtedly become somewhat heavier, but then we shall have 6 dogs to each as long as they last. Our patience has been rewarded at last with the most brilliant sunshine and sparkling sky. It is so warm in the tent that I am lying basking in the heat. One might almost think oneself under an awning on a summer's day at home. Last night it was almost too warm to sleep. The ice kept practicable to a certain extent during these days, though the lanes provided us with many an obstacle to overcome. Then, in addition to this, the dogs' strength was failing. They were ready to stop at the slightest unevenness, and we did not make much way. On Thursday, May 16th, I write in my diary, several of the dogs seemed to be much exhausted. Barrow, the leader of my team, gave in yesterday. He could hardly move at last, and was slaughtered for supper. Poor animal, he hauled faithfully to the end. It was Johansen's birthday yesterday. He completed his 28th year, and of course a feast was held in honor of the occasion. It consisted of lobscouse, his favorite dish, followed by some good hot lime-juice grog. The midday sun made it warm and comfortable in the tent. 6 a.m., plus 3.6 degrees Fahrenheit, minus 15.8 degrees centigrade. Have today calculated our latitude and longitude for yesterday, and find it was 83 degrees 36 minutes north and 59 degrees 55 minutes east. Our latitude agrees exactly with what I supposed according to the dead reckoning, but our longitude is almost alarmingly westerly, in spite of the fact that our course has been the whole time somewhat southerly. There appears to be a strong drift in the ice here, and it will be better for us to keep east of the south in order not to drift past land. To be quite certain, I have again reckoned out our observations of April 7th and 8th, but find no error, and cannot think otherwise than that we are about right. Still, it seems remarkable that we have not yet seen any signs of land. 10 p.m., plus 1.4 degrees Fahrenheit, minus 17 degrees centigrade. Friday, May 17th, plus 12.4 degrees Fahrenheit, minus 10.9 degrees centigrade, minimum minus 19 degrees centigrade. Today is the 17th of May, Constitution Day. I felt quite certain that by today, at any rate, we should have been on land somewhere or other, but fate wills otherwise. We have not even seen a sign of it yet. Alas, here I lie in the bag, dreaming daydreams and thinking of all the rejoicings at home, of the children's processions and the undulating mass of people at this moment in the streets. How welcome a sight to see the flags, with their red bunting waving in the blue spring atmosphere, and the sun shining through the delicate young green of the leaves. And here we are in drifting ice, not knowing exactly where we are, uncertain as to our distance from an unknown land, where we hope to find means of sustaining life, and thence carve our way on towards home, with 2 teams of dogs whose numbers and strength diminish day by day, with ice and water between us and our goal, which may cause us untold trouble, with sledges which now, at any rate, are too heavy for our own powers. We press laboriously onward, mile by mile, and meanwhile, perhaps, the drift of the ice is carrying us westward out to sea, beyond the land we are striving for. A toilsome life, undeniably, but there will be an end to it some time. Some time we shall reach it, and meanwhile our flag for the 17th of May shall wave above the 83rd parallel, and if fate send us the first sight of land to-day, our joy will be twofold. Yesterday was a hard day. The weather was fine, even brilliant, the going splendid, and the ice good, so that one had a right to expect progress, were it not for the dogs. They pull up at everything, and for the man ahead it is a continual going over the same ground 3 times, first to find a way and make a track, and then back again to drive on the dogs. It is slow work indeed. Across quite flat ice the dogs keep up to the mark pretty well, but at the first difficulty they stop. I tried harnessing myself in front of them yesterday, and it answered pretty well, but when it came to finding the way in foul ice it had to be abandoned. In spite of everything we are pushing forward, and eventually shall have our reward. But for the time being this would be ample could we only reach land and land ice without these execrable lanes. Yesterday we had 4 of them. The first that stopped us did not cause immoderate trouble. Then we went over a short bit of middling ice, though with lane after lane and ridges. Then came another bad lane, necessitating a circuit. After this we traversed some fairly good ice, this time considerably more of it than previously, but soon came to a lane, or rather a pool, of greater size than we had ever seen before, exactly what the Russians would call a polonja. It was covered with young ice, too weak to bear. We started confidently alongside it in a southwesterly direction, true, in the belief that we should soon find a way across, but soon did not come. Just where we expected to find a crossing, an overwhelming sight presented itself to our gaze. The pool stretched away in a southwesterly direction to the very horizon, and we could see no end to it. In the mirage on the horizon a couple of detached blocks of ice rose above the level of the pool. They appeared to be floating in open water, changed constantly in shape, and disappeared and reappeared. Everything seemed to indicate that the pool debouched right into the sea in the west. From the top of a high hummock I could, however, with the glass see ice on the other side, heightened by the looming. But it was anything but certain that it really was situated at the western end of the pool; more probably it indicated a curve in the direction of the latter. What was to be done here? To get over seemed for the moment an impossibility. The ice was too thin to bear and too thick to set the kayaks through, even if we should mend them. How long it might take at this time of year for the ice to become strong enough to bear I did not know, but one day would scarcely do it. To settle down and wait, therefore, seemed too much. How far the pool extended, and how long we might have to travel along it before we found a crossing, and could again keep to our course, no one could tell, but the probability was a long time, perhaps days. On the other hand, to retreat in the direction whence we came seemed an unattractive alternative. It would lead us away from our goal, and also perhaps necessitate a long journey in an opposite direction before we could find a crossing. The pool extended true south 50° west. To follow it would undoubtedly take us out of our course, which ought now properly to be east of south. But on the whole this direction was nearest the line of our advance, and consequently we decided to try it. After a short time we came to a new lane running in a transverse direction to the pool. Here the ice was strong enough to bear, and on examining the ice on the pool itself beyond the confluence of this lane, I found a belt where the young ice had, through pressure, been jammed up in several layers. This happily was strong enough to bear, and we got safely over the pool, the trend of which we had been prepared to follow for days. Then on we went again, though in toil and tribulation, until at 8:30 in the evening we again found ourselves confronted by a pool or lane of exactly the same description as the former one, with the exception only that this time the view to the sea opened towards the northeast, while in the southwest the skyline was closed in by ice. The lane also was covered with young ice, which in the middle was obviously of the same age as that on the last pool. Near the edge there was some thicker and older ice which would bear, and over which I went on snowshoes to look for a crossing, but found none as far as I went. The strip of ice along the middle, sometimes broad and sometimes narrow, was everywhere too thin to risk taking the sledges over. We consequently decided to camp and wait till to-day, when it is to be hoped the ice will be strong enough to bear, and here we are, still with the same lane in front of us. Heaven only knows what surprises the day will bring. Sunday, May 19th. The surprise which the 17th brought us was nothing less than that we found the lanes about here full of narwhals. When we had just got under way and were about to cross over the lane we had been stopped by the previous day, I became aware of a breathing noise, just like the blowing of whales. I thought at first it must be from the dogs, but then I heard for certain that the sound came from the lane. I listened. Johansen had heard the noise the whole morning, he said, but thought it was only ice jamming in the distance. No, that sound I knew well enough, I thought, and looked over towards an opening in the ice whence I thought it proceeded. Suddenly I saw a movement which could hardly be falling ice, and, quite right, up came the head of a whale, then came the body, it executed the well-known curve and disappeared. Then up came another, accompanied by the same sound. There was a whole school of them. I shouted that they were whales, and running to the sledge had my gun out in a second. Then came the adjusting of a harpoon, and after a little work this was accomplished, and I was ready to start in pursuit. Meanwhile the animals had disappeared from the opening in the ice where I had first seen them, though I heard their breathing from some openings farther east. I followed the lane in that direction, but did not come within range, although I got rather near them once or twice. They came up in comparatively small openings in the ice, which were to be found along the whole length of the lane. There was every prospect of being able to get a shot at them if we stopped for a day to watch the holes, but we had no time to spare and could not have taken much with us had we got one, as the sledges were heavy enough already. We soon found a passage over and continued our journey with the flags hoisted on the sledges in honor of the day. As we were going so slowly now that it was hardly possible for things to be worse, I determined at our dinner hour that I really would take off the underrunners from my sledge. The change was unmistakable; it was not like the same sledge. Henceforth we got on well, and after a while the underrunners from Johansen's sledge were also removed. As we furthermore came on some good ice later in the day, our progress was quite unexpectedly good, and when we stopped at 11:30 yesterday morning, I should think we had gone 10 miles during our day's march. This brings us down to latitude 83° 20' or so. At last, then, we have come down to latitudes which have been reached by human beings before us, and it cannot possibly be far to land. A little while before we halted yesterday, we crossed a lane or pool exactly like the two previous ones, only broader still. Here, too, I heard the blowing of whales, but although I was not far from the hole whence the noise presumably came, and although the opening there was quite small, I could perceive nothing. Johansen, who came afterwards with the dogs, said that as soon as they reached the frozen lane they got scent of something and wanted to go against the wind. Curious that there should be so many narwhals in the lanes here. The ice we are now travelling over is surprisingly bad. There are few or no new ridges, only small older irregularities, with now and then deep snow in between, and then these curious broad endless lanes, which resemble each other and run exactly parallel, and are all unlike those we have met before. They are remarkable from the fact that, while formerly I always observed the ice on the north side of the lane to drift westward, in comparison with that which lay on the south side, the reverse was here the case. It was the ice on the south side which drifted westward. As I am afraid that we are continually drifting rapidly westward, I have kept a somewhat easterly course, south, southeast, or east of that, according as the drift necessitates. We kept the 17th of May, on the 18th, it is true, by a feast of unsurpassed magnificence, consisting of lobscouse, stewed red whortleberries mixed with real food, and stamina lime juice mead, that is, a concoction of lime juice tablets and frame food stamina tablets dissolved in water, and then, having eaten our fill, crawled into our bag. As we gradually made our way southward, the ice became more impracticable and difficult to travel over. We still came across occasional good flat plains, but they were often broken up by broad belts of jammed-up ice and in a measure by channels which hindered our advance. On May 19th I write, "I climbed to the top of the highest hummock I have yet been up. I measured it roughly, and made it out to be about 24 feet above the ice whence I had climbed up. but as this latter was considerably above the surface of the water, the height was probably 30 feet or so. It formed the crest of quite a short and crooked pressure ridge, consisting of only small pieces of ice. That day we came across the first tracks of bears which we had seen on our journey over the ice. The certainty that we had got down to regions where these animals are to be found, and the prospect of a ham, made us very joyous. On May 20th there was a tremendous snowstorm, through which it was impossible to see our way on the uneven ice. Consequently there is nothing for it but to creep under the cover again and sleep as long as one can. Hunger at last, though, is too much for us, and I turn out to make a stew of delicious liver pâté, then a cup of whey drink, and into the bag again, to write or slumber as we list. Here we are, with nothing to do but to wait till the weather changes, and we can go on. We can hardly be far from 83° 10' north, and should have gained Petermann's Land, if it be where Payer supposed. Either we must be unconscionably out of our bearings, or the country very small. Meanwhile, I suppose this east wind is driving us westward, out to sea, in the direction of Spitzbergen. Heaven alone knows what the velocity of the drift may be here. Oh well, I am not in the least downhearted. We still have 10 dogs, and should we drift past Cape Fligely, there is land enough west of us, and that we can hardly mistake. Starve we scarcely can, and if the worst should come to the worst, and we have to make up our minds to winter up here, we can face that too, if only there was nobody waiting at home. But we shall get back before the winter. The barometer is falling steadily, so that it will be a case of patience long drawn out, but we shall manage all right. On the afternoon of the following day, May 21st, we were at last able to get off, though the weather was still thick and snowy, and we often staggered along like blind men. As the wind was strong and right at our back, and as the ice was fairly even, I at last put a sail to my sledge. It almost went by itself, but did not in the least change the dogs' pace. They kept the same slow time as before. Poor beasts, they become more and more tired, and the going is heavy and loose. We passed over many newly frozen pools that day, and some time previously there must have been a remarkable quantity of open water. I do not think I exceed when I put down our day's march at 14 miles, and we ought to have latitude 83° behind us, but as yet no sign of land. This is becoming rather exciting. Friday, May 24th, plus 18.8° Fahrenheit, minus 7.4° centigrade. Minimum, minus 11.4° centigrade. Yesterday was the worst day we have yet had. The lane we had before us when we stopped the previous day proved to be worse than any of the others had been. After breakfast at 1 a.m., and while Johansen was engaged in patching the tent, I trudged off to look for a passage across, but was away for 3 hours without finding any. There was nothing for it but to follow the bend of the lane eastward and trust to getting over eventually, but it turned out to be a longer job than we had anticipated. When we came to the place where it appeared to end, the surrounding ice mass was broken up in all directions, and the floes were grinding against each other as they tore along. There was no safe passage to be found anywhere. Where at one moment, perhaps, I might have crossed over, at the next, when I brought the sledges up, there was only open water. Meanwhile we executed some intricate maneuvering from floe to floe, always farther east, in order to get round. The ice jammed under and around us, and it was often a difficult matter to get through. Often did we think we were well across, when still worse lanes and cracks in front of us met our disappointed gaze. It was enough sometimes to make one despair. There seemed to be no end to it. Wherever one turned were yawning channels. On the overcast sky the dark, threatening reflection of water was to be seen in all directions. It really seemed as if the ice was entirely broken up. Hungry and almost tired to death we were, but determined, if possible, to have our troubles behind us before we stopped for dinner. But at last matters came to a hopeless pitch, and at 1 o'clock, after 9 hours' work, we decided to have a meal. It is a remarkable fact that, let things be as bad as they may, once in the bag and with food in prospect, all one's troubles sink into oblivion. The human being becomes a happy animal, which eats as long as it can keep its eyes open, and goes to sleep with the food in its mouth. O blissful state of heedlessness! But at 4 o'clock we had to turn to again at the apparently hopeless task of threading the maze of lanes. As the last drop in our cup of misery, the weather became so thick and shadowless that one literally could not see if one were walking up against a wall of ice or plunging into a pit. Alas, we have only too much of this mist. How many lanes and cracks we went across, how many huge ridges we clambered over, dragging the heavy sledges after us, I cannot say, but very many. They twisted and turned in all directions, and water and slush met us everywhere. But everything comes to an end, and so did this. After another 2.5 hours' severe exertion, we had put the last lane behind us, and before us lay a lovely plain. Altogether we had now been at this sort of work for nearly 12 hours, and I had in addition followed the lane for 3 hours in the morning, which made 15 altogether. We were thoroughly done, and wet too. How many times we had gone through the deceptive crust of snow which hides the water between the pieces of ice, it is impossible to say. Once during the morning I had had a narrow escape. I was going confidently along on snowshoes over what I supposed to be solid ice, when suddenly the ground began to sink beneath me. Happily there were some pieces of ice not far off on which I succeeded in throwing myself, while the water washed over the snow I had just been standing on. I might have had a long swim for it through the slush, which would have been anything but pleasant, particularly seeing that I was alone. At last we had level ice before us, but alas, our happiness was destined to be short-lived. From the dark belt of clouds on the sky we saw that a new channel was in prospect, and at 8 in the evening we had reached it. I was too tired to follow the trend of the lane—it was not short—in order to find a crossing, particularly as another channel was visible behind it. It was also impossible to see the ice around one in the heavily falling snow. It was only a question, therefore, of finding a camping place, but this was easier said than done. A strong north wind was blowing, and no shelter was to be found from it on the level ice we had just got on to. Every mound and irregularity was examined as we passed by it in the snowstorm, but all were too small. We had to content ourselves at last with a little pressed-up hummock, which we could just get under the lee of. Then again there was too little snow, and only after considerable work did we succeed in pitching the tent. At last, however, the primus was singing cheerily inside it, the fiskegratin diffusing its savory odor, and two happy beings were ensconced comfortably inside the bag, enjoying existence and satisfied, if not indeed at having done a good day's march, yet in the knowledge of having overcome a difficulty. While we were having breakfast to-day, I went out and took a meridian altitude, which, to our delight, made us 82° 52' north. Sunday, May 26th. When the ice is as uneven as it is now, the difficulty of making headway is incredible. The snow is loose, and if one takes one's snowshoes off for a moment, one sinks in above one's knees. It is impossible to fasten them on securely, as every minute one must help the dogs with the sledges. Added to this, if the weather be thick, as yesterday, one is apt to run into the largest ridges or snowdrifts without seeing them. Everything is equally white under its covering of new snow, and the light comes from all directions, so that it throws no shadows. Then one plunges in headlong, and with difficulty can get up and onto one's snowshoes again. This takes place continually, and the longer it lasts, the worse it gets. At last one literally staggers on one's snowshoes from fatigue, just as if one were drunk. But we are gaining ground, and that is the chief thing, be one's shins ever so bruised and tender. This manner of progress is particularly injurious to the ankles on account of the constant unsteadiness and swerving of the snowshoes, and many a day have mine been much swollen. The dogs, too, are becoming exhausted, which is worse. I have today reckoned out the observations made yesterday, and find to our joy that the longitude is 61 degrees 27 minutes east, so that we have not drifted westward, but have come about south according to our course. My constant fear of drifting past land is thus unfounded, and we should be able to reckon on reaching it before very long. We may possibly be farther east than we suppose, but hardly farther west, so that if we now go due south for a while and then southwest, we must meet with land, and this within not many days. I reckon that we did 20 miles southward yesterday, and should thus be now in latitude 82 degrees 40 minutes north. A couple more days, and our latitude will be very satisfactory. The ice we have before us looks practicable, but to judge by the sky we have a number of waterways a little farther on. We must manage somehow to fight our way across them. I should be very reluctant to mend the kayaks just now before we have reached land and firm land ice. They require a thorough overhauling both as to frames and covers. My one thought now is to get on while we still have some dogs, and thus use them up. A comfortable Sunday morning in the tent to-day. These observations put me in good spirits. Life seems to look bright before us. Soon we must be able to start homeward at good speed and across open water. Oh, what a pleasure it will be to handle paddle and gun again, instead of this continual toil with the sledges. Then, too, the shouting to the dogs to go on, it seems to wear and tear one's ears and every nerve in one's body. Monday, May 27th. Ever since yesterday morning we have seen the looming of water on the sky. It is the same looming that we saw on the previous day, and I set our course direct for the place where, to judge by it, there should be the greatest accumulation of ice, and where consequently a crossing should be easiest. During the course of the afternoon we came on one lane after the other, just as the water sky had denoted, and towards evening the dark heavens before us augured open water of a worse kind. The reflection was particularly dark and threatening, both in the west and in the east. By 7 o'clock I could see a broad lane before us, stretching away west and east as far as the eye could reach from the highest hummock. It was broad and appeared to be more impracticable than any of the previous ones. As the dogs were tired, our day's march had been a good one, and we had a splendid camping place ready to hand, we decided to pitch the tent. Well satisfied and certain that we were now in latitude 82.5 degrees, and that land must inevitably be near, we disappeared into the bag. During breakfast this morning I went out and took a meridian altitude. It proves that we have not deceived ourselves. We are in latitude 82 degrees 30 minutes north, perhaps even a minute or two farther south. But it is growing more and more remarkable that we see no sign of land. I cannot explain it in any other way than that we are some degrees farther east than we suppose. That we should be so much farther west as to enable us to pass entirely clear of Petermann's Land and Oscar's Land, and not so much as get a glimpse of them, I consider an impossibility. I have again looked at our former observations, have gone again through our dead reckoning, the velocity and directions of the wind, and all the possibilities of drift during the days which passed between our last certain observation for longitude, April 8th, and the day when, according to the dead reckoning, we assumed ourselves to be in longitude 86 degrees east, April 13th. That there should be any great mistake is inconceivable. The ice can hardly have had such a considerable drift during those particular days, seeing that our dead reckoning in other respects tallied so well with the observations. Yesterday evening Kvik was slaughtered. Poor thing, she was quite worn out, and did little or nothing in the hauling line. I was sorry to part with her, but what was to be done? Even if we should get fresh meat, it would have taken some time to feed her up again, and then perhaps we should have had no use for her, and should only have had to kill her after all. But a fine big animal she was, and provided food for 3 days for our remaining 8 dogs. I am in a continual state of wonderment at the ice we are now travelling over. It is flat and good, with only smallish pieces of broken-up ice lying about, and a large mound or small ridge here and there; but all of it is ice which can hardly be winter old, or at any rate has been formed since last summer. It is quite a rarity to come across a small tract of older ice, or even a single old floe which has lain the summer through, so rare, in fact, that at our last camping place it was impossible to find any ice which had been exposed to the summer sun and consequently freed from salt. We were obliged to be content with snow for our drinking water. Certain it is that where these great expanses of flat ice come from there was open water last summer or autumn, and that of no little extent, as we have passed over many miles of this compact ice the whole day yesterday and a good part of the previous day, besides which there were formerly a considerable number of such tracts in between older, summer-old ice. There is little probability that this should have been formed in the vicinity hereabouts. More probably it has come from farther east or southeast, and was formed in open water on the east side of Wilczek's Land. I believe, consequently, that this must indicate that there can be not a little open water along the east or northeast coast of Wilczek's Land in the summer or autumn months. Now followed a time when the lanes grew worse than ever, and we began to toil in grim earnest. Lanes and cracks went crosswise in every direction. The ice was sometimes uneven, and the surface loose and heavy between the irregularities. If one could get a bird's-eye view of this ice, the lanes would form a veritable network of irregular meshes. Woe to him who lets himself get entangled in it. Wednesday, May 29th. Yesterday I inaugurated a great change, and began with komager. It was an agreeable transition. One's feet keep nice and dry now, and one is furthermore saved the trouble of attending to the fin shoes night and morning. They were beginning in this mild temperature to assume a texture like our native lefser, a kind of tough rye cake. Then, too, one need no longer sleep with wet rags on one's chest and legs to dry them. That day we saw our first bird, a fulmar, Procellaria glacialis. Thursday, May 30th. At 5 o'clock yesterday morning we set forth with a buoyancy born of the belief that now at last the whole network of lanes was behind us. But we had not gone far before the reflection of new channels appeared in front. I climbed up onto a hummock as quickly as possible, but the sight which met my eyes was anything but enlivening. Lane after lane, crossing and recrossing in front of us, and on each side as far as the eye could reach. It looked as if it mattered little what direction we chose; it would be of no avail in getting out of the maze. I made a long excursion on ahead to see if there might not be a way of slipping through and over on the consecutive flat sheets, as we had done before, but the ice appeared to be broken up, and so it probably is all the way to land. It was no longer with a compact mass of polar ice that we had to deal, but with thin, broken-up pack-ice, at the mercy of every wind of heaven, and we had to reconcile ourselves to the idea of scrambling from floe to floe as best we might. What would I not have given at this moment for it to be March, with all its cold and sufferings, instead of the end of May, and the thermometer almost above 32° Fahrenheit? It was just this end of May I had feared all along, the time at which I considered it of the greatest importance to have gained land. Unhappily, my fears proved to be well founded. I almost began to wish that it was a month or more later. The ice would then perhaps be slacker here, with more open pools and lanes, so that in a measure one could make one's way in a kayak. Well, who could tell? This miserable thin young ice appeared to be utterly treacherous, and there was a water sky in every direction, but mostly far, far ahead. If only we were there! If only we were under land! Perhaps if the worst should come to the worst, we may be reduced to waiting till over the time when the mild weather and break-up of the ice come in earnest. But have we provisions enough to wait till that time? This was, indeed, more than doubtful. As I stood sunk in these gloomy reflections on the high hummock, and looking southward over the ice, seeing ridge after ridge and lane after lane before me, I suddenly heard the well-known sound of a whale blowing from a lead close behind. It was the solution of my troubles. Starve we should not. There are animals here, and we have guns, thank Heaven, and harpoons as well, and we know how to use them. There was a whole school of narwhals in the lane, breathing and blowing ceaselessly. As some high ice hid them from view for a great part, I could only see their gray backs now and then as they arched themselves over the black surface of the water. I stood a long while looking at them, and had I had my gun and harpoon, it would have been an easy matter to get one. After all, the prospect was not so bad at present, and meanwhile what we had to do was not to mind lanes, but to keep on our course southwest or southwest to south over them, and push on the best we could. And with that resolution I returned to the sledges. Neither of us, however, had a very firm belief that we should get much farther, and therefore all the more elated did we become as our advance proved by degrees to be tolerably easy, in spite of our exhausted dogs. While we were making our way during the morning between some lanes, I suddenly saw a black object come rushing through the air. It was a black guillemot, urea grill, and it circled round us several times. Not long afterwards I heard a curious noise in a southwesterly direction, something like the sound made by a goat's horn when blown on. I heard it many times, and Johansen also remarked it, but I could not make out what it was. An animal, at all events, it must be, as human beings are hardly likely to be near us here. A little while later a fulmar came sailing towards us and flew round and round just over our heads. I got out my gun, but before I had a cartridge in the bird had gone again. It is beginning to grow lively here. It is cheering to see so much life, and gives one the feeling that one is approaching land and kindlier regions. Later on I saw a seal on the ice. It was a little ringed seal, which it would have been a satisfaction to capture, but before I had quite made out what it was, it had disappeared into the water. At 10 o'clock we had dinner, which we shall no longer eat in the bag in order to save time. We have also decided to shorten our marches to 8 hours or so in the day on account of the dogs. At 11 o'clock after dinner we started off again, and at 3 stopped and camped. I should imagine we went 7 miles yesterday, or let me say between 12 and 15 during the last 2 days, the direction being about southwest. Every little counts. In front of us on the horizon we have a water sky, or at any rate a reflection which is so sharply defined and remains so immovable that it must either be over open water or dark land. Our course just bears on it. It is a good way off, and the water it is over can hardly be of small extent. I cannot help thinking that it must be under land. May it be so. But between us, to judge by the sky, there seem to be plenty of lanes. The ice is still the same nowadays, barely of the previous winter's formation, where it is impossible to find any suitable for cooking. It seems to me that it is here, if possible, thinner than ever, with a thickness of from 2 to 3 feet. The reason of this I am still at a loss to explain. Friday, May 31st. It is wonderful, the last day of May, this month gone too without our reaching land, without even seeing it. June cannot surely pass in the same manner. It is impossible that we can have far to go now. I think everything seems to indicate this. The ice becomes thinner and thinner. We see more and more life around us, and in front is the same reflection of water or land, whichever it may be. Yesterday I saw 2 ringed seals, Phoca fotida, in 2 small lanes. A bird, probably a fulmar, flew over a lane here yesterday evening, and at midday yesterday we came on the fresh tracks of a bear and 2 small cubs, which had followed the side of a lane. There seemed to be prospects of fresh food in such surroundings, though curiously enough neither of us has any particular craving for it. We are quite satisfied with the food we have, but for the dogs it would be of great importance. We had to kill again last night. This time it was Pan, our best dog. It could not be helped. He was quite worn out and could not do much more. The 7 dogs we have left can now live 3 days on the food he provided. This is quite unexpected. The ice is very much broken up here, mere pack ice, were it not for some large floes or flat spaces in between. If this ice had time to slacken, it would be easy enough to row between the floes. Sometimes when we were stopped by lanes yesterday, and I went up on to some high hummock to look ahead, my heart sank within me, and I thought we should be constrained to give up the hope of getting farther. It was looking out over a very chaos of lumps of ice and brash mixed together in open water. To jump from piece to piece in such waters, with dogs and 2 heavy sledges following one, is not exactly easy. But by means of investigation and experiment we managed eventually to get over this lane too, and after going through rubble for a while came on to flat ice again, and thus it kept on with new lanes repeatedly. The ice we are now travelling over is almost entirely new ice, with occasional older floes in between. It continues to grow thinner. Here it is for the greater part not more than 3 feet in thickness, and the floes are as flat as when they were frozen. Yesterday evening, however, we got on to a stretch of old ice, on which we are stationed now, but how far it extends it is difficult to say. We camped yesterday at 6:30 in the evening, and found fresh ice again for the cooker, which was distinctly a pleasant change for the cook. We have not had it since May 25th. A disagreeable wind from the south, it is true, has sprung up this evening, and it will be hard work going against it. We have a great deal of bad weather here. It is overcast nearly every day, with wind, south wind, which, above everything, is least desirable just now. But what are we to do? To settle down we have hardly provender enough. There is nothing for it, I suppose, but to grind on. Took a meridian altitude to-day, and we should be in 82 degrees 21 minutes north, and still no glimpse of land. This is becoming more and more of an enigma. What would I not give to set my foot on dry land now? But patience, always patience. End of File 8. File 9 of Farthest North, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sharon Riskadal. Farthest North by Fridtjof Nansen, Volume 2. Chapter 6 by Sledge and Kayak, Part 1. Saturday, June 1st. So this is June. What has it in store for us? Will not this month either bring us the land we are longing for? Must hope and believe so, though the time is drawing out. Luck, for the matter of that, is a wonderful thing. I expected this morning as little of the day as was well possible. The weather was thick and snowy, and we had a strong contrary wind. It was no better when we came on a lane directly after we started, which appeared to be nearly impassable. Everything was dark and dull. However, the day turned out to be better than we expected. By means of a detour to the northeast, I found a passage across the lane, and we got on to long flat plains which we went over until quite midday. And from 5 this afternoon we had another hour and a half of good ice, but that was the end of it. A lane which ran in several directions cut off every means of advance, and although I spent more than an hour and a half in looking for a crossing, none was to be found. There was nothing for it but to camp and hope that the morrow would bring an improvement. Now the morrow has come, but whether the improvement has come likewise, and the lane has closed more together, I do not yet know. We camped about 9 yesterday evening. As usual latterly, after nearly a whole day of dismal snow, it suddenly cleared up as soon as we began to pitch the tent. The wind also went down, and the weather became beautiful, with blue sky and light white clouds, so that one might almost dream oneself far away to summer at home. The horizon in the west and southwest was clear enough, but nothing to be seen except the same water sky, which we have been steering for, and happily it is obviously higher, so we are getting under it. If only we had reached it! Yonder there must be a change, that I have no doubt of. How I long for that change! Curious how different things are. If we only reach land before our provisions give out, we shall think ourselves well out of danger, while to Payer it stood for certain starvation if he should have to remain there and not find Tegethoff again. But then he had not been roaming about in the drift ice between 83° and 86° for 2 months and a half without seeing a living creature. Just as we were going to break up camp yesterday morning, we suddenly heard the angry cry of an ivory gull. There above us, beautiful and white, were two of them sailing right over our heads. I thought of shooting them, but it seemed, on the whole, hardly worth while to expend a cartridge apiece on such birds. They disappeared again, too, directly. A little while afterwards we heard them again. As we were lying in the bag to-day and waiting for breakfast, we suddenly heard a hoarse scream over the tent, something like the croaking of a crow. I should imagine it must have been a gull, Lorus argentatus. Is it not curious? The whole night long, whenever I was awake, did the sun smile into us through our silken walls, and it was so warm and light that I lay and dreamed dreams of summer, far from lanes and drudgery and endless toil. How fair life seems at such moments, and how bright the future! But no sooner do I turn out to cook at 9:30 than the sun veils his countenance and snow begins to fall. This happens nearly every day now. Is it because he will have us settle down here and wait? For the summer and the slackening of the ice and open water will spare us the toil of finding a way over this hopeless maze of lanes. I am loath indeed that this should come to pass. Even if we could manage, as far as provisions are concerned, by killing and eating the dogs, and with a chance of game in prospect, our arrival in Spitzbergen would be late, and we might not improbably have to pass the winter there, and then those at home would have another year to wait. Sunday, June 2nd. So it is on Whitsunday that this book finishes. I could hardly have imagined that we should still be in the drift ice without seeing land. But fate wills otherwise, and she knows no mercy. The lane which stopped us yesterday did not close, but opened wider until there was a big sea to the west of us, and we were living on a floe in the midst of it without a passage across anywhere. So at last what we have so often been threatened with has come to pass. We must set to work and make our kayaks seaworthy. But first of all we moved the tent into a sheltered nook of the hummock, where we are lying to, so that the wind does not reach us, and we can imagine it is quite still outside, instead of a regular mill breeze blowing from the southwest. To rip off the cover of my kayak and get it into the tent to patch it was the work of a very short time, and then we spent a comfortable, quiet Whitsunday evening in the tent. The cooker was soon going, and we had some smoking hot lobscouse for dinner, and I hardly think either of us regretted he was not on the move. It is undeniably good to make a halt sometimes. The cover was soon patched and ready. Then I had to go out and brace up the frame of my kayak, where most of the lashings are slack and must be lashed over again. This will be no inconsiderable piece of work. There are at least 40 of them. However, only a couple of the ribs are split, so the framework can easily be made just as good as before. Johansen also took the cover off his kayak, and to-day it is going to be patched. When both the frames are put in order and the covers on, we shall be ready to start afresh and to meet every difficulty, be it lanes, pools, or open sea. It will indeed be with a feeling of security that we shall set forth, and there will be an end to this continual anxiety lest we should meet with impassable lanes. I cannot conceive that anything now can prevent us from soon reaching land. It can hardly be long now before we meet with lanes and open water in which we can row. There will be a difficulty with the remaining dogs, however, and it will be a case of parting with them. The dogs' rations were portioned out yesterday evening, and we still have part of pan for supper, but Klapperslangen must go too. We shall then have 6 dogs, which I suppose we can keep for 4 days, and still get on a good way with them. Whitsuntide. There is something so lovely and summer-like in the word. It is hard to think how beautiful everything is now at home, and then to lie here still, in mist and wind and ice. How homesick one grows, but what good does it do? Little Liv will go to dinner with her grandmother to-day. Perhaps they are dressing her in a new frock at this very moment. Well, well, the time will come when I can go with her. But when? I must set to work on the lashings, and it will be all right. We worked with ardor during the following days to get our kayaks ready, and even grudged the time for eating. 12 hours sometimes went by between each meal, and our working day often lasted for 24 hours. But all the same it took time to make these kayaks fully seaworthy again. The worst of it was that we had to be so careful with our materials, as the opportunities of acquiring more were not immoderately abundant. When, for instance, a rib had to be relashed, we could not rip up the old lashing, but had to unwind it carefully in order not to destroy the line. And when there are many scores of such places to be relashed, this takes time. Then, too, several of the bamboo ribs which run along the side of the framework, particularly in Johansen's kayak, were split, and these had wholly or partly to be taken out and new ones substituted, or to be strengthened by lashings and side splints. When the covers were properly patched and the frames, after several days' work, again in order, the covers were put on and carefully stretched. All this, of course, had to be done with care and was not quick work, but then we had the satisfaction of knowing that the kayaks were fully seaworthy and capable, if need be, of weathering a storm on the way over to Spitzbergen. Meanwhile the time flew by, our precious time, but then we hoped that our kayaks would render us important assistance, and that we should get on all the quicker in them. Thus on Tuesday, June 4th, I wrote in my diary, "It seems to me that it cannot be long before we come to open water or slack ice. The latter is hereabouts, so thin and broken up, and the weather so summer-like. Yesterday the thermometer was a little below freezing point, and the snow which fell was more like sleet than anything else. It melted on the tent, and it was difficult to keep things from getting wet inside. The walls dripped if we even went near them. We had abominable weather the whole day yesterday, with falling snow, but for the matter of that we are used to it. We have had nothing else lately. To-day, however, it is brilliant, clear blue sky, and the sun has just come over the top of our hummock and down into the tent. It will be a glorious day to sit out and work in, not like yesterday when all one's tackle got wet. It is worst of all when one is lashing, for then one cannot keep the line taut. This sun is a welcome friend. I thought I was almost tired of it before, when it was always there, but how glad we are to see it now, and how it cheers one. I can hardly get it out of my head that it is a glorious, fresh June morning home by the bay. Only let us soon have water, so that we can use our kayaks, and it will not be long before we are home. To-day, for the first time on the whole of this journey, we have dealt out rations for breakfast, both of butter, 1 2/3 ounces, and aleuronate bread, 6 2/3 ounces. We must keep to weights in order to be certain the provisions will last out, and I shall take stock properly of what we have left before we go farther. Happiness is, indeed, short-lived. The sun has gone again, the sky is overcast, and snowflakes are beginning to fall. Wednesday, June 5th. Still at the same spot, but it is to be hoped it will not be long before we are able to get off. The weather was fine yesterday after all, and so summer-like to sit out and work and bask in the sun, and then to look out over the water and the ice with the glittering waves and snow. Yesterday we shot our first game. It was an ivory gull, Loris eberneus, which went flying over the tent. There were other gulls here yesterday, too, and we saw as many as 4 at once, but they kept at a distance. I went after them once and missed my mark. 1 cartridge wasted. This must not be repeated. If we had taken the trouble, we could easily have got more gulls, but they are too small game, and it is also too early to use up our ammunition. In the pool here I saw a seal, and Johansen saw one too. We have both seen and heard narwhals. There is life enough here, and if the kayaks were in order and we could row out on the water, I have no doubt we could get something. However, it is not necessary yet. We have provisions enough at present, and it is better to employ the time in getting on account of the dogs, though it would be well if we could get some big game and not kill any more of them until our ice journey is over and we take to the kayaks for good. Yesterday we had to kill Klapperslangen. He gave 25 rations, which will last the 6 remaining dogs 4 days. The slaughtering was now entirely Johansen's business. He had achieved such celerity that with a single thrust of my long lap knife he made an end of the animal, so that it had no time to utter a sound, and after a few minutes, with the help of the knife and our little axe, he had divided the animal into suitable doles. As I mentioned before, we left the skin and hair on. The former was carefully eaten up, and the only thing left after the dog's meal was, as a rule, a tuft of hair here and there on the ice, some claws, and perhaps a well-gnawed cranium, the hard skull being too much for them. They are beginning to be pretty well starved now. Yesterday Lilleraven ate up the toe strap, the reindeer skin which is placed under the foot to prevent the snow from balling, and a little of the wood of Johansen's snowshoes, which the dog had pulled down onto the ice. The late Kvik ate up her sailcloth harness, and I am not so sure these others do not indulge in a fragment of canvas now and then. I have just reckoned out our longitude according to an observation taken with the theodolite yesterday, and make it to be 61 degrees 16.5 minutes east. Our latitude was 82 degrees 17.8 minutes north. I cannot understand why we do not see land. The only possible explanation must be that we are farther east than we think, and that the land stretches southward in that direction, but we cannot have much farther to go now. Just at this moment a bird flew over us, which Johansen, who is standing just outside the tent, took to be a kind of sandpiper. Thursday, June 6th. Still on the same spot. I am longing to get off, see what things look like, and have a final solution of this riddle which is constantly before me. It will be a real pleasure to be under way again with whole tackle, and I cannot help thinking that we shall soon be able to use our kayaks in open water. Life would be another thing then. Fancy, to get clear for good of this ice and these lanes, this toil with the sledges and endless trouble with the dogs, only oneself in a light craft dancing over the waves at play. It is almost too much to think of. Perhaps we have still many a hard turn before we reach it, many a dark hour, but some time it must come, and then life will be life again. Yesterday at last we finished mending the framework of both kayaks. We rigged up some plaited bamboo at the bottom of each to place the provisions on, in order to prevent them from getting wet in case the kayaks should leak. Today we have only to go over them again, test the lashings, and brace, support those that may require it, and finally put the covers on. Tomorrow evening I hope we shall get off. This repairing has taken it out of the cord. Of our 3 balls we have rather less than 1 left. This I am very anxious to keep, as we may require it for fishing and so forth. Our various provisions are beginning to dwindle. Weighed the butter yesterday and found that we only had 5 pounds 1 ounce. If we reckon our daily ration at 1 1/3 ounces per man, it will last another 23 days, and by that time we shall have gone a little farther. Today, for the first time, I could note down a temperature above freezing point, that is, plus 35.6 degrees Fahrenheit this morning. The snow outside was soft all through, and the hummocks are dripping. It will not be long now before we find water on the floes. Last night, too, it absolutely rained. It was only a short shower. First of all it drizzled, then came large, heavy drops, and we took shelter inside the tent in order not to get wet, but it was rain, rain. It was quite a summer feeling to sit in here and listen to the drops splashing on the tent wall. As regards the going, this thaw will probably be a good thing if we should have frost again. but if the snow is to continue as it is now, it will be a fine mess to get through among all these ridges and hummocks. Instead of such a contingency, it would be better to have as much rain as possible to melt and wash the ice clear of snow. Well, well, it must do as it likes. It cannot be long now before it takes a turn for the better, land or open water, whichever it may be. Saturday, June 8th. Finished and tried the kayaks yesterday at last, but only by dint of sticking to our work from the evening of the day before yesterday to the evening of yesterday. It is remarkable that we are able to continue working so long at a stretch. If we were at home we should be very tired and hungry, with so many working hours between meals. But here it does not seem more than it should be, although our appetites certainly are first-rate and our sleeping powers good. It does not seem as if we were growing weak or sickening for scurvy just yet. As a matter of fact, so far as I know, we are unusually strong and healthy just now, and in full elasticity. When we tried the kayaks in a little lane just here, we found them considerably leaky in the seams and also in the canvas from their rough usage on the way, but it is to be hoped no more so than will be remedied when a little soaking makes the canvas swell out. It will not be agreeable to ferry over lanes and have to put our kayaks dry and leaky on the water. Our provisions may not improbably be reduced to a pulp, but we shall have to put up with that too, like everything else. And so we really mean to get off today, after a week's stay on the same spot. Yesterday the southeast wind set in. It has increased today and become rather strong, to judge by the whistling round the hummocks outside. I lay here this morning fancying I heard the sound of breakers a little way off. All the lanes about here closed yesterday, and there was little open water to be seen. It is owing to this wind, I suppose, and if it is going to close lanes for us, then let it blow on. The snow is covered with a crust of ice, the going is as good as possible, and the ice, it is to be hoped, is more or less flat, so we shall be all right. Johansen shot another ivory gull yesterday, and we had it and another one for dinner. It was our first taste of fresh food, and was, it cannot be denied, very good. But all the same not so delightful as one would expect, seeing that we have not had fresh meat for so many months. It is proof, no doubt, that the food we have is also good. Weighed the bread yesterday. Found we had 26 pounds 4 ounces of wheaten bread and 17 pounds 1 ounce of aleuronate bread. So for that matter we can manage for another 35 or 40 days, and how far we shall then have got the gods alone know, but some part of the way it must be. Sunday, June 9th. We got away from our camping ground at last yesterday, and we were more than pleased. In spite of the weather, which was as bad as it could be, with a raging snowstorm from the east, we were both glad to begin our wanderings again. It took some time to fix grips under the kayaks, consisting of sack, sleeping bag, and blankets, and so load the sledges, but eventually we made a start. We got well off the floe we had lived on so long, and did not even have to use the kayaks, which we had spent a week in patching for that purpose. The wind had carefully closed the lanes. We found flat ice country, and made good way in spite of the most villainous going, with newly fallen snow, which stuck to one's snowshoes mercilessly, and in which the sledges stood as if fixed to the spot as soon as they stopped. The weather was such that one could not see many hundred feet in front of one, and the snow which accumulated on one's clothes on the weather side wetted one to the skin, but still it was glorious to see ourselves making progress towards our stubborn goal. We came across a number of lanes, and they were difficult to cross, with their complicated network of cracks and ridges in all directions. Some of them were broad and full of brash, which rendered it impossible to use the kayaks. In some places, however, the brash was pressed so tightly together that we could walk on it. But many journeys to and fro are nearly always necessary before any reasonable opportunity of advance is to be found. This time is often long to the one who remains behind with the dogs, being blown through or wetted through meanwhile, as the case may be. Often when it seemed as if I were never coming back, did Johansen think I had fallen through some lane and was gone for good. As one sits there on the kayak, waiting and waiting, and gazing in front of one into solitude, many strange thoughts pass through one's brain. Several times he climbed the highest hummock near at hand to scan the ice anxiously, and then when at last he discovered a little black speck moving about on the white flat surface, far, far away, his mind would be relieved. As Johansen was waiting in this way yesterday, he remarked that the sides of the floe in front of him were slowly moving up and down, as they might if rocked by a slight swell. Can open water be near? Can it be that the great breakers from the sea have penetrated in here? How willingly would we believe it! But perhaps it was only the wind which set the thin ice we are now travelling over in wave-like motion. Or have we really open water to the southeast? It is remarkable that this wind welds the ice together, while the southwest wind here a little while ago slackened it. When all is said, is it possible that we are not far from the sea? I cannot help thinking of the water reflections we have seen on the sky before us. Johansen has just left the tent and says that he can now see the same reflection in the south. It is higher now, and the weather tolerably clear. What can it be? Only let us go on and get there. We came across the track of a bear again yesterday. How old it was could not easily be determined in this snow, which obliterates everything in a few minutes, but it was probably from yesterday, for Haren directly afterwards got scent of something and started off against the wind, so that Johansen thought the bear must be somewhere near. Well, well, old or new, a bear was there while we were a little farther north stitching at the kayaks, and one day it will come our way too, no doubt. The gull which Johansen shot brought up a large piece of blubber when it fell, and this tends to confirm us in the belief that bears are at hand, as it hardly could have done so had it not been in such company. The weather was wet and wretched, and to make things worse there was a thick mist, and the going was as heavy as could be. To go on did not seem very attractive, but, on the other hand, a halt for dinner in this slush was still less so. We therefore continued a little while longer and stopped at 10 o'clock for good. What a welcome change it was to be under the tent again, and the fiskegratin was delicious. It gives one such a sense of satisfaction to feel that in spite of everything one is making a little way. The temperature is beginning to be bad now. The snow is quite wet, and some water has entered my kayak, which I suppose melted on the deck and ran down through the open side where the lacing is, which we have not yet sewn fast. We are waiting for good weather in order to get the covers thoroughly dry first, and then stretch them well. Monday, June 10th. In spite of the most impenetrable mist and the most detestable going on soppy snow, which has not yet been sufficiently exposed to frost to become granular, and where the sledges rode their very heaviest, we still managed to make good, even progress the whole day yesterday. There were innumerable lanes, of course, to deal with, and many crossings on loose pieces of ice, which we accomplished at a pinch. But the ice is flat here everywhere, and every little counts. It is the same thin winter ice of about 3 feet in thickness. I only saw a couple of old floes yesterday. They were in the neighborhood of our camping ground, which was also on an old floe, otherwise the ice is new, and in places very new. We went over some large expanses yesterday of ice 1 foot or less in thickness. The last of these tracts in particular was very remarkable, and must at one time have been an immense pool. The ice on it was so thin that it cannot be long before it melts altogether. There was water on all this ice, and it was like walking through gruel. As a matter of fact, the ice about here is nothing else but pure broken-up sea ice, consisting of large and small floes, not infrequently very small floes closely aggregated. But when they have the chance of slackening, they will spread over the whole sea hereabouts, and we shall have water enough to row in any direction we please. The weather seems to-day to be of the same kind as yesterday, with a southwest wind which is tearing and rattling at the tent walls. A thaw and wet snow. I do not know if we shall get any more frost, but it would make the snow in splendid condition for our snowshoes. I am afraid, however, that the contrary will rather be the case, and that we shall soon be in for the worst break-up of the winter. The lanes otherwise are beginning to improve; they are no longer so full of brash and slush. It is melting away, and bridges and such like have a better chance of forming in the clearer water. We scan the horizon unremittingly for land every time there is a clear interval, but nothing, never anything, to be seen. Meanwhile we constantly see signs of the proximity of land or open water. The gulls increase conspicuously in number, and yesterday we saw a little auk, Mergulus alle, in a lane. The atmosphere in the south and southwest is always apt to be dark, but the weather has been such that we can really see nothing. Yet I feel that the solution is approaching. But then, how long have I not thought so? There is nothing for it but the noble virtue of patience. What beautiful ice this would have been to travel over in April before all these lanes were formed, endless flat plains! For the lanes, as far as we know, are all newly formed ones, with some ridges here and there, which are also new. Tuesday, June 11th. A monotonous life, this on the whole, as monotonous as one can well imagine it, to turn out day after day, week after week, month after month, to the same toil, over ice which is sometimes a little better, sometimes a little worse (it now seems to be steadily getting worse), always hoping to see an end to it, but always hoping in vain, ever the same monotonous range of vision over ice and again ice. No sign of land in any direction, and no open water, and now we should be in the same latitude as Cape Fligely, or at most a couple of minutes farther north. We do not know where we are, and we do not know when this will end. Meanwhile our provisions are dwindling day by day, and the number of our dogs is growing seriously less. Shall we reach land while we yet have food, or shall we, when all is said, ever reach it? It will soon be impossible to make any way against this ice and snow. The latter is only slush. The dogs sink through at every step, and we ourselves splash through it up above our knees when we have to help the dogs or take a turn at the heavy sledges, which happens frequently. It is hard to go on hoping in such circumstances, but still we do so, though sometimes, perhaps, our hearts fail us when we see the ice lying before us like an impenetrable maze of ridges, lanes, brash, and huge blocks thrown together pell-mell, and one might imagine oneself looking at suddenly congealed breakers. There are moments when it seems impossible that any creature not possessed of wings can get farther, and one longingly follows the flight of a passing gull and thinks how far away one would soon be could one borrow its wings. But then, in spite of everything, one finds a way, and hope springs eternal. Let the sun peep out a moment from the bank of clouds, and the ice plains glitter in all their whiteness. Let the sunbeams play on the water, and life seems beautiful in spite of it all, and worthy a struggle. It is wonderful how little it takes to give one fresh courage. Yesterday I found dead in a lane a little polar cod, Gadus polaris, and my eyes, I am sure, must have shone with pleasure when I saw it. It was real treasure trove. Where there is fish in the water one can hardly starve, and before I crept into the tent this morning I set a line in the lane beside us. But what a number of these little fish it would require to feed one, many more in one day than one could catch in a week, or perhaps in a month. Yet one is hopeful, and lies counting the chances of there being larger fish in the water here, and of being able to fish to one's heart's content. Advance yesterday was more difficult than on the previous days, the ice more uneven and massive, and in some places with occasional old floes in between. We were stopped by many bad lanes, too, so did not make much way. I'm afraid not more than 3 or 4 miles. I think we may now reckon on being in latitude 82° 8' or 9' north, if this continual southeast wind has not sent us northward again. The going is getting worse and worse. The snow is water-soaked to the bottom and will not bear the dogs any longer, though it has become a little more granular lately, and the sledges run well on it when they do not cut through, which happens continually, and then they are almost immovable. It is heavy for the dogs, and would be so even if they were not so wretchedly worn out as they are. They stop at the slightest thing, and have to be helped or driven forward with the whip. Poor animals, they have a bad time of it. Lilleravn, the last of my original team, will soon be unable to go farther, and such a good animal to haul. We have 5 dogs left, Lilleravn, Storravn, and Kaifas to my sledge, Suggen and Haren to Johansen's. We still have enough food for them for 3 days, from Isbjørn, who was killed yesterday morning, and before that time Johansen thinks the riddle will be solved. Vain hope, I am afraid, although the water sky in the southeast or south-southeast magnetic seems always to keep in the same position and has risen much higher. We began our march at 6:30 yesterday afternoon, and stopped before a lane at 3:15 this morning. I saw freshwater pools on the ice under some hummocks yesterday for the first time. Where we stopped, however, there were none to be found, so we had to melt water again this morning, but it will not often be necessary hereafter, I hope, and we can save our oil, which, by the way, is becoming alarmingly reduced. Outside, the weather and snow are the same, no pleasure in turning out to the toils of the day. I lie here thinking of our June at home, how the sun is shining over forest and fjord and wooded hills, and there is— But some time we shall get back to life, and then it will be fairer than it has ever been before. Wednesday, June 12th. This is getting worse and worse. Yesterday we did nothing, hardly advanced more than a mile. Wretched snow, uneven ice, lanes, and villainous weather stopped us. There was certainly a crust on the snow on which the sledges ran well when they were on it, but when they broke through, and they did it constantly, they stood immovable. This crust, too, was bad for the dogs, poor things. They sank through it into the deep snow between the irregularities, and it was like swimming through slush for them. But all the same we made way. Lanes stopped us, it is true, but we cleared them somehow. Over one of them at last, which looked nasty, we got by making a bridge of small floes, which we guided to the narrowest place. But then a shameless storm of wet snow, or more correctly sleet, with immense flakes, set in, and the wind increased. We could not see our way in this labyrinth of lanes and hummocks, and were as soaked as ducked crows, as we say. The going was impossible, and the sledges as good as immovable in the wet snow, which was soon deep enough to cling to our ski underneath in great lumps and prevent them from running. There was hardly any choice but to find a camping ground as soon as possible, for to force one's way along in such weather and on such snow and make no progress was of little use. We found a good camping ground and pitched our tent after only 4 hours' march, and went without our dinner to make up. Here we are, then, hardly knowing what to do next. What the going is like outside I do not know yet, but probably not much better than yesterday, and whether we ought to push on the little we can or go out and try to capture a seal I cannot decide. The worst of it is that there do not seem to be many seals in the ice where we now are. We have seen none the last few days. Perhaps it is too thick and compact for them. The ice here is strikingly different in character from that we have been travelling over of late. It is considerably more uneven, for one thing, with mounds and somewhat old ridges, among them some very large ones. Nor does it look so very old, in general, I should say, of last winter's formation, though there are occasional old floes in between. They appear to have been near land, as clay and earthy matter are frequently to be seen, particularly in the newly formed ridges. Johansen, who has gone out, says the same water sky is to be seen in the south. Why is it we cannot reach it? But there it is, all the same, an alluring goal for us to make for, even if we do not reach it very soon. We see it again and again, looking so blue and beautiful. For us it is the color of hope. Friday, June 14th. It is 3 months today since we left the Fram. A quarter of a year have we been wandering in this desert of ice, and here we are still. When we shall see the end of it I can no longer form any idea. I only hope whatever may be in store for us is not very far off. Open water or land, Wilczek Land, Zichy Land, Spitzbergen, or some other country. Yesterday was not quite so bad a day as I expected. We really did advance, though not very far, hardly more than a couple of miles, but we must be content with that at this time of year. The dogs could not manage to draw the sledges alone. If there was nobody beside them, they stopped at every other step. The only thing to be done was to make a journey to and fro, and thus go over the ground 3 times. While I went on ahead to explore, Johansen drove the sledges as far as he could, first mine, and then back again after his own. By that time I had returned and drove my own sledge as far as I had found a way, and then this performance was repeated all over again. It was not rapid progress, but progress it was of a kind, and that was something. The ice we are going over is anything but even. It is still rather massive and old, with hummocks and irregularities in every direction, and no real flat tracts. When added to this, after going a short distance, we came to a place where the ice was broken up into small floes, with high ridges and broad lanes filled with slush and brash, so that the whole thing looked like a single mass of débris where there was hardly standing room, to say nothing of any prospect of advance. It was only human to lose courage and give up, for the time being, trying to get on. Wherever I turned the way was closed, and it looked as if advance was denied us for good. To launch the kayaks would be of no avail, for we could hardly expect to propel them through this accumulation of fragments, and I was on the point of making up my mind to wait and try our luck with the net and line, and see if we could not manage to find a seal somewhere in these lanes. These are moments full of anxiety, when from some hummock one looks doubtingly over the ice, one's thoughts continually reverting to the same question: have we provisions enough to wait for the time when the snow will have melted and the ice have become slacker and more intersected with lanes, so that one can row between the floes? Or is there any probability of our being able to obtain sufficient food, if that which we have should fall short? These are great and important questions which I cannot yet answer for certain. That it will take a long time before all this snow melts away and advance becomes fairly practicable is certain. At what time the ice may become slacker and progress by means of the lanes possible we cannot say. And up to this we have taken nothing, with the exception of 2 ivory gulls and a small fish. We did indeed see another fish swimming near the surface of the water, but it was no larger than the other. Where we are just now there seems to be little prospect of capturing anything. I have not seen a single seal the last few days, though yesterday I saw the snowed-down track of a bear. Meanwhile we see ivory gulls continually, but they are still too small to be worth a cartridge. Yesterday, however, I saw a large gull, probably Loris argentatus. I determined to make one more attempt to get on by striking farther east, and this time I was successful in finding a passage across by way of a number of small floes. On the other side there was rather old compact ice, partially of formation a summer old, which seemed to have been near land, as it was irregular and much intermixed with earthy matter. We have traveled over this ice field ever since without coming on lanes, but it was uneven, and we came to grief several times. In other places, again, it was pretty good. We began our march at 8 o'clock on Wednesday afternoon, and halted here at 5 o'clock this morning. Later on in the forenoon the wind went over to the northeast, and the temperature fell. The snow froze hard, and eventually the going became pretty good. The crust on the snow bore the dogs up, and also the sledges to a certain extent, and we looked forward to good going on the following day, but in this we were doomed to disappointment. No sooner had we got inside the tent than it began to snow, and kept briskly at it the whole day while we slept, and yesterday evening, when we turned out to get breakfast ready and start off, it was still snowing, and deep, loose snow covered everything, a state of things bad beyond description. There was no sense in going on, and we decided to wait and see how matters would turn out. Meanwhile we were hungry, but a full breakfast we could not afford, so I prepared a small portion of fish soup, and we returned to the bag again, Johansen to sleep on, I to re-reckon all my observations from the time we left the Fram, and see if some error might not explain the mystery why no land was yet to be found. The sun had partially appeared, and I tried, though in vain, to take an observation. I stood waiting for more than an hour with the theodolite up, but the sun went in again and remained out of sight. I have calculated and thought, but can find no mistake of any importance, and the whole thing is a riddle to me. I am beginning seriously to doubt that we may be too far west after all. I simply cannot conceive that we are too far east, for in such a case we cannot, at any rate, be more than 5 degrees farther east than our observations make us. Supposing, for instance, that our watches have gone too fast, Johansen cannot, at all events, have gained more than double its previous escapement. I have assumed an escapement of 5 seconds, but supposing that the escapement has been 10 seconds, this does not make more difference than 6 minutes 40 seconds in 80 days, the time from our departure from the Fram till the last observation, that is, 1 degree 40 minutes farther east than we ought to be. Assuming, too, that I have calculated our day's marches at too great length in the days between April 8th and 13th, and that instead of 36 English geographical miles, or rather more than 40 statute miles, we have only gone 24 English geographical miles, or 28 statute miles, less we cannot possibly have gone, we should then have been in 89 degrees east instead of 86 degrees east on the 13th, as we supposed. That is 3 degrees farther east, or, with the figures above, let us say together 5 degrees farther east, that is, we now, instead of being in longitude 61 degrees east, should be in 66 degrees east, or about 70 miles from Cape Fligely. But it seems to me we ought to see land south of us just the same. Wilczek Land cannot be so low and trend suddenly so far to the south, when Cape Budapest is said to lie in about 61 degrees east and 82 degrees north, and should thus be not so much as 50 miles from us. No, this is inconceivable. On the other hand, it is not any easier to suppose ourselves west of it. We must have drifted very materially between April 8th and 13th, or my watch must have stopped for a time before April 2nd. The observations from April 2nd, 4th, and 8th seem, indeed, to indicate that we drifted considerably westward. On the 2nd we appeared to be in 103 degrees 6 minutes east, on the 4th in 99 degrees 59 minutes east, and April 8th in 95 degrees 7 minutes east. Between these dates there were no marches of importance. Between the observations on the 2nd and the 4th there was only a short half-day's march, and between the 4th and the 7th a couple which amounted to nothing, and could only have carried us a little westward. This is as much as to say that we must have drifted 8 degrees, or let us reckon at any rate 7 degrees westward in the 6 days and nights. Assuming that the drift was the same during the 5 days and nights between the 8th and 13th, we then get 7 degrees farther west than we suppose. We should consequently now be in 54 degrees east instead of in 61 degrees east, and not more than 36 to 40 miles from Cape Fligely and close by Oscar's Land. We ought to see something of them, I think. Let us assume, meanwhile, that the drift westward was strong in the period before April 2nd also, and grant the possibility that my watch did stop at that time, which I fear is not excluded, and we may then be any distance west for all we can tell. It is this possibility which I begin to think of more and more. Meanwhile, apparently there is nothing for it but to continue as we have done already, perhaps a little more south, and a solution must come. When, after having concluded my calculations, I had taken a nap and again turned out at midday today, The condition of the snow proved to be no better, in fact, rather worse. The new snow was wet and sticky, and the going as heavy as it well could be. However, it was necessary to make an attempt to get on. There was nothing gained by waiting there, and progress is progress, be it ever so little. I took a single altitude about midday, but it was not sharp. Saturday, June 15th. The middle of June, and still no prospect of an end to this. Things only became worse instead. So bad as yesterday, though it had never been, and worse, happily, it can hardly be. The sledges ran terribly heavy in the loose, wet, newly fallen snow, which was deep to boot, and sometimes when they stopped, and that was continually, they stuck as if glued to the spot. It was all we could do to move them when we pushed with all our might. Then to this was added the fact that one's snowshoes ran equally badly, and masses of snow collected underneath them the minute one stopped. One's feet kept twisting continually from this, and ice formed under them, so that one suddenly slid off the snowshoes and into the snow, till far above one's knees when one tried to pull or help the sledges. But there was nothing for it but to scramble up and on to them again. To wade along in such snow without them is an impossibility, and as I have said before, though fastening them on securely would have been a better plan, yet it would have been too troublesome, seeing that we had to take them off continually to get the sledges over ridges and lanes. In addition to all this, wherever one turns, the ice is uneven and full of mounds and old ridges, and it is only by wriggling along like an eel, so to speak, that one can get on at all. There are lanes, too, and they compel one to make long detours or go long distances over thin, small floes, ridges, and other abominations. We struggled along, however, a little way, working on our old plan of 2 turns, but a quick method it could not be called. The dogs are becoming more and more worn out. Lilleraven, the last survivor of my team, can now hardly walk. Hauling there is no question of. He staggers like a drunken man, and when he falls can hardly rise to his feet again. To-day he is going to be killed, I am thankful to say, and one will be spared seeing him. Storraven, too, is getting very slack in the traces. The only one of mine which pulls at all is Kaifas, and that is only as long as one of us is helping behind. To keep on longer in such circumstances is only wearing out men and dogs to no purpose, and is also using up more provender than is necessary. We therefore renounced dinner, and halted at about 10 yesterday evening, after having begun the march at 4:30 in the afternoon. I had, however, stopped to take an observation on the way. It is not easy to get hold of the sun nowadays, and one must make the most of him when he is to be seen through the driving clouds. Clear he will never be. Yesterday afternoon, after an unconscionable wait, and after having put up the instrument in vain a couple of times, I finally got a wretched single altitude. Yesterday evening I reckoned out these observations, and find that, contrary to our expectations, we have drifted strongly westward, having come from 61° 16' east, which was our longitude on June 4th, right to about 57° 40' east. But then we have also drifted a good way north again, up to 82° 26' north, after being down in 82° 17.8 on the same date, and we have been pushing southward as hard as we could the whole time. However, we are glad to see that there is so much movement in the ice, for then there is hope of our drifting out eventually towards open water. For that we can get there by our own efforts alone over this shocking ice I am beginning to doubt. This country and this going are too bad, and my hope now is in lanes and slack ice. Happily, a northeast wind has sprung up. Yesterday there was a fresh breeze from the north-northwest, magnetic, and the same again today. Only let it blow on. If it has set us northwest, it can also set us southwest, and eventually out towards our goal, towards Franz Josef Land or Spitzbergen. I doubt more than ever our being east of Cape Fligely after this observation, and I begin to believe more and more in the possibility that the first land we shall see, if we see any, and I hope we may, will be Spitzbergen. In that case we should not even get a glimpse of Franz Josef Land, the land of which I have dreamed golden dreams day and night. But still, if it is not to be, then well and good. Spitzbergen is good enough, and if we are as far west as we seem to be, I have greater hope than before of finding slacker ice and open water, and then for Spitzbergen. But there is still a serious question to be faced, and that is to procure ourselves enough food for the journey. I have slept here some time on purpose, after having spent a good while on my calculations and speculations as to our drift and our future. We have nothing to hurry for in this state of the snow. It is hardly better to-day than it was yesterday, and then, on account of the mild temperature, it is better to travel by night than by day. The best thing to do is to spin out the time as long as possible, without consuming more than absolutely necessary of the provisions. The summer cannot but improve matters, and we have still 3 months of it before us. The question is, can we procure ourselves food during that time? It would be strange, I think, if we could not. There are birds about continually. I saw another large gull yesterday, probably the herring or silver gull, Loris argentatus, but to support life for any length of time on such small fry we have not cartridges enough. On seal or bear all my hopes are fixed. Just one before our provisions give out, and the evil hour is warded off for a long time to come. End of File 9.